Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the California ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements Track 2 Working Group meeting. My name is Caitlin McGee, representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO, and I'll be helping facilitate today's meeting. I'm also joined by Danielle Mills, Principal of Infrastructure Policy, Bob Emmert, Senior Manager of Interconnection Resources, and Jason Foster, Manager of Queue Management. As a reminder, the presentation and agenda for this meeting is posted to the Policy Initiative webpage. This is under the Stay Informed tab of our website. So before I go through the typical kind of WebEx housekeeping notes, I wanted to hand it off to the folks in the meeting room to walk through their safety precautions and bathroom, locations.
So I can go ahead and do that. This is Keone Almeida. I'm the Manager of Stakeholder Affairs, and I just want to welcome everybody here today. Thank you very much. Just with regards to the bathrooms, they're down the hall, in the middle of the hall there, and they're also in the front by the lobby. Also, I want to mention that this first door outside, that goes to another meeting, so don't enter into that room as well. And then for any safety and security issues, if anything comes up, we'll take the lead from the hotel directors here, and they'll help us out. And with that, Danielle, did you want to add anything? No? Okay, I'll turn it back over to you, Caitlin. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. So for those that are on WebEx today and in the room, a few housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And again, these are collaborative working groups. We intend to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives, but we do ask that you keep your comments professional and respectful and try to refrain from repeating what has already been said. If you're joining us through WebEx today and you are connected through audio using your computer or the Call Me option, you can click the raise hand icon at the bottom right toolbar. Oh, sorry, Michelle, next slide. I forgot I have a presentation ghost here. So if you're going to ask questions or comments today using WebEx, you can click the raise hand icon at the bottom right corner. For folks who are presenting virtually today, this is important. We're going to ask you to use the raise hand icon to connect you to audio throughout the day. So let me know if you need any assistance with that. If you are joining us using audio only, press the #2, and that will add you to the queue as well. Before making your comment or asking your question, please remember to state your name and affiliation. This will help folks who are participating both virtually and in person. And if you need any technical assistance today during the meeting on WebEx, you can send a chat to the event producer. So we have a packed agenda today. We're kicking it off with the introduction and meeting objectives today. We'll have a brief presentation from the CPUC. We've had some discussions in previous meetings. We thought this would be a helpful presentation to kick off the day. And then you'll see here the agenda is really just focused on stakeholder proposals, and we'll wrap it up with next steps on the working group and initiative schedule. I'm sure many folks are familiar with this slide as well. This is just an overview of the policy initiative stakeholder process here at the California ISO. And as you can see, we're here at the very beginning of that proposal development stage, starting with our working groups. Today we're on working group number 3, and so we're at the very beginning of this stage. And again, just a recap of what we've discussed in previous working group sessions. The working group structure has a number of roles internally, and where I'd like to focus, again, your attention as stakeholders, that bottom bullet point, our working group participants. We're really asking you to provide your ideas, and like I said today, we're going to focus this conversation on proposals and just having a collaborative meeting as well. And today our objectives are pretty clear. Again, starting with that presentation from the CPUC and understanding their role in the interconnection process. And most of our day is going to be hearing from our stakeholders that have decided to present their proposals on problem statement 1. And then again, talking about next steps for the working group and initiatives. So today here is our presentation schedule. Again, I've sent an email to those who will be presenting throughout today, and we've allotted about 10 to 15 minutes for presentations and 10 minutes to work through Q&A. And so these are kind of our tentative time slots. I know some folks might have requested some time slot changes, so I hope we've accommodated that well here. And then for those presenting virtually, I've made a note on the presenter column. It just says virtual. So if you need any assistance getting set up virtually for your presentation, let me know. I'll be helping you run through the slides as well. So with that, I'll hand it over to Danielle. And I think if I am using WebEx correctly, we are on the wrong slide. Danielle, you want to go ahead?
You're good. I'm advancing the slide.
We're good? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. And you can probably go back up to just the schedule for the day. I want to thank everyone for being here. I know this has been a very intensive process so far and is not letting up anytime soon, but hopefully you enjoyed a little bit of a holiday last week. As you can see, we have 13 proposals today from different stakeholders, and these are just all on problem statement 1. So when we got, excuse me, when we saw the number of proposals and the number of interest in presenting today, we decided to break it up into problem statement 1 today, and then we'll address problem statement 2 and the issues around queue management on July 24th. So we're going to ask all of the presenters who have some overlap between the 2 issues and problem statements to just focus on the problem statement 1 components of your proposals today. With that said, it's still 20 minutes for each proposal and for some Q&A and discussion afterwards. So we realize that that's a very constrained schedule for all of you. We are looking for as much feedback and direction from you all as we can possibly get. So try to keep your questions really focused on important clarifications. I have to watch my P's on this microphone. Important clarifications as well as just really direct feedback if you can. And we'll think of some creative ways to get additional feedback from all of you going forward too, so that this isn't your only opportunity to, give an indication of interest and opinion on each of these different proposals. And I also just want to encourage some of the stakeholders, if you see similarities between a couple of different proposals, please interact with one another, coordinate with one another, try to combine elements of proposals, get support for your proposals, do that kind of thing offline and separate so that makes it easier for all of us to kind of digest and see where everyone wants us to go with this process. So with that, we'll get into the proposals in a moment, but we first wanted to give Jared an opportunity to present just on the CPUC process around the MOU and how the interconnection process ties in with everything that the CPUC is doing. So thanks for being here, Jared.
Get to be at a podium. I haven't done this since teaching grad school students about atmospheric dynamics. So if you want me to try to remember how to derive the Navier-Stokes equation, good luck. I'm not going to remember. All right. I'm Jared Ferguson, and I'm an analyst with the IRP team, the Integrated Resource Planning team, at the Public Utilities Commission. I guess the next slide is, I think, where we'll start. Or another slide.
Yeah, Michelle, let's go
a few
to
more.
slide 12.
All right, and I'm going to just give an overview of the integrated resource planning proceeding and how it interacts with transmission planning. And I know we have a busy day, so I'm going to skip over a couple of slides. They're there for good background since it's online. And so let's get started. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is a now commonly used slide showing how IRP fits into the broader electric sector planning ecosystem in this state. You can see shows the interagency coordination and the dependencies of the various processes on each other and how they interact between these state agencies, CARB, CEC, CPUC, and also the ISO, with the market participants as well, the LSEs doing their own planning and procurement. Next slide. In this complex ecosystem, the CPUC has about over 40 jurisdictional LSEs. IRP is only just one of several approaches that the PUC takes to regulating the electricity markets. The IRP process was created by to implement SB 350, passed back in 2015, with the purpose of establishing long-term planning goals for new resources needed to meet reliability requirements and greenhouse gas reduction targets. And as part of the IRP process, the CPUC can order resource procurement to meet reliability or other procurement needs. I'm going to be saying a lot of P's during this as well, and you're right. Next slide, please. The key objective of IRP is to minimize the cost of achieving those greenhouse gas reductions, reliability, and other policy goals. And we do that by looking across the boundaries of individual LSEs towards the whole electric system to identify resource and optimization opportunities that might not be found when looking at an LSE by LSE level. The goal of the 22-23 IRP cycle, the current cycle, is to ensure that the electric sector is on track between now and 2035 towards achieving the deeper mid-century decarbonization goals of SB 100. And IRP seeks to do that through its two tracks of planning and procurement. Next slide, and we'll start with procurement first because this is the other track that I did not work on directly, so I'll just give a high-level overview of it. IRP is just one of several CPUC procurement avenues. The IRP procurement track was established back in 2019, and it continues the older long-term procurement plan approach of ordering new steel in the ground capacity by requiring LSEs to procure to meet near-term and mid-term reliability needs. So far, the IRP proceeding has resulted in three main procurement actions, the D19 procurement order, as well as the biggest so far, which is the midterm reliability order. And then most recently, we had the midterm reliability supplemental order. Next slide. In total, these three combined require about 18,800 megawatts of net qualifying capacity in new resources in total. And I have just thrown this table up here for reference purposes to show that those orders break down by each year. Next slide. So stepping back a little, I want to note that over the past 2 decades now, even more now, CPUC has taken a range of approaches to authorizing resource procurement, from very broad attribute-based requirements, as is done for the resource adequacy proceedings and some IRP orders, to very narrow locational and resource-specific approaches, such as the recent IRP proceeding decision, which ordered 2 battery storage projects at specific substations. The core of all 3 IRP main procurement orders relied on broad attribute-based requirements that allowed large flexibility in resource type and resource location. Those orders had really 2 key requirements. The resources had to be new, and they had to have qualifying RA capacity, which for our transmission purposes corresponds to needing transmission deliverability for the most part. The MTR order did include some more specific attribute-based requirements for portions of the order. We had the Diablo Canyon replacement megawatts, which had specific requirements about needing to be zero carbon and available during peak times. We also had 1,000 megawatts NQC order for both long duration storage and clean firm generation capacity. Next slide. There are definitely several concerns with this order by order approach, where each order has the potential to have bespoke requirements. And so in response to a lot of these concerns, in February of 2022, last year in the PSP decision, that decision committed to developing a programmatic approach to achieving IRP goals of reliability, GHG reduction through procurement. IRP staff released the Reliable and Clean Power Procurement Program, the RCPP, staff options paper last September, which described options for the design of a new procurement program. It did not specify or propose a particular procurement program, but to set up the key considerations that needed to be addressed through the new program. And that's an ongoing in progress effort by the IRP. Next slide. So with that sort of ongoing effort in mind, looking forward, we have the new memorandum of understanding between the CPUC, CEC, and ISO, which includes language on the needs to better align the procurement and interconnection processes with the resource and transmission planning work that the two agencies and ISO do. I'll note sort of on the procurement track side of things, a near-term focus, sorry, can you go back? Thank you. Near-term focus of the procurement track has centered a lot on the Tracking Energy Development, or TED task force, which has focused on trying to address the delays impacting resources contracted for near and midterm procurement. And one of the key issues that staff working on that on the PPUC and the other state agencies have identified is sort of the need for more transparency and communication on the array of the interconnection processes, from just even the status of projects in the queue to the timelines and the delays related to the needed transmission upgrades. On the long-term side, the focus is on this development of a new programmatic approach through the RCPP effort. IRP staff are working to identify procurement options as a part of that, that strike the appropriate balance between the broader attribute-based procurement and more geographically or resource type specific procurement. One of the key issues that we grapple with is that more targeted procurement has several known challenges, which have some inherent tension with the need of the CPUC's many LSEs to have flexibility towards resource procurement that both best serve their need and minimize ratepayer cost, with the sort of the issues inherent with that more targeted approach. So that's something that's ongoing. There's expected the RCPP program will have a staff proposal expected later this year, and hopefully we can continue to coordinate with the ISO and state agencies on sort of how this interplays with the interconnection reform process. Next slide. All right, now I'll run through what I personally consider is the better half of IRP, just because I work on it. The planning track. Next slide. The planning track establishes those long-term planning goals that I've noticed earlier to meet the GHG and reliability targets. And a typical planning cycle is divided into two halves. The first half of the cycle, the CPC identifies an optimal portfolio with the identified targets necessary for meeting state policy objectives, and then sets those requirements for LSEs to go plan towards. In the second half of the cycle, after the LSEs have submitted their own IRP plans, the CPUC collects and aggregates those plans, compares it to the electric system, compares that combined electric system to the results that was identified by IRP modeling, and eventually adopts the final preferred system plan and the preferred resource portfolio through a commission decision that gets used for future planning and also to require procurement. I'll just note part of the interaction with transmission planning side of things is that our staff rely on a capacity expansion model, Resolve, to help identify these optimal least cost portfolios. And Resolve does factor in transmission availability, capacity, and transmission upgrades into its cost optimization analysis. And we rely on info provided by the ISO from their transmission studies to develop those inputs. Next slide. This is just a quick sort of where we are in the 2022-2023 cycle. LSEs submitted their IRP plans back in November. Staff are currently working on updating our IRP modeling inputs and assumptions. We had a workshop back in June on that, and we will eventually utilize the LSE plans in our modeling efforts to synthesize the next preferred system plan. Next slide. All right, now we'll dive into a bit more detail on how IRP planning and busbar mapping interact directly with the transmission planning efforts. Next slide. So since we're at a ISO stakeholder meeting, I won't go into detail over the TPP. I'll just have the summary up here. I will note that historically, we've only transmitted portfolios modeling out 10 years in the future. We've recently just passed the 23-24 base case portfolio, which looked out 12 years. And in accordance with recent legislation, we will be transmitting portfolios to the ISO for future TPPs that are modeling out at least 15 years. So we're looking at, for the 24-25 TPP, modeling out to 2039. Next slide. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the main information flow between the two planning processes. We receive transmission capability estimates and upgrade information from the ISO, mostly through the ISO's white paper on transmission capability estimates, and also the TPP analysis. And we use that information to help develop our resource portfolios, which we transmit to the ISO for those TPP assessments. Next slide. So this is just noting the two portfolios we sent this year, that base case looking out to 2035, and then the offshore wind sensitivity that is to study over 13 gigawatts of offshore wind, with about 8 gigawatts of that being on the North Coast. Next slide. And this is just helpful perspective on the growth of the resources included in the portfolios we've transmitted to the ISO over the past few TPPs, as we've looked both further into the future, but also with higher loads assumptions and with more stringent greenhouse gas targets. So we've significantly increased the amount of resources we are modeling and mapping in these portfolios. Next slide. So now we can get into a little more detail on the busbar mapping effort we do for the TPP portfolios. And we do this busbar mapping effort through a working group comprised of CPUC, CEC, and CalISO staff to map the high-level resources so selected in the IRP portfolios to specific bus bars and substations, so the ISO can study them in their transmission assessments. This bus bar mapping process is an iterative process of mapping, assessing the mapping against an array of criteria, and then remapping to try to improve alignment with this criteria. And we've been conducting this for about 5 years now using a publicly vetted methodology, which we are again updating for the upcoming 24-25 TPP. Next slide. The overall goal of bus bar mapping is to identify plausible locations for the resources in the portfolio that minimize violations or maximize compliance, depending on which way you want to look at it, with the bus bar mapping criteria established in the methodology. For the most recent 23-24 TPP, those criteria were organized into 5 main categories for all resources, and then we had some additional battery-specific categories centered on prioritizing mapping in air quality non-containment areas, disadvantaged communities, and co-locating with solar. Next slide. This is sort of just showing an example of that completed mapping analysis from the recent 23-24 base case of resources that were mapped to the greater Tehachapi area, which is most of CalISO's SCE northern study area. The table shows each type by substation and alignment with the bus bar mapping criteria, and also the additional battery mapping criteria. Again, the goal is to maximize compliance across all the criteria, so we still often have mapped resources that are in non-compliance with one or more, as seen by the yellow and red flags. These flags aren't designed to prohibit mapping to that substation, but to just note that this resource needs further analysis by the working group to assess those potential impacts being flagged and whether or not we can alleviate it by mapping to other substations. Next slide. So this is sort of just, this in the next slide will be some more detailed on how we apply interconnection queue information for our commercial development interest criteria. We basically have a hierarchy. We implemented for the 23-24 a hierarchy of commercial interest, where we sought to prioritize within the commercial interest criteria alignment with what we termed higher confidence commercial interests, which represents projects that were further along in their development process and thus have a higher likelihood of continuing. Under this, we had first priority of aligning with contracted and under construction resources that weren't in the modeling baseline, so they were newly contracted or newly under construction, and this was from information we got through LSEs and also working with the PTOs. The next and new to this 23-24 cycle was seeking to align specifically with transmission plan deliverability allocations within the ISO queue. And then the sort of the next tier in this higher confidence category were the remaining executed interconnection agreement or phase 2 complete projects in the ISO queue and executed IA projects from a variety of other queues that we also considered when mapping. Then we had a set of lower confidence commercial interests, which are projects that aren't as far along in the development or interconnection study phases. And so for the ISO queue projects, those are ones that had only completed phase 1 or hadn't had yet to complete any initial study phase. Next slide. So key points from this is that this year and the previous years were the first time we looked at commercial interest on a bus bar or substation level. Prior to that, we just looked at a more area level. So we looked at how much commercial interest was in the Kramer area or the Hatchby area. But in the past, recently, we did try to downscale that analysis to the substation level. And we, as I noted before, sort of the highest priority after contracted resources was with these transition plan deliverability allocated resources. Now, we didn't fully align with the TBD at every substation. In some situations, the other criteria like land use noncompliance was more serious, but we did align with most of the TBD allocations in the end. And overall, note, we use the commercial interest both ways. We look to see where the mapped resources were exceeding the amount of commercial interest, but also where there was significantly more commercial interest than we mapped to see if it would improve alignment, if we would shift resources between those types of substations. Next slide. And in the few minutes, we can talk about the future busbar mapping plans, because as I noted, we're looking out to 2039. And it's also been a few years since we've updated significantly the busbar mapping methodology. So we are planning significant updates for the busbar mapping methodology. And I'll just note that we'll be having a webinar on it actually a week from today. Got a lot to get ready for that. On those proposed methodology updates. But I'll just note a quick overview of those proposed changes. Is a key aspect of that is the CEC's been developing new land use and environmental screens for resource planning. So we're working to implement the array of those new screens. We also seeking to better account for the footprints of existing resources, both on that land use planning side, but also in some more granular substation level interconnection analysis we're hoping to implement. And finally, we're working to assess mapping potential beyond existing substations and existing commercial interests, looking at that 2039 year in particular for that kind of more open analysis. And I'll just note sort of some of the two key new analysis we're proposing to incorporate related to that is a newly developed CEC data set that assesses how parcelized the land is, thanks to a lot of stakeholder feedback and input for helping us develop that and work to get to that. And that's factoring in both the size of the parcels and their density to try for solar development in particular, look at what land might be more favorable for development. And the busbar mapping group is also seeking to work with the PTOs to identify 4 key substations, the existing interconnection capacity, the open bays, and the potential necessary upgrades at those substations if there aren't any open, and trying to compare sort of those costs and efforts to the fact that there may be a more cost-effective approach of siting the resources nearby at a proposed new substation that has both more favorable resource potential based on the other criteria, and the actual upgrades themselves might be easier and more cost-effective. Next slide. Finally, I just want to do some quick summaries of the role of commercial interest in the busbar mapping, both currently and potentially moving forward. I'll note the key point is that commercial interest is just one of multiple criteria in busbar mapping. And well, I guess except for the contracted resources and resources under construction, we don't prioritize commercial interest alignment above the other criteria. We're trying to optimize amongst all the criteria. The second point with commercial interest analysis is we do differentiate between this higher confidence and lower confidence commercial interest, with less non-compliance for misalignment with the lower confidence category. Again, related to the idea that we aren't putting commercial interests above the other criteria is this idea that in our mapping efforts, we've definitely found multiple higher confidence commercial interests that are definitely more lower confidence projects, which, as I said, reflects on our idea of we all are incorporating these other criteria to assess that as well. And as I mentioned earlier, the idea of more transparency around projects in the queue to help identify that. Looking forward to potential future options for commercial interest data, just some high level ideas, is that this higher confidence commercial interest will remain a key priority, I think, regardless of the changes to the interconnection process. We'll always have these projects that are near completion, have gone through this study processes, and it's really the potential impacts of changes to the interconnection process and how it affects our lower confidence commercial interests. And that it's an ongoing assessment. That's why I've been following this process very closely to see how the various proposals discussed that we'll discuss here will impact that. And I'll just note sort of two ideas going forward that potentially I think could help make busbar mapping more independent of the queue are partially what we are already doing, are implementing additional data screens along the lines of this partialization data set and this more in-depth look at the interconnection capabilities of the substations themselves that can help identify likely favorable development areas. And then second idea is taking advantage of this longer planning horizon that we are now implementing for busbar mapping and be able to use the longer planning horizon and the options for our sensitivity portfolios to have a more iterative feedback to identify new potential resource areas and their transmission implications before such mapping would actually require policy-driven transmission upgrades. And I know I'm a little bit over, so I apologize for that, trying to squeeze everything in, but I'll conclude there.
Thanks. We do have a question on WebEx from Susan Schneider, if you're open to starting on WebEx, or do you want to start in person?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
All right. Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think the reason that and you probably know this already, but the reason that this whole issue came up was the idea that the CAISO is proposing to focus and potentially maybe even only accept or analyze interconnection requests in areas where there's existing or available capacity or there's available capacity based on existing or approved transmission. And so the question that came up related to that was whether if the CAISO was not accepting or studying interconnection requests outside of the identified zones that they're already identified, and if the CPUC is using queue interest based to determine commercial interest, then if there certain projects were not accepted for certain areas, you would not really get the feedback that there was commercial interest in those areas. And so this is all really super interesting information, but I guess I'm wondering, sort of cutting to the chase, if you didn't have that availability based on the interconnection queue because interconnection requests weren't accepted in areas other than where there's already capacity available, would that impair somehow your determination of commercial interest in developing future portfolios?
I would say it could, but like I was hinting earlier, we have an array of other data sets, and I think some are new, and so we'll have to we're working on sort of the analysis and seeing how the results of that actually align well with development. But I think we could develop a suite of data sets that could still identify favorable development locations while relying less on on the queue. I think, you know, the queue is helpful, but it is also not necessarily a requirement and a must-have to have, particularly for that, like I said, for those more recent, those less studied, that less studied commercial interest category.
Okay, I guess I would encourage you, if you're going to be looking at some alternatives, instead of looking at data sets, and the reason for looking at the queue is there's things that you aren't capturing necessarily in all of the other really good data analysis that you're doing, but you know, the queue is sort of, well, there's an interest in a place where it isn't reflected in these other measures. That's why you have it here, because it adds something to the process. So maybe think about a way to, if this kind of selective acceptance of interconnection requests is implemented, how could developers give you that same kind of feedback outside your scoring and an analytical approach that would still give you maybe the same kind of feedback for that information?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like if like I said, I think it's almost always we always want more information, you know, and then there's an effort of sorting that information. But I think sort of if we were to have, you know, a significant change, we would try to seek alternative approaches. And like you mentioned, I think that would be one effort that we could look at as well. So thanks, Susan.
Okay, thank you.
And I see one more question in the room. I'm going to make sure that it's directly related to IPE, like Susan's was, and then I'm going to encourage all additional follow-up to go directly to Jared or to one of us afterwards, just so we can move on with proposals.
Thank you. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I was wondering if you could go back and put a finer point on how, if at all, like brownfield projects are considered in the commercial interest screen. Projects that are repowering potentially outside of the queue or in non-cluster processes like ISP?
So I guess to an extent that we're aware of those, we do try to align with them. So we like I said, we get if they're far enough along that either the PTOs or LSEs are specifically looking at them or analyzing them, those are in our radar of these are, you know, projects that are in development, and depending on how far in development is how much of a priority we try to align with them. So we definitely don't capture all of them, but through sort of those secondary processes and also looking at the PTO interconnection information, we're able to capture, I think, a good portion of those projects that are trying to be developed.
Thank you. And then to put a finer point on the IPE thing, and Susan's point, I think we're just talking about in this process, creating sort of a zonal approach to accepting interconnection requests, potentially not studying some requests, that's unclear. And we want to, you know, thoroughly understand the commercial interest portion of the IRP so that we make sure that we're not like feeding the same data in over and over again. You know, like an Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. If we're scanning for commercial interest and you're scanning for commercial interest, how does somebody who isn't on one of those lists get in there, right?
Agreed. And we're always sort of scraping. We're not, that's probably a bad term. We're always trying to get more information on what is potential, particularly, like I was saying, now as we're looking so far into the future and are going to have such large portfolios that we're going to have to identify. Like I said, like we are also always continuously updating the methodology. So it's not like the process we're using now has to be that way. So if stakeholders have good ideas, if agencies ISO have good ideas of sort of ways to improve the process, we want to try to do that. Awesome. So if you have ideas, please reach out. And
I think we're all glad to know that you're feeling that flexible. I'll pass on to Kathleen.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and thanks so much, Jared. Another connection to IPE that I think I want to highlight is that one of the very first guiding principles that we all landed on is that it's critical that we start with the transmission capacity. What is our available capability that either exists or has been approved as a result of the transmission planning process? And one of the most important inputs into that is the portfolio and its accuracy. So it's important not to lose sight. That's not just interconnection rules, right? It's the TPP process. And the part of that your group does is so important. My favorite example of how this process is missing things is we have a project that came online this summer in June that will only now be mapped in that portfolio for the first time this cycle. That's in the face of years of asking for it to be included directly to you, directly to the CAISO, because it was contracted, it was in construction, but yet it wasn't included. And we have other examples like that. Where we've struggled, and my question for you is, I hear your openness, but like we've presented to you, we've presented to the CAISO, we've shared all of these updates to TED, and we're trying every single way we can think of to get this information into the right hands. And so I think we need something more actionable. What is the way you want information? Would you consider a data request, something that's informal, not required? Issue it to the service list for IRP and see if developers would submit informal comments to you that you could use. I've had some people allude to me, they think there are surveys like that and outreaches to developers. We've never received one if there is, and that's concerning. So it's unclear to me how we're doing a rigorous outreach or being open to that feedback. So if you could take that back and think about it, there needs to be a way to get you the information that you're asking for sooner than the year a project is online.
Yeah, I can definitely take that back and we can work on that. Thank you.
Okay, and I think with that, we will invite the AES team up for the first presentation. Thanks, Jared.
All right, thank you. So AES will be joining us virtually. And just before we get started with their presentation, for folks who will be presenting virtually today, I'm going to be sending you a chat in the WebEx platform just to get you set up with video and help you jump right in so that we can try to streamline the transition between presentations. So just a heads up. So with that, I'll hand it over to AES. Michelle, if we could jump to slide 39.
All right, thanks, Caitlin. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you virtually. Can we hear you in the room?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is AJ Hall. I'm with AES, and I'm joined by Bridget Sparks and Jasmine Guan. And we have a proposal related to the CAISO's Concept 1 to manage the interconnection process intake. Next slide, please. So the overburden interconnection process is a material barrier to achieving the state's decarbonization goals. Many people point to the increasing number of interconnection filings as the root cause of this burden. Yet data from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab shows that the study process has always been used to test for a project's viability. So it's really the combination of a process built for participants to test project viability and the increasing demand for renewable energy that is the complete root cause. And it is true, as we have identified in Problem Statement 1, that studies lose their value when the volume of interconnection requests is multiple times the available transmission capacity. So we need to change the intake process to increase transparency, participant certainty, and coordination between state planning agencies, as we were just discussing in the previous presentation. In alignment with the principles developed through this working group, AES highlights two elements needed to manage the intake of interconnection requests. One, an annual interconnection overview report that provides actionable information and delivers greater certainty to interconnection participants prior to entering the queue. Two, a scoring point system to identify the projects in each priority zone that most closely meet state goals while allowing projects outside these zones to be studied. These elements work best when combined. The scoring point system will require additional investments in projects ahead of the internet connection request. To support this investment, though, participants will need greater certainty of outcomes through the annual report. I'll now pass it over to Jasmine to cover the details of the annual report.
Thanks, Adrian. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, so for the first element, and we're proposing the CAISO publish a annual interconnection overview report, also call it the annual report for short. in connection with the transmission planning process and to provide information in 3 buckets. 1 is the state of interconnection, 2 is pricing transparency, and 3 is a rubric of preferred resources based on the state's planning. So that includes the CPUC's IRP planning or other local regulatory authorities planning itself. So this report, we imagine this to come out with the transmission planning either before or after the TPP final report comes out. And we believe that this report will provide necessary upfront information for developers to make informed decisions. We can make upfront investments in projects prior to entering the scoring system that we will talk about next. And the annual report will drive certainty through the interconnection process itself. Next slide, please. So just what AES imagines for this report itself, we imagine this report provides us information in 2 buckets. 1 is additional information here listed on the left, and also actionable items on the right. On the left-hand side for information, we imagine this report to, at minimum, include information on existing and planned deliverable capacity in each TPP zone, a map and status of current queue status in each of the TPP zones, and a line diagram identifying substations in each one of the zones and any identified constraints for each one of these substations and what the megawatt ability for each substation to be expanded is, or some sort of range. More importantly, this report will include 2 actionable items for developers to use that will drive certainty through the interconnection process. 1 is a transparent price range per megawatt for interconnection in each TPP zone with a price cap. So for example, the report can say at some TPP zone level, at some granular level, that it costs anywhere between X and X per megawatt for interconnection with a cap of another dollar amount. In addition to that, we also would like to see a rubric to prefer resources based on CPUC's IRP process and local regulatory authority planning. With the publication of this report, we believe we can move on to the scoring criteria that would happen later in the year. So I will pass it over to Bridget. And I think you're on mute, Bridget.
Okay, next slide, please. So in order to determine which projects should be given access to these priority transmission zones, we imagine a scoring criteria. And so once the annual report is published each year, developers would have at least 6 months to prospect and invest in projects to be eligible for this planned capacity. So after the 6-month window, the CAISO would score each project based on a pre-established scoring criteria, and we have a suggestion on the next slide. So we've designed the scoring criteria to be pretty non-ambiguous and sort of a yes/no to reduce any subjectivity in the scoring. So CAISO would review each project's application, and then they would rank the projects in each zone from highest points to lowest points. And then for each zone, they would take 1.5 times the available capacity in that zone and basically fill in the projects up until that capacity is met with the highest scoring projects. Projects that were not selected to meet the priority study window could have the option to proceed as option B projects and self-fund additional upgrades. They could proceed as energy-only projects or reapply the next cluster window and continue to invest in the development of their projects. We recognize that the IPZ zones, or the zones identified in the transmission planning process, may not be the only optimal sites for projects. And so we also imagine a process in which developers could submit additional studies that show the project's feasibility outside of these zones, would demonstrate additional grid benefits, available or planned deliverability that may not be fully captured in the reports, as well as additional load that they may be targeting to fulfill outside of these IPZ zones. And so the CAISO could then elect to include these projects either within the same study process as the IPZ priority projects or in a separate study on a parallel track. Next slide. An important aspect of our proposal is that developers need pricing transparency in order to invest fully upfront in projects. And so the scoring criteria that you have on the right-hand side of the slide is assuming that the CAISO in this annual report is able to give us a specific range with a firm cap on the expected network upgrade cost assignments. We imagine because these zones are so closely tied to the transmission planning process that CAISO should already have a pretty good idea on what the network upgrade costs will be for projects and can socialize those across the selected portfolio. AES also proposes a minimum point value in each study cycle to ensure that similarly quality projects are included in each cycle, and so you don't have wild swings of more or less ready projects in each study cycle. And we're tentatively proposing a 30-point minimum, which reflects 50% site control and deposit in lieu of options for all the criteria. So going in, we propose level site control as sort of a % of land needed for the project, including the generation facility and any land needed for the point of interconnection. And so you basically get a % based on how much land you had under control. We also are proposing commercial readiness. Again, this criteria is only workable if the CAISO is able to provide the upfront pricing transparency, such that developers and LSCs can negotiate PPAs with a clearer idea of what their network upgrade costs are going to be. You can also demonstrate investment in projects through the purchase of long lead time equipment, such as transformers, modules, inverters, et cetera. You could also demonstrate readiness through permit applications with a deposit in lieu of option, engineering design levels ranging from 5% up to 30%, again with a deposit in lieu of option. And then to reflect the Inflation Reduction Act, there is a 10% tax credit for projects located in energy communities. In AES's experience, this tax credit makes projects more financially viable, as well as meets the state and country goals of developing projects in energy communities. And so we also included that as an additional point adder. And then finally, the CAISO could consider additional resource characteristics such as flexibility, project resource duration, et cetera, that would support the resource diversity of the state. And so through the IRP and other state planning resources in the annual report, they could indicate if there are certain preferred resources they'd like to see in the next year's portfolio, and the CAISO could consider adding additional points to projects that could meet those resource characteristics. So with that, we will open up for questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions in the room? We don't have any on WebEx at this time.
And we have 2 roving mics. So if anyone has a question, just raise your hand or put your tent card up. Probably raise your hand. It's easier to see.
Good morning, Fernando Cornell with SCE. Thank you for the presentation. Just had a question with the continued exploration of having a executed PPA be part of the criteria, given the sequencing and how we actually do procurement, at least from a CPUC jurisdictional LSC. How do we continue to evaluate the feasibility of having some level of a PPA to determine which resources actually get studied? It seems like it's kind of in front of the process, is the ongoing quandary between the PPA and you know, demonstrating the readiness and when that actually is obtained. So just want to get maybe AES's clarification on that point.
Yes, the reason we included commercial readiness at the application stage is it's under the assumption that the CAISO is able to provide transparent pricing for these zones. So the idea is that if you're developing a project in a zone, you and the off-taker could negotiate based on the fact that you know that your network upgrades would be, say, $10,000 per megawatt. for your project. And then usually developers will have estimates of additional costs. And so again, we're expecting these PPAs to have options in them that would allow for exit if there are significant cost overruns. But entering into these kinds of contracts could at least indicate that the project has strong commercial interest. We could also consider additional markers. So this is just one example of how you might indicate that there's procurement interest in the project, but we're not wedded to any of these scoring criteria. They're just here for discussion points. And again, AS would only be comfortable with including PPA execution if CAISO is able to provide a price cap on expected network upgrades for projects in these zones.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I mean, we're all in agreement, I believe, at least at SE, that there does need to be some kind of demonstration of commercial readiness. It's just we continue to grapple with the criteria of using a executed PPA for that demonstration, and just want to see how we continue to evolve that discussion as amongst all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else in person?
No, that's it in the room.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone from the AES team. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to Michael Berger with Intersect Power. Next slide, please.
All right. Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to everybody today, and specifically want to thank CAISO for their efforts to date on this initiative, and specifically for organizing today's working group. So kind of jumping in, this is very similar to actually what AES just presented, with maybe a few small twists. But to start, we had a slight reframing of the problem statement, which helped us better articulate why we have an issue before we tried to resolve it. And so kind of boiling it down to a very simplistic statement, there are too many projects, too much capacity to study at a given time, which results in unrealistic resourcing expectations from CAISO and the PTOs. We clearly get meaningless results when you have so much capacity being studied at one time without the corresponding load. And that leads to a real lack of clear market signals to folks in the development community, like ourselves. We do believe, though, that CAISO's existing interconnection study process is an exemplary framework. It's provided a high level of consistency, and until cluster 14, provided near certainty on expected timelines. I think as you look around the country, you see queues that have been completely frozen, have been completely overhauled, revamped. CAISO has done this for 13 years prior to cluster 14 on a very regular and consistent basis, and we applaud them for that. The study process provides effective market signals to developers from one cluster to the next. It allows developers to understand where transmission constraints are, how to avoid them, how to mitigate them, and where they should file in the next cluster. Cluster 14 and 15 are clearly an exception to that conclusion. And so we asked why. What was the difference here? What we've listed are the primary drivers that we've identified. The top three here are clear demand signals. And these were massive, unprecedented demand drivers that were either being simultaneously conceived or actually implemented, that increased both renewable demand, storage demand, and even new technologies when you think of things like hydrogen, green hydrogen generation. There was then a very natural reaction to the outsized cluster 14, in that we had delays, and we have delays in that process, and there was signaling that there was going to be process reform. and that is likely exacerbating the issue we're seeing in cluster 15. However, we still believe these demand drivers are really the primary contributor to cluster size that we're seeing in cluster 15. Battery systems are a key beneficiary of these drivers. We're seeing a huge uptick in BESS IRs in both cluster 14 and 15. In cluster 15 alone, I think BESS comprises roughly half of the megawatts and a little more than half of the number of projects filed. So this shouldn't really be surprising. BESS is a unique technology, can serve to both mitigate transmission constraints, but it is also itself limited in terms of its production profile. And we're talking about 4-hour systems, the need to charge from the grid or a corresponding renewable resource. So when you're comparing it to other technologies like thermal generators, renewables, you likely need to have more of them. And so this is certainly going to lead to bloated queues like we're seeing. So all of this is to say that the problem we're experiencing is rational and can likely be controlled via the implementation of new constraints within the existing process rather than a complete overhaul. So moving on to our proposal. So we're looking at a way to effectively leverage what has been in place and is what has worked for over a decade in CAISO. The reform options that were presented by CAISO in the issue paper really did represent fundamental changes to a process that has been undeniably successful. I'm looking at kind of a live look at what's happening in CAISO right now, and I think we've got about 14.5 gigawatts of solar currently operating. That is certainly a success in my mind that we've been able to get that much solar online, and we're continuing to study 3x that in the queue. So while it's natural to seek to blow things up when we're faced with this seemingly unsurmountable challenge, large and disruptive changes also tend to be accompanied by a number of unintended consequences. So our approach was to think about how do we leverage what is existing and successful to ensure minimal market disruption. We placed a large degree of emphasis on wanting to continue to maintain the checks and balances of the current system, wherein the CPUC drives planning level assumptions and procurement goals, as Jared summarized so well earlier. LSEs identify the most competitive assets for their portfolios to procure from, and developers have clear guidelines to work within to continue to foster a competitive ecosystem. So with that, similar to what AES was describing, we think instituting readiness criteria, a scoring system, along with setting some forms of caps on the number of projects and the amount of capacity that will be studied in any given cluster, that will help ensure that the pre-cluster 14 study timeline, so basically 8 months to get to your phase 1s and then another 9 months to get to your phase 2s, that can be achieved with certainty and regularity, as we saw prior to cluster 14. So the establishment of reasonable total queue capacity, maximum number of projects, can be done in a variety of ways. I think AES had a proposal on limiting it to where there's available transmission capacity. I have concerns with that because I still have no clarity as to what that truly means. Does that mean deliverable capacity as we define deliverability? Does that mean thermal capacity? Certain constraints can be overcome by the use of RAS and other mitigants. Storage may change the amount of certain technologies I can put on. There's just a lot of gray area in that for me, and so I would prefer not to limit it to what is an ill-defined term, at least ill understood on my end, and instead have some other means of determining that maximum, which is part of our proposal here. We are proposing it's tagged to kind of historical performance. What is the CAISO and the PTO successfully processed in prior queues in terms of total capacity, total number of projects? With that is also important, and it's not something that we are talking about today, but how do we continue to manage the existing queue and weed out projects that are not moving forward? That is essential to the success of what we're proposing as well. So we would then institute readiness criteria, similar to what we see in the TPD process, and similar to what AES just described on site control status, permitting status, offtake status, to score and rank interconnection requests. There could be some really interesting concepts that could be introduced into the readiness criteria, such as buying points for certain criteria, where a developer could submit a non-refundable deposit to essentially achieve a higher score. It's kind of a twist on some of the auction style proposals that have been offered, but would allow basically developers who have a high degree of conviction on a project to ensure it's going to be studied, or at least give it a better chance of being studied in a particular process. And then only projects up to the established caps would be accepted in a given cluster. So if there's a couple hundred gigawatts that are proposed, and we're only going to study up to 40 gigawatts, the top 40 gigawatts scored would be included. If you didn't quite make the cut, you could come back next year, because we now have certainty that the timelines will be consistent and you will have another cluster study process the following year, and you can take that year to improve the score of your project to hopefully put it in a better position for the next year. So just a very brief example of this using the existing queue and kind of clusters 1 through 14 as the historical precedent here. We see clusters 12 and 13, again, prior to cluster 14, which were conducted on the timelines that we had been so familiar with. Saw about 42 gigawatts of projects. The highest number of projects, cluster 4 had 189, but clusters 12 and 13 were in the 150 range. So I used 42 gigawatts and 150 as those hypothetical caps. If we look at cluster 15, and apologize, I think I have a typo in my total on cluster 15 at 192 gigawatts.
And excuse me, would you mind just advancing the slide, Michelle? Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, I thought when I advanced it, it would advance it for everybody, but thank you. And so there may be a typo in the total here, but it doesn't change what I'm describing here. So essentially, you would have buckets of scored projects. We could see how many gigawatts of capacity we're able to achieve those scores. We would identify what is the constraining factor. Is it the number of projects? Is it the total amount of capacity? And that would serve as the cutoff for which projects actually make it into cluster 15 or the cluster at hand. So at that, I will stop and open it up for any questions.
All right, I don't see any on WebEx at this time. Any questions in person?
Present.
Okay, I think I heard there's no questions in person at this time.
Thank you all.
All righty. Well, thank you, Michael. Thanks for joining us today. We'll move on to New Leaf Energy. All right, so our presenters, Rachel Bird and Brian Korpix, they're going to be presenting for us in person. So we'll give them a few minutes to join us at the podium.
Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Hi, I'm Rachel Bird. I'm a consultant to New Leaf Energy, and I'm joined by Brian Korpix. New Leaf Energy is an independent developer of solar and storage resources, which was spun out of Borrego Solar last year. The proposal we're presenting today is one we've actually advanced both in the IPE and the Deliverability Assessment Methodology Initiative. And I'm just acknowledging that up front in case it rings any bells to those of you from another forum. We recognize there's a lot of cross-pollination there and appreciate the opportunity to present it here in this discussion. Next slide, please. So our proposal focuses on prioritizing local RA. So before Brian gets into the how that would work, I wanted to spend a minute on why we should even entertain that as a goal in this forum. Increasing the pool of local RA resources would enhance competition, reduce the market power of incumbent generators in local capacity areas, and deliver ratepayer benefits as well as other benefits. Of course, there's reliability benefits. The very nature of local RA means that system RA can't be relied upon in reliability events to serve load in local capacity areas. And of course, related to concept one, the category for this proposal today, there's a really close linkage between the CAISO's target transmission zones and the local capacity areas. I do want to spend a minute on ratepayer benefits because those show up in a number of ways. First, historically and generally, local RA commands a higher price than system RA. Perhaps to an even greater impact, though, increasing the pool of local RA resources would reduce the reliance on RMR contracts. And just for example, just for one example of many, back in 2018, the Metcalf gas plant RMR contract was valued at about 2x the going rate of local RA in its LCA in that year. So these are really significant ratepayer impacts. It would also reduce reliance on backstop procurement and on transmission costs to serve that local load. Increasing local RA resources, increasing the volume of them would help the state meet its greenhouse gas reduction goals. Most of the state's thermal fleet is in local capacity areas, and the forecasted retirement of those resources really makes the need more acute for us all to think about how we can commercialize and get procured new local RA resources. And finally, we of course anticipate that load growth will mostly occur in the areas of the state that are most developed and populated, which are largely the local capacity areas. So with all of that table set, I'm going to turn it over to Brian to actually get into what New Leaf is proposing here.
Next slide, please. So building on AES's and Intersect Power's presentations just a minute ago that discussed scoring criteria for CAISO's Concept 1, which is the zonal approach to accepting interconnection requests, we would propose an additional criterion to be used in selecting which projects CAISO would study. And our proposal would have CAISO assign a higher number of points to projects located within local capacity areas within those targeted zones. Next slide, please. And now this second part of our local RA proposal, we recognize that this could live either in the IPE or in CAISO's deliverability initiative, but wanted to present it here to you all. So this proposal would tweak the TPD allocation process to prioritize local RA resources. And so the graphic on the right there is from the BPM for GIDAP, which shows the scoring system CAISO uses to award deliverability when there are more resources that are seeking it than deliverability that is available. And so our proposal would have CAISO consider whether a resource is in a local capacity area and then award an additional amount of points and a significant amount of points to those projects. Next slide, please. And we just wanted to make the connection to the IPE principles that we've spent a lot of time developing in this process. So regarding principle 3, our proposal recognizes that procuring local RA has grown more difficult for the LSEs due to the scarcity of the resources. And our proposal would help ensure that there are more commercially viable local RA resources available to procure. And then regarding principle 5, the state's reliance on natural gas plants to provide local RA has sort of undermined progress towards the SB 100 goals. And so our proposal would make it easier for new local RA resources to get deliverability, to be commercially viable, and to come online. And finally, I'll mention that SOCIA expressed support for our local RA proposal in their comments on the CAISO deliverability initiative. And, you know, we'd welcome feedback either here or offline from you all. And I will hand it back to Rachel.
Next slide, please. Okay, last thing is actually not related to local RA and is not New Leaf Energy's idea, but we wanted to express our support for the CAISO's proposal from its white paper to utilize distribution factors or DFACs in the TPD allocation process This would fit very neatly into the scoring rubric that already exists in the BPM that Brian showed just a minute ago, and could help ensure that projects that would have the least grid congestion are prioritized for TPD, and would encourage the maximum quantity of megawatts to be awarded for TPD over the same poles and wires infrastructure. Finally, this could be utilized in queue entry as well. I was actually thinking about this during AES's proposal, that in perhaps that annual report that AES proposed or something similar, the CAISO could consider publishing each POI's defects as it relates to known binding constraints, so that developers could have even more information when citing their projects prior to applying for queue entry. And I think that's it. Like Brian said, we welcome feedback on any of these ideas. We've been trying to kind of socialize them offline a little bit, and our email addresses are on the next slide. Next slide, please. Happy to take any questions.
For folks that are joining via WebEx, again, just a reminder, you can ask questions by raising your hand using the icon in the bottom right toolbar, or putting your question into the chat, and I will read them aloud for you. Are there any questions in person?
Yes, EDF Renewables, Eusebio Arbayo. How often are the local RA numbers revised? And then 2, how does this align with the CPUC's resource portfolios?
When you say local RA numbers, do you mean the lines, the actual geography of the local capacity areas?
How often are the reports published, and are they for short-term focus or long-term focus solutions?
I believe that's an annual process, but I don't want to speak out of turn if anyone else knows up here.
And what's the long-term outlook on it? What's the timeline or the time horizon?
I'm not sure the answer to that.
And lastly, how does this align with the CPC's resource portfolio, since it's part of Concept 1 and Principle 1?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the PUC's portfolios haven't actually looked at local RA itself in recent years, and the procurement orders that Jared reviewed for us were mostly for system RA, but I don't believe that reflects a lack of need. I think the pricing alone would tell you that there's still a demand from the LSEs for more of these resources, and certainly prior to the advent of the CPE, the volume of waivers for local RA would also tell you that there's a need. So I would posit maybe this is something the PUC's process should include a little bit more closely, but I don't want to speak for Jared, who maybe just didn't get into that a little bit more closely today.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the proposal. I know RA is a reliability component, but one of the priorities is policy-driven developments, since we're trying to meet the 2045 state goals. So, but thank you. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. And we can follow up offline to continue that discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And there's 2 more questions in the room. Thanks, Rachel. Really interesting proposal. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. A really interesting proposal, and I really hope that we as a group keep talking about it. Prioritizing reliability in the interconnection request intake process is a great idea. I just want to make sure that I clearly understood your proposal. You are proposing both the scoring system in the IR process and changes to the TPD process, which comes after phase 2?
That's right.
Okay, but no specific proposal at this time for the IR scoring system, just open to discussing that?
We didn't put forward a recommended number of points for either milestone. I seemed a little premature for that at this point. I really appreciate that AES did put some numbers out there. I think right now we just want to make sure that this criteria or this potential criteria is in the mix for discussion. And when we start to align on more of what that framework looks like, I think we'd want to get into numbers then. But as Brian said, for now, we're just saying it should be in the mix and hopefully significant in both processes.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. The scoring system is a good idea. I hope we keep talking about that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I also want to echo, I think it's great you brought this forward. You asked for feedback, so I wanted to give you real-time feedback.
Great.
And I think it'll be very helpful. And for extra context, if you're not aware, we own the only legacy reliability must-run unit in California, the Oakland Power Plant. It's been around since the late 70s, RMR since the late 90s. It's plucking along. And we have 2 active projects to replace and retire it. So this is a very dear, this topic that you just raised is very close to Vistra, so thanks for that. We spent a significant amount of time thinking about it, which is why I have real-time feedback.
Great.
So I think the idea of scoring is a great idea. I think it has to be, you would want different levels of scoring. So I would give the highest number of points to the local RA areas that have a deficiency. I can't recall if it's 4 or 5 right now, but I know we have folks in the room who know that off the top of their head. After that, there's also a new piece of information that I think will be available both to the CAISO and the CPUC from a public perspective from the new RA decision that just got issued. So the new RA decision, the CPED is going to publish more granular information about the penalties. And so we as a group are going to be able to publicly see what the local requirement deficiencies are for different entities. So that can also give you data that you can then use to identify the next tier would be your example, Rachel, of, well, there's load serving entities that are struggling with local. Well, we need to see data publicly that can support that kind of scoring. But luckily, we just have a decision that just got approved, and we will be able to see that data soon. So that could be your 3rd highest point level. After that, you could have a lower point for local, but the feedback I'm trying to give you is there's different tiers of urgency on developing of local resources that California is facing right now. And you want to stack it in those different levels.
Your line is now unmuted.
We might not actually have a pressing need, to Seb's point, in just every local area. Some of them are pretty flush, and so they may not need a large point. And so when we think about it, I recommend thinking about it like that. The last thing I'll say is a company that has an RMR, actively trying to replace it, that has deliverability secured for all those projects, it's actually not the most binding issue. The most binding issue to the question Seb had is CAISO studies a 1-year and a 5-year case in their local reliability studies. The CPUC has a 3-year forward local RA requirement that do not include area deficiencies. They do not include requirements to procure new resources to cure the deficient areas, nor does it have a requirement that kind of emphasizes in that procurement requirement getting new resources so that there's maybe some surplus so that we can avoid some waivers. So there's some pretty big design changes that we need on the RA side. And Vistra submitted proposals in the phase 3. So we submit phase 3 proposals to address this issue for the local capacity program. And they were not picked up by the CPUC, but we are hopeful, and I'll plug to Jared, we are hopeful that we can have more conversations about this because it is a pressing, important issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I think your suggestion about looking at the different needs among the different LCAs makes a ton of sense. And thanks for flagging your comments too.
Hi, this is Jane Luckhart from NCPA, and I understand that we are a relatively small load in the CAISO, but nonetheless, we are local regulatory authorities. And one thing I do want to note is just that load pays all costs. And so anything that we can do to reduce the ultimate cost to the consumers is really important. And so I want to give some support to adding a criteria that looks at establishing or placing facilities close to load. That's very important to us and for our members. It has been a significant factor in us keeping our costs to a reasonable level. And so we do want to have that as a focus. We also feel that, so I want to kind of support that in New Leaf's proposal. And we also feel like there needs to be a place for LSC identified or local regulatory authority identified needs and have that be added to the scoring criteria. I didn't see it in AES's proposal very strongly or the one after that, but it needs to be added in there somewhere, and we're slightly different from how the IOUs and PUC procurement is done. So we'd be looking for that to be a factor as well in the determination. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's what I had in response to this proposal, but I do appreciate folks advocating locating close to load, and I do think it will be a lower cost option ultimately for the consumers.
Thank you.
Sit in the room. Oh, hold on.
Thank you. Jason Berwin, Grid Store. Appreciate your presentation. I also just wanted to add a +1 that I think the local capacity deficiency issue is a serious one that can be addressed in the scoring, as you've discussed. Just based on Jared's presentation this morning, maybe more of a question than a comment. The bus bar mapping methodology includes a consideration of local capacity requirements. You seem to indicate that that was a part of sort of the specific criteria for some of the resources there, and that feeds into the TPP. Is there a way you might just describe that in a little more detail while we're having this topic at the forefront?
Do you want to come up, Jared? Okay.
So I'll just note, so for the recent TVPs, it's actually in a more limited where we look at it for the storage resources only, sort of with the ISO's sort of, max for limit charging information for the local areas. So we incorporate that information when we're looking at mapping standalone storage primarily. I'll note that we are, particularly with recent legislation, looking at sort of a more of a focus on sort of how do we incorporate local areas into more general resource mapping, and that's something that's an ongoing in development based on the recent legislation.
Got it. Thank you. I think that, per our earlier discussion here of the snake eating its tail, alignment of criteria seems like a worthwhile goal wherever we can find it. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? That's it for here.
All right, well, thank you, Rachel and Brian. So now we'll break for a 15-minute break. And then when we return, we'll return at 10:50. We'll move to LSA and a presentation from Susan Schneider. Thank you.
Guys, we need to start back up. Hello?
Close.
All right. Everybody, we're going to get started. If folks in the room could sit back down, we're going to do a slight change in the schedule, and Clearway is going to go next. So Sushant, I think, is coming up, and we'll get started in a minute. Everyone in the room, we need you to sit down. If anyone can whistle, that would be helpful.
All right, let's get started.
Okay, I think we're getting ready to resume. If everyone can get back to their seats.
Hey, real quick, can we open up the line for Susan Schneider?
Going by your schedule, and hello, can you hear me?
He's not with grades me anymore.
Hello?
Yeah, I can
Hello, this is Susan. Can you hear me?
Hi, Susan. We're just settling in the room now.
Hi, I just
We
want to
can
let you
hear
know, I was going by your schedule and I actually have a problem with the change. I have a noon appointment. I apologize, but I'm not sure if that will work here or what's gone on, what you're doing with the schedule.
Susan, if we could just flip you and Clearway and have you go next. I know Sushant has a conflict as well at 11. So that should give both of you time to go before noon.
Okay, all right, that's
Yeah,
fine.
and
As long as
next
I can
era-
finish by noon, that should be fine.
Next era also has a conflict around noon as well, which is, we flipped them as well.
I'm sorry, so am I going to be done by noon or not? I don't understand what you're doing.
And next era no longer has a conflict. So we can have them, we can go Clearway, LSA, next era.
Okay, sounds
thank
good.
you.
So Susan, you'll be around 11:10-ish and hopefully done by 11:30.
Okay, that should be fine. Thanks so much.
All right, sounds like we're situated in the room. So let's hand it over to Clearway.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sushant Barve. I'm the Director of Grid Integration at Clearway Energy Group. And great to see you all. Thanks to the ISO leadership and staff for putting together a very proactive enhancement initiative and seeking valuable input from all the stakeholders. We just have a couple of slides. We were not sure whether our proposals fall under problem statement 1 or 2. I believe it's at an intersection of both because some of our points and proposals also address existing queue management, but we are hoping we'll find an appropriate home for what we are trying to propose here. We can go to the next slide. So our first topic is around TPD allocation process for pre-cluster 15 projects. And this is mainly a timing challenge that we have worked through and realized that it's going to be an issue moving forward. So we wanted to bring that up either as part of problem statement 2 or if it fits better in problem statement 1, I think that's where we should talk about. The hypothesis behind this is that cluster 14 projects, one cluster behind cluster 15, which has not started studies, are going to be critical to meeting the portfolio targets at the 2033-2035 year, as well as a couple of interim years, which in our opinion are going to be very crucial. These are the projects that are going into the upcoming 2024 TPD allocation process, and that's where we think we need to give a serious attention and thought to how some of these rules could create issues for a window that is just outside of the midterm reliability procurement window. And when we work through when these cluster 14 projects are going into TPD allocation and by what year they have to show a PPA in order to stay in the interconnection queue, our insight was that that timeline falls somewhere around 2026, 27 as the latest case, assuming all combinations of whether these projects park, get another shot at deliverability, then get a short list, but then eventually have to show a PPA. So there is an escalating requirement for retention of TPD once a project gets deliverability allocation as well. And when we look at most of the upgrades that are going to enable this deliverability, those upgrades are not going to be in place at the earliest, I would say 2031. And that's where we see a major gap. Now, I think this applies to pre-cluster 15 as well as cluster 15 and moving forward. So it's not really an interconnection request intake problem or a proposal, but it sort of fits into that. I think some of the scoring ideas that people talked about could also leverage some of these ideas. Our concern is that most of the load serving entities are not going to be ready to sign any contracts or even shortlists 6+ years in advance of a deliverability upgrade being in place. And so this escalating TPD retention criteria is going to force out a lot of cluster 14 projects. Looking at the size of cluster 13, which is now scaled down to close to 16 gigawatt, comparing that with what the portfolio needs, which the total megawatt amount is 80 plus, and deliverable capacity out of that is still well upwards of 30 to 50 gigawatt, I think. That sort of confirms our hypothesis that cluster 14 is going to play a role. And now we see this hole in between on that swim lane between 2027 and 2031. And if we look at the interim portfolio build that CPUC has published, there is a big step up between 2027 and 2030, where we cannot expect cluster 15 projects or any of those to be ready, anywhere close to being ready to meet that need. And that's where we believe that there is some need to look at the TPD allocation rules, which we'll talk about on the next slide in terms of our proposals. So we think there is a dire need to relax this escalating TPD retention requirement. And specifically, we think it's only applicable for Group B and Group D. Group A, it doesn't matter. If there are projects in cluster 14 that can execute a PPA, which we think it's quite unlikely. There may be a few very specifically situated projects that are in that boat. But if a project has an executed PPA, we don't think there's any need to change any requirements to retain TPD. But if some projects get in on a short list, requiring them to show a path to an executed PPA or a regulator-approved PPA in the 2024-25 timeframe, when their deliverability is not going to be available before 2031, is going to be a stretch. And we have heard that from several off-takers as well, that they are very uncomfortable in making such a commitment. There may be arrangements made where a lot of projects do come into this boat, but we see a risk of unintended consequences or a twisted outcome of TPD allocation, where none of these projects are real projects that are going to meet that 27 through 2030 need for resource adequacy. And same thing applies to Group D. If at all any project showing up in Group D gets TPD allocation, those projects will still need some time to show their progress towards an executed PPA. And one of the principles here would be to not harm the later queued projects, which in this case, given that cluster 15, we are still talking about how to study cluster 15, which project should move forward in cluster 15. So we think there is at least 3, possibly 4 years before cluster 15 projects hit a TPD allocation study. So we don't believe that any of these later queued projects are being harmed by allowing some of the projects that are very well aligned with CPUC's portfolio in terms of geographical location, as well as very well timed in terms of ISO approving a massive transmission plan to enable deliverability. We believe these projects should be given additional time. And moving forward, so beyond cluster 15, there may be a need to look at this, and that's one of our broader solutions, which is the second bullet point here, to look at deliverability allocation and maybe turn it upside down and think about, is there an open window concept that should be worked backwards from when the earliest upgrades enabling deliverability are going to be in service, and start from, if the earliest upgrade shows up in 2030, maybe these projects don't need to go into deliverability allocation for the next 2-3 years. And then you open a window where several projects can compete for that capacity based on the timing of the upgrade. So yeah, these were our proposals on TPD allocation. I would like to open the line of Julia Zuckerman. She's our head of, she heads our external affairs team. And Julia, if you want to add anything to this point, and then we can go on to the second piece, which is interim deliverability.
Julia, if you, there we go, your hand raised. Julia, go ahead, your line is unmuted.
Thanks, can you all hear me?
Go ahead.
Great, thanks. I don't think I have anything to add on this slide, but I'll stay on to help answer questions.
Yeah, I think Jason has a question. Yeah.
Okay, Sean. Jason Foster here, Q Management, ISO. So I think this is actually an interesting slide. To me, it highlights a couple things. One, the importance that developers are placing on deliverability, and another conversation that we've had also is what does energy only look like, and our projects proceeding as energy only. So different discussion, understand that. I do think this is something we can maybe expand on the 24th. But my question for you, or maybe something to think about, is if the ISO does allow more time to stay in the queue and continue that short list and continue to seek a PPA, would there be, or could there be, or could we implement stricter consequences at the end of that if there was no PPA procured or executed? I have a few in mind, i.e. withdraw, but I'd like us to consider, if you're in the queue longer and you don't proceed, or you don't, you're seeking something and you don't get it, what is that consequence at the end?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think as long as any later queued projects are not hurt because of this additional gap being created, it's a natural gap being created because the study process itself is being pushed forward. In that case, maybe no need for additional adverse conditions on the projects. But if it gets into where these projects start to compete with cluster 15 beyond how normally N-1 cluster competes with cluster N for 1 year, if these projects are allowed to go beyond that, I think it's a fair question. In that case, maybe a higher penalty or some level of projects required to have more skin in the game to stay in would be fair. Yep. I think we should take any other questions on this and then move to the next one.
Thanks for the slides. It's very helpful and very interesting points that we do have the same concern on the cluster 14. So I have one clarification question to ask that, are you proposing this to apply only cluster 14 or cluster 14 and beyond?
So at this point, our proposal is for pre-cluster 15, but I think the same principles would apply to cluster 15 as well. So it is, I do think it's sort of in queue management problem statement too, but it can also translate itself into cluster 15 and how those projects are treated.
Okay, from what I remember, the cluster 13 has already passed the eligibility for parking and already withdrawn or proceed with energy only. So it will not apply to any pre-cluster 13.
Right. I believe those projects, Jason, have already been forced to either convert to energy only or make their choices. So that's true. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's continue that topic on the 24th.
Okay.
For sake of time.
It looks, is there a question from Julia on WebEx?
No, she's here to help Shashank with questions. So no questions on WebEx at this time.
I think we can go to the next slide then. That's a second topic in our proposals. This is around the need for assurance of interim deliverability. This, again, I think it applies to pre-cluster 15 as well as moving forward in cluster 15 or beyond. And this concern, or the part of the problem statement, stems from some of the projects where we have seen a lot of projects with their backfeed can be ready in, say, 48 months or 36 months, but their deliverability upgrades are not ready for 60 or 72 months. And this is not just cluster 14. We have also seen this on a few projects starting way back in cluster 9 through 12 as well. These projects receive interim deliverability or a contractable assurance of interim deliverability only a year before they get onto NQC list. And our thinking here is that a lot of value is being left on the table because these are interconnection ready projects, which prior to their deliverability upgrade being in place, could access available capacity on transmission system. And at least a few anecdotal projects that we have tested, we have seen that yes, there is significant amount of interim deliverability available, but there is no framework to provide a contractable assurance of that interim deliverability, which the off-takers can rely on and say, yes, we would sign a contract for 75% of your capacity if you get that interim deliverability, and then we take it to the financiers or lenders. So there is no framework for giving that assurance that can go all the way from a PPA to financing a project. And we are trying to bridge that gap. Where it becomes critical for cluster 14 and 15 is we are seeing longer upgrade duration. And that means more projects are likely to be in this situation where their interconnection upgrades at substation could be 36 to 48 months, but their deliverability will not be available for another 3 years. And that's the time in between where we think it's critical for the ratepayers to access that capacity if the transmission system has that ability to support these projects, because not all queued projects are going to be online in that duration. So our proposal is to create this framework. We completely understand that this is going to create more study work for ISO, and it is a problem where there could be a lot of possibilities of how to study 15 different projects in a study zone for interim deliverability. Do you take them one by one, 5 at a time, 3 at a time? That I think we would have to work through, maybe some sort of ranking process there for which projects are ripe for accessing that interim deliverability could be worked through. But we think this is a topic that's worth giving that attention to, and also investing those study resources because there is available capacity on transmission that today nobody is using. Yeah, at this point, I think we'll open it up for questions.
There are no questions online. Are there any in person?
There's no questions in the room.
The MMA one we are talking in the next session, right? Or yes. Okay, all right, yeah. So our next slide will be next week. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So next up, we will move to Susan Schneider with LSA. So Susan, we'll be moving you to panelist, so you can share your webcam if you'd like to. And then just a reminder to just say next slide when you're ready for us to advance for you.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right, so I would actually like you to do the slides if that's okay. I don't mind doing that. I do want to say that LSA, you've got a situation here where we've gone through this process very quickly, and we have not had a chance to do, if we can go to the next slide, please. We've not had a chance within LSA to actually work through in any comprehensive way a big end-to-end solution for what to do here. Would you mind advancing the slides, please? I'm not seeing them advancing here. Oh, there we go. Okay. And so what you have here basically is you've got several LSA members, Clearway and others that are producing, are part of the presentation and the presenters in this process. And we're delighted to have them do their own presentations, but we have not really had enough time, given this and the deliverability assessment issues and all the other things going on, to actually sit through as LSA and work through a comprehensive list. So what we have here is several enhancements, and we have recommendations for problem statement 1 and 2, and we had a little bit of scrambling at the last minute, understanding from last Friday that they were going to be 2 separate sessions divided that way. But there is a little duplication between here and some of the others because several of the LSA members are presenting separately. And so we'll try and do some consolidation as we can, but I will try not to duplicate anything that anyone's already said. And hopefully when other people get to theirs, we can, they can do the same. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so we have a list of improvements. Actually, it looks like I had color-coded some things here that did not end up being well, okay. Anyway, what we are proposing here is several process enhancements, and these enhancements are intended to apply almost whatever framework the CAISO does with the rest of the process. And so, if there's an auction process, for example, some of this might have to be modified, but most of the things seem to be following sort of a concept 1 or a combined concept 1 and 2. And this is sort of the list of things that we're proposing. Some of them will be discussed here today, and some are going to defer until the next time. So let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so one of these is incorporating advanced technology, or basically process improvements here. It looks like some of this might have been well, okay. It looks to me, it looks like some of this may have been changed a little. So let me keep going here. Okay, so we're proposing, and the middle one there, I think, is going to go more into the to the next time. But we're proposing to incorporate advanced technology and some AI type technology, and we don't really have specifics here, but that there probably are some parts of the process, like processing applications, maybe the validation process, running parts of the studies, that maybe the CAISO could consider adopting AI technology to do some of this, obviously in a way that is understandable and not so black box as some of the AI applications to date. But the idea that some of this could be perhaps automated or done in a more efficient way that doesn't require and place the same burden on PTOs and their staff to do this, and the CAISO staff as well. We are proposing, and we'll talk some more about this next time, to expand the list of changes that do not require material modification assessments. So again, we'll talk about that a little more next time, but the idea that there's a lot of things that possibly shouldn't require hand processing here that could be done more automatically, including updating of RIMs by developers when they want to make these changes instead of wholly separate applications. And then this, I'm not going to go through too much of this in the next one, because Clearway already did discuss this. But the idea that there is a problem where, and this is maybe a little more detail here, but problems where you've got TPD awards that are coming in the next cycle, but the FCDS will not be done until 2030 or 2032. The issue is they can execute PPAs now, but then there's a huge risk that they may not have interim deliverability, or they could delay their CODs to match the upgrade construction timelines, but then they're not coming in until 2030 or something like that. And so they won't be able to necessarily get the PPAs they need for retention, because there isn't any procurement authorization that far in advance. So this is again sort of a summary of Clearway, so I'm not going to go through this in detail, but going through and either giving long-term interim deliverability certainty, which we think is actually the preferable solution, because that will allow projects to execute the PPAs to reach the CODs they have, knowing, at least giving some security that they will have interim deliverability sooner. So otherwise they're left with this huge long gap and a big risk potentially if they do execute the PPAs, and the LSEs themselves will not be able to necessarily count on that deliverability in the interim process, or as Clearway suggested, consider delaying the required PPA showings. That does mean that there's more projects that linger in the queue. It means that there's more uncertainty about whether the projects may keep their deliverability. So that is, I think, we think maybe a second best approach. The better thing would be to give some better certainty for interim deliverability, so the projects will not be delayed and can proceed. If they can physically be constructed earlier, then they can proceed to do that, including with that PPA support. Can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, we're also proposing as part of this supplementation of the initial project study list. And there's a good analogy here, and we had a little discussion before about the CPUC, where they have a very detailed and sophisticated screening methodology to look to see where projects they think projects will locate, and then the bus bar mapping uses all of that for the data that goes into the TPP. Well, and the reason they look at commercial interest is because, as we said, some of that is not captured in the very sophisticated scoring process. So here we feel also that there is a need for a supplementation of any kind of selection whether criteria, whether it's limiting the interconnection request to the transmission zones and preferred zones, any kind of readiness kind of scoring system that has some projects, you know, above or below the line, and that you really cannot capture all the aspects of how desirable projects are, or beneficial or ready they might be. So we think that whatever process you use to do that initial screening, that there should be a supplemental, we called it an appeals process, an alternative process, some kind of chance to demonstrate, or you know, potentially even through a third-party consultant study or other means, that a project that may not score as high maybe has other aspects that should be considered. The LCR criteria could be part of this, for example. If there's unique operational capabilities that maybe are needed in a particular area, for example, some projects really are limited to locations in only specific areas, maybe that should be considered here. Any social benefits, low income disadvantage, that's a little bit already in the CPC process, but there may be other operational benefits, anything that says basically this project should get a second look, and should be included, even though it might not conventionally score highly or be in exactly the locations where people, you know, where that have been identified, that there should be some kind of appeals process for that. The CAISO could even consider outsourcing that, like they do for the negotiated default energy bids, to another party if they want to. But basically, there should be some way for a project to demonstrate its value, to be able to be studied and included on the list. And then there's certain interconnection requests, like it for repowering, where you're not looking at increasing POI capacity, but sometimes they still need a study. And there's some purposes where they're maybe changing their operations in some way. There's a notice of operational changes. Certain things where they're not adding POI capacity, but they're just maybe changing the nature of their operation, but there's no physical facilities necessarily that, you know, at least for this that are project specific, that might be needed, that maybe those could be included as well. So all overall, basically a way to supplement the process that may be determined by some other way, so projects could be included. Moving to the next slide, please. Okay, option B reform, and LSA has brought this up several times in the last few years. But option B, in our opinion, is not actually an option at all, because nobody actually picks it. There have been no transmission that has ever been built under option B, and an option that is not really an option is just not really an option. So it looks though if projects want to be studied in some way, that at least under the concept 1 framework, or perhaps concept 2 as well, that they would that they really should have some way, or some feasible way to have transmission built under this framework. And so we don't think that we think these would benefit the entire process if this could be made a more efficient and feasible process. And we've included a few suggestions here that we think would be fair and might actually work. This is not a universe of things that could be used to improve option B, but I'll just go through this real quickly because it's the last thing we have here. So, you know, for example, if projects are sharing an option B upgrade, let's say there's 2 or 3 projects and they actually agree to do that, they have to make security postings, but if one of them withdraws from the queue, then that money goes to ratepayers. Well, really, that money, that security is there so that if it were a PTO building an option, for example, or you know, having to do it, then the PTO would get, you know, maybe have money to do it. But in this case, if there's other projects that have agreed to take this risk and one of them withdraws from the queue, that security ought to go to the projects that are now having to bear those costs. That's money that was put up for that process. Assuming there's no cost cap, then there should be, this was, I think, referred to as option C in the last workshop, that if it turns out that, you know, half the people drop out that are doing an option B, or if the costs go up considerably in general for the project, that those projects should have the option to go back and say, well, all right, I'd really rather have option A, and I'm going to give up, I'll compete with everyone else for the TPD that's available, but I can't fund this project, you know, this upgrade anymore. It's not really clear what happens. Would they have to withdraw? I mean, it's not really clear, and we really think they should have the option to go back and at least not be any worse off than if they hadn't done it in the first place, assuming, you know, invoice has been paid and all of that. That the sponsors of option B projects should receive compensation. There is a provision for CRR, which we'll talk about in a minute, but they should have the opportunity to come in and demonstrate that the upgrade actually, because it will be part of the regular transmission system and anyone will have the opportunity to use it, that if there are ratepayer benefits from it, then they should receive some compensation. Also, if it's used to provide deliverability or interconnection capacity to other projects, that they should get some compensation for that because are funding those upgrades. So that is one item here. Another, going into the CRR revenues, it's not clear when or how the CRR thing works, and that has not been a really popular option either. But to the extent there's any CRR potential, that's just something that could be provided earlier in the process, so that before the option A and B elections, so that developers have some idea of whether they should expect anything from that. I think generally anything with CRRs, people pretty much roll their eyes and say, well, they counted as zero. But if there is any potential for CRR revenues or any of these other, revenue sources, that is something that should be done before the election is made, or very, very early. And then also, and this is something that's come up recently, I was actually surprised by it, it was brought up by a client, that if you fund an ADNU, if you actually go option B and you fund an ADNU, well, then your project should get FCDS. Why should you have to go through the TPD allocation process if you've already funded the upgrade needed for it? I think there's a precedent. The interim West of Devers upgrades a long time ago, when there was an opportunity for projects waiting for deliverability to fund an upgrade to get their earlier deliverability, and they were allowed to. Those actual projects did get the benefit of the upgrades that they funded. And so this seems like a very fair thing, and something that should be built into the process. So again, this is not the universe of things that should be or could be done to option B to make it more viable. But if it is going to actually be something that projects might need to use and a tool, and to make it a valuable tool, this and other changes should be made to it. So I think that's my last slide here for today. And so I can, whoops, I'm sorry, one more. This is, I wasn't sure where if the home was here in the other day we're talking about. This was because, again, we had no real internal consensus on what to do here exactly, other than the fact is that we had pointed out, and the CAISO already had a proposal and a question in an earlier, just the last IPE, about whether energy-only projects should be allowed to stay in the queue forever. And the CAISO decided, in addition to enforcing milestones, that the CAISO would actually already enforce the tariff provision that's there, that says if a project wants to go beyond 7 years at least, that they should have to basically demonstrate that it will take longer, that it wasn't their fault, and that whatever those obstacles were, that they have been cleared and they can actually achieve their new proposed COD. We don't necessarily oppose a viability demonstration, but it seems like before you get to that point, that you really should see what the process is that you already said you were going to do. And it hasn't really been very long since that was adopted, so it'd be good to get some information on what has exactly happened here, and has this been effective, and do you really need more? There's not that much energy only that's actually made it over to COD, but that would be one way to approach it. Just see what's up, see what you've already done, and then see what you need after that. Okay, and I do think that was my last one for today, but I'm sorry. I think some of this actually was intended to be in the next one, and I'm not sure that. Well, anyway, okay.
We can skip over this for today and just pick up again on the 24th.
I think we should skip over this. I'm wondering if the right version of this whole thing got posted, but that's okay. I think we made it through it today, so we're good. And so anyway, we'll talk about this some more next time. Okay,
right.
so I think that I have finished at least what I had intended to talk about today, and I want to see if there's any questions or comments from anyone.
There are no questions online. Any questions in person?
There are no, oh, there's one question in the room.
Hello. Hi, Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. Very interesting ideas in the option B reform. One thing, that we, I think, had raised before, but, for option A, like if you choose option A first, but you're kind of stuck there and not getting TPD allocation, if you have, I don't know if it's after 1 year or something along those lines, the opportunity to go into some option B path, whether LSA is open to that or other feedback on that idea?
Yeah, I'd have to check with the members, but I think that people would be open to that. I think anything that gets, some additional transmission done and allows projects to move forward, even if they have to carry their own weight, that I think that the members would probably support that. And nobody could kick me under the table here, obviously, but subject to check. I think that probably would be, based on our discussions, an acceptable thing.
Thanks.
Real quick, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks so much, Susan, for that presentation. I had a quick question for you about a couple slides back, just on your summary. The idea about the disconnect between the viable COD dates and what the procurements are, I think you flagged as, go back one more.
Further back.
Yeah, farther back.
One more.
One more. Yes. Okay, so in your summary of this impossible Group BD situation, you flagged kind of the interim deliverability thing that I know Shashan talked about as well, but your other sub-bullet I wanted to ask you a quick question on. The delaying of the CODs to match the upgrade construction timeline, but the fact that there may not be PPAs that are eligible for that. This is one area that, CAISO had, I think, asked, like, how could maybe CAISO help inform the CPUC's processes? One of the, I think the first workshop we talked about that. And I was wondering if you think that there is a role for the CAISO upfront to provide more transparency to the CPUC's IRP team that does the procurement orders on what those viable COD dates are, so that when they're looking at their plans and what they're looking to require, for example, like Shashangi said, 2032, here's a slew of projects that fit within that plan, but their in-service dates aren't until 2032. That seems like some additional transparency that CAISO could give to the CPUC that could at least allow for the PPAs. Do you think that would help?
Yeah, I mean, ordering earlier PPAs would be better too. But I think the issue we were trying to get at here is that these projects could physically come online earlier. I mean, they could come online maybe in 2027 or 2028, maybe 2026 for some of them, depending on where they are in the process. And so the idea is that it would be better for everyone if they could come online earlier rather than later. But that won't happen because they can't sign PPAs and be at risk for 4 years of interim deliverability that they may or may not be able to provide. And they can't, and if they can delay to 2032, in which case, yes, of course, they should tell the CPUC should know when these projects are planning to come online. But the better idea would be is if they could continue on their current trajectory when they actually are, as Clearway pointed out, these are actually needed projects before 2030 or 2032. But that won't happen unless they can get PPAs, and that won't happen unless there's some interim deliverability so the LSC and the developer can have the certainty that they will actually have that RA at the times when they need it. So yeah, I think if projects are not coming online and feasibly can't come online until 2032, yes, absolutely, the CPUC should know that. But if projects can come online earlier with just some more information that enables the PPAs to be signed and the projects to be developed, that is probably the better solution.
That's really helpful, Susan. I would just encourage you to think about them as potentially paired. I think we need both improvements in the IEP as well as better communication to the CPUC so that their CODs for compliance are more aligned with what's feasible. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, any other in-person questions?
No in-person questions at this time.
All right, well, thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
So next we'll move to Next Era. Jim Shandolov will be presenting, I believe he's in person. So while he gets situated, just to run you through the remainder of this morning's schedule, we're gonna go through next era's presentation, hopefully wrap up by 11:50, and then we'll have Vistra present, hopefully wrap up at 12:10 as well, and then break for lunch. So with that, we'll get started with next era.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jim Shandelov with NextEra. NextEra has been doing business in California since the early 1990s, and today we have 5 gigawatts of either wind, solar, and storage, either operating or under construction. So I've heard a lot of good comments today from other speakers. I'll reference some of those as we go. But if we can go to the next slide, please. And talk about interconnection process enhancements. Next slide. All right, really the key messages here that I'm going to talk about are raising the barriers to entry to getting into the interconnection queue and staying in the queue. It's having more skin in the game through higher deposit amounts, more stringent site exclusivity criteria, as well as ways to expedite the process and automate the study process to some extent to get results faster. Next slide, please. Okay, so today it's $150,000 to enter the queue, which is a very low barrier to entry. If we're talking about building projects that are 1, 2, 3, 500 megawatts each, and investing $200 million to say even $1 billion to build a 500 or 600 megawatt project, $150,000 fee is almost a rounding error in the whole context of the project. So one of the things we'd like to see is less speculative projects in the queue. And one way to accomplish that is with higher fees to come in. So as a starting point, just to enter the queue, we propose a $100,000 non-refundable fee. So if you go all the way to a scoping meeting and you withdraw, that $100,000 is gone. So in addition, we're talking about suggesting a deposit at $8,000 per megawatt. This is not dissimilar to what is done in other RTOs in the country. The $8,000 per megawatt fee would be fully refundable. So it is strictly a deposit. So if you're talking about a 500 megawatt project, and there's plenty of those in the queue right now, and even bigger ones, that's a $4 million deposit for what is ultimately an $800, $900 million project. This $8,000 per megawatt will be fully refundable if you withdraw within 30 days following the scoping meeting. And even if you withdraw later in the process, this money comes back to you except for the actual study costs incurred. So suggesting that as one way to take a few speculative projects out of the queue. Next slide, please. Okay, and then under today's tariff, we're suggesting slightly higher deposits for phase 1 security postings and phase 2 security postings. Today they're at 15% after phase 1 and 30% after phase 2. We're suggesting just ratcheting those up a little bit, again, to reduce the amount of speculation and make developers think a little harder about whether to advance after phase 1 or to advance after phase 2. The refund criteria would be just as it is today, where 50% of your network upgrade deposit is at risk, less any costs actually incurred by the PTO. Okay, next slide, please. Regarding site exclusivity, we think this is one of the easier things to implement. We don't have the visibility to know which projects in the queue have site control, which ones do not. But we understand in terms of what was implemented in some of the more recent reforms, cluster of 15 projects can post a deposit in lieu of to enter the queue, but then they have to demonstrate site exclusivity to go into the phase 2 study. We'd like to see that accelerated just to enter the queue. In other words, if you're going to quote unquote clog the queue, and if you've got 300 plus projects in cluster 15, how many of those can be eliminated if someone does not have site control? It will encourage developers to think more holistically about their projects and not just speculate as to what the grid can do for you, but what can you do for the grid, and can you come with a site when you enter the queue? We'd like to see that also implemented for cluster 14. So, and in terms of timing, so for cluster 14, certainly folks can continue with a deposit in lieu of under today's rules. Our recommendation is that upon the conclusion of the phase 2 studies for cluster 14, as it comes time to make your phase 2 security posting to proceed to the next step of an LGIA, that would also be an appropriate time to demonstrate site control rather than a deposit in lieu of. That timeline is close to a year from now. So there's plenty of time for anybody in cluster 14 to meet that requirement in order to proceed. In terms of how do you measure the minimum acreage requirement, this has been implemented in other ISOs as well. It's just a more clear definition about the acreage requirement to demonstrate exclusivity. I'll make one caveat on the storage for batteries. This assumes lithium ion. There may be other technologies that require more land, so that may have to be looked at additionally to make sure that the site control requirements can be met for specific storage technologies. Okay, next slide, please. All right, this is something that has been worked on in SPP, and there can be lessons taken away from SPP in terms of how interconnection requests are taken in and how they're processed. And there's an opportunity here to automate the process more. There's an opportunity here to run the studies faster using cloud computing technology. And without going into too much depth here, really, it's instructive to look at what SPP has done, and I've heard some other folks comment on this today as well, basically make the process more efficient and faster. Okay, next slide, please. Oh.
There's a question in the chat from Susan Schneider. Isn't 100% of the site exclusivity already required for C14 to enter phase 2?
No, is it?
This is 14 of that.
14, I think, still allows a deposit in lieu of to go to phase 2.
Yes, but they would lose it. It's not refundable if they withdraw.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Fair enough. Understood. So the dollars are at risk, but projects can still proceed speculatively for some period of time. Fair enough. Good point. Okay. Next slide, please. This is just a nice, pretty picture of transmission lines. All right. Next slide, please. Well, it's worth mentioning that NextEra is also a participating transmission owner through Transbay Cable, as well as Grid Alliance, which owns and operates transmission in Southern Nevada. Okay, some of these concepts have been discussed today already. So let's jump to the next slide and we'll talk about them more specifically. We heard a few others mention this. One time we've heard it mentioned as a tax holiday, but given the types of reforms we're talking about and potential additional financial requirements, site exclusivity requirements, we'd like to see an opportunity for projects to exit the queue, essentially for risk-free other than the costs actually incurred for their studies. So this would just help flush the queue and leave more viable projects in. Next slide, please. TPD allocation. A few others have mentioned this as well today. AES notably proposed a model of a scoring system for deliverability. We'd need more time to digest that. But the principle here is that we believe that projects should be allocated deliverability based on their score and not necessarily allocation group. There have been others that have talked here about the mismatch between the timing of commercial arrangements, the MTR procurement, and when deliverability is available, that may make it difficult for some projects to actually get a PPA because the procurement framework isn't there for it for something out in 2030. So what we propose is that projects be allocated deliverability based on their score. And in addition to that, something that was adopted in the last set of reforms is a minimum term of 5 years for RA contracts or a deposit of $10,000 per megawatt in lieu of. We'd like to see that ratcheted up to 10 years and $20,000. And the rationale on the 10 years is, again, that's a less speculative project. And it also aligns with the RPS rules that allow 2/3 or 65% of your RPS compliance requirement to be met by contracts 10 years or longer. So it align those principles better. And as many of you in the room are here familiar with how Cluster 13 played out, where a lot of projects didn't get deliverability, yet as you were submitting your affidavits for Cluster 13, there was a proposed TPP in the works. So you had visibility into what upgrades were going to happen, but cluster 13 didn't have the benefit of having access to those upgrades. So many cluster 13 projects, some of ours, and I'm sure some of yours, were converted to energy only in order to stay in the queue. Our proposal here is to allow those earlier queued projects, which really have a 2-year head start on cluster 14 and a significant head start on cluster 15, allow those projects to basically be on the same footing in pursuing deliverability. Because if you've got cluster 13 projects with CODs that are viable for, say, 2026, 2027, 2028, that's within the MTR procurement order timeline, and it's within authorized procurement. And to the extent those projects can get deliverability and have some certainty of deliverability, that actually opens up the market for those projects to proceed and to meet load serving entities' needs for that time frame. Because there does, if those cluster 13 projects do not have the same opportunity for deliverability, and if cluster 14 can take that deliverability, again, you have that gap that some folks talked about, Clearway and LSA, there's a gap between your ability to get TPD for, say, a 2030 project and your ability to go out and get a PPA with someone who's not shopping for 2030 at this point. So we're not trying to limit this to cluster 13 only. It can be for earlier clusters as well, but the point is all projects should compete based on a score and not an allocation group. Okay, next slide. Okay, and these are just more miscellaneous issues that we don't have specifically a lot of proposals about, but there are still older projects lingering in the queue from 20 years ago. How long are they going to stay there? How long are they going to consume that deliverability that otherwise isn't being used? If it's been there for 15 years, it's probably not getting built. Let's figure out how to get those projects out of the queue and out of the way so that viable projects can in fact move forward. The retroactive application of reforms, this is what we talked about, applying site exclusivity criteria to cluster 14, TPD allocation, equal opportunity for cluster 13 as well. So there's precedent at FERC for projects to have legacy treatment. And lastly, on the suspension rights, we think the current tariff is too stringent and needs some clarity around suspension rights and termination. So that's something to be explored further as we go with these reform efforts. I also want to comment on some additional commentary that really struck a chord from Clearway and from LSA, and that is better visibility into interim deliverability. That's a critical aspect. When we're signing PPAs and putting up 15 or 20 million bucks in security on a PPA, you want to know you're going to have deliverability by the time you come online. And you can't be left hanging out there in the cold, waiting on a limited operation study 6 months before COD. You've got to know earlier, and the off-taker, for that matter, has to know earlier as well so they can meet their requirements under the MTR or whatever subsequent procurement order there is. And I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Hi, Jim. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. First, I want to endorse your point on the interim deliverability. Definitely, I think we want to see it earlier. Also, we want to see it further out. It's a pretty big risk to take to come online and only have deliverability for a year in an interim fashion. Not something that would be easy to convince a bank of, right? So if you can project based on transmission information, you'll have interim deliverability for 3 years, 5 years, whatever. That would definitely be an improvement for that procedure as well.
Absolutely agree.
Great. And then I want to push a little bit, if that's okay,
Sure.
on your interconnection request proposals. Just in the spirit of like good policy making,
Sure.
I don't really have it. So in your slide 4, you said propose adopting a non-refundable fee of $100,000 per queue position. NextEra is a really big player out here in interconnection. Would that, if you're willing to say, make you reconsider putting in less queue positions? Is that an incentive that's high enough for NextEra to be concerned about?
It's a fair question. For NextEra's balance sheet, $100,000 in and of itself is not the biggest figure, but when coupled with a security deposit of $8,000 per megawatt, it will make us think twice about tying up credit capacity and the LC carrying cost to post that additional deposit.
Thank you. And then not to be glib, really, but I think $8,000 per megawatt is probably pretty high. If you do the math there, a 200 megawatt battery storage solution, which is not a crazy high number for an interconnection request, is looking at posting security of 1.6 million. That's a lot for something that's a proposal.
A 200 megawatt storage project will cost you more than $300 million to build, and a $1.6 million refundable deposit is relatively small in the context of the overall project.
Sure, but you don't have financing for a mature, low-risk project until later in the game. It is an interconnection request process. It is part of an application, socializing of information. So I guess I just wanted to give my feedback there that I think 8,000 is probably a little high, but I'd be interested in discussing a lower number.
We've seen lower numbers in other ISOs, like 4,000 per megawatt, for example. But I'm not sure that necessarily has fixed the problem.
Yeah,
in
well,
clogged
I guess
queues.
maybe the money thing isn't it then. Maybe, I'm barking up the wrong tree too. Thanks for being willing to discuss that. I
Sure.
really appreciate that.
Sure, totally.
Hi, Jason Berman with Grid Store. I appreciate the presentation. I think your points come across very clearly in how to ration and winnow the queue. In terms of, I think it's in your site exclusivity requirements, the elimination of payment in lieu of, FERC, I think, just rejected PSCO's commercial readiness requirements that eliminated payment in lieu of. Do you see a reason why you think FERC would accept CAISO doing so?
It's a great question, and fair point on what FERC has done in the other case. But I think we need to do something about the congested queue, and there are a variety of ways to address it that have been talked about today, whether it's other screening criteria for someone to get in the queue. Others have brought that up today, but something's got to give. We can't, this is just not sustainable, and we can't build all this capacity with CODs that don't match up with procurement timelines. So yeah, I think it's worth an attempt to do that as a form of screening criteria.
Thank you. The other question, just really quickly.
Just real quickly, this is Bob Emmert up front. I just want to say that all the other ISOs in the U.S. require site exclusivity for an interconnection request. So I'm sure FERC would approve that. I'm not familiar with what they did with Colorado Public Service Company.
Sure. I think I'm more focused on the elimination of payment in lieu capability.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. FERC has approved it for the other ISOs that they require full site exclusivity, no in lieu payment.
And then just on the automation of phase one, really appreciate that. I think we've heard other folks talking about it too. And I think that, just as a reflection on that, I think there's a lot of support in this room for doing this. I think you've heard other folks here talking about it too. It also strikes me that that's probably consistent with some of the proposals for earlier information in the process as well. Do you see it as informing the efforts to also move interim deliverability further up in time, or is that really too far removed and a separate?
We didn't really think of it in that context, but it's a fair question. And can we get better visibility into interim deliverability? The context we suggested was more in terms of intake of interconnection requests and processing, setting up the model and running the model and doing it faster.
This is Shaping from RWE. I have a question for your deliverability allocation process you are proposing, the first ready, first served principles. Do you have any high level idea what criteria would you propose for showing the readiness of a project?
It would, so we weren't proposing anything specific in terms of deviating from the current scoring system that looks at site exclusivity and site control and stages of permitting, as well as stages of contracting. So those three key categories we think make sense to us. Whether we modify them through this process is an open question, and whether those criteria, whether there's any more granularity there. But generally those areas of readiness in terms of, and especially when I think of cluster 13 versus cluster 14. Cluster 13 is, as I mentioned, is 2 years ahead and likely has made advancements in permitting. And you could have a situation with a lot of cluster 13 projects having higher scores than cluster 14 projects.
I agree. Yeah, I strongly agree with that point. And also one more question on the one-time penalty-free ability. Do you have any reference number? What could be the penalty if you withdraw from the queue, like from other ISO or regional organization?
What we were thinking of, I don't have reference points that I can share from other ISOs, but what I would propose here is that we figure out a way to essentially, if projects are there and they don't really want to be there, but they're not withdrawing because it's too expensive to withdraw, given the magnitude of changes we're talking about here, let them out for their study costs and otherwise full refund of their deposits. And I'm not advocating this for NextEra. I'm advocating this for the industry. I'm sure we all have projects like that. And it's just an opportunity to clear out the queue a little more.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question on WebEx from Jerry Melcher.
Hi, this is Jerry Melcher from the Public Advocate Office. Thanks, Jim, for the presentation. What's the role of the LSE in your proposal when it comes to being able to secure a resource faster? Because perhaps maybe they can get allocation from GDAP coming out of the TPP.
It's a great question. I guess I go back to the fact that Cluster 13 projects, Cluster 12 projects for that matter, whoever didn't get deliverability, they can get to the grid faster within the MTR compliance timeline. So to the extent the LSEs can play a role in that, that's probably something to be discussed. But otherwise, we just have this gap that everyone, that others have talked about today, that there's just not a fit. And it's challenging right now. If you have a Cluster 14 project, you can bid that project to counterparties. There may be a few queue positions that can meet a timeline within the MTR, but probably few and far between. A lot of those Cluster 14 projects are 2030 and out. And it's kind of hard to sign a PPA with a phase 1 study when you're waiting on a phase 2 study in January of 2024, but when you apply for deliverability 2 weeks after you're getting a phase 2 result, because you don't really know. When everybody's waiting with bated breath for these phase 2 results, but what are they going to show? It's still a really clogged queue. Nobody really knows what their COD is going to be. Nobody really knows what the scope of their upgrades is going to be relative to what they saw in the phase 1 study. And frankly, an LSE that's looking at somebody else's phase 1 study, they're taking on a lot of risk by contracting with that project because there's no certainty as to when it'll come online or get deliverability. So I kind of, again, go back to the Cluster 13 and earlier projects that have viable timelines. And yes, there's probably some role for LSEs to play, as in, and maybe it's the PPA and maybe it's the short list. But again, allow those Cluster 13s and earlier projects to compete on score rather than allocation group.
Okay, if we factor in the option 1 proposal by CAISO, where they're going to guarantee in these renewable interconnection areas GDAP in that area, and an LSE could bring with the right resource provider, it's like first come, first serve. I mean, first ready, first serve, like you said. A guy comes in, he says, hey, I got this project, I'll bid it to the LSE. LSE likes the pricing because in the end, 85% of all projects do not get selected. It all comes down to, can you execute at a viable price that the market selects you? And the CAISO gives you a guaranteed, I will deliver out of this area, because we've already prepaid for the capacity in that area by the TPP approval process, and that all those costs, whether they get approved through the TPP or somehow get allocated on a 5-year payback to the resource developer, you've got to guarantee that capacity is going to get delivered out of that area. LSE can lock it in. You can get a reservation against that allocation, you get approval, authorization. We could speed it up to a 3-year process. What do you think of that?
That's a loaded question. Let me try to.
I mean, what I'm trying to get at is the market. The person that's actually the market is the LSE. not the developer. The LSE is serving a demand. Somehow we got to get the LSE in the driver's seat of this process, and we got to be able to hold CAISO accountable for being able to deliver from their renewable interconnection zones, or, you know, like just like we did in West Texas, right? And once they know you got deliverability guaranteed, you know, then you can go and get a PPA based on the best bidder wins.
You know, I understand the question, I think, but I would disagree to some extent. I think developers, it's not just about the LSC. Developers do, in fact, have a role. Developers put a lot of dollars at risk to go out and get site control and find developable land, which is not easy to do in California from a land use perspective. And the last TPP is a great step at $7.3 billion and provides some deliverability, but we need a lot more TPPs like that. And to some extent, the TPPs arguably could follow where developers want to develop because developers have viable developable sites. So I think it's great that we have an MOU between the PUC and CAISO and the CEC to have this process that was recently implemented about the feedback loop that drives the TPP upgrades. But it does seem to me that more input could be taken from the developer community and in looking at where people are applying for interconnection and creating more deliverability in those areas where developers are actually helping to drive it as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just want to make sure that there's an understanding that in the end, it's the tight coupling between the LSEs and the developers that really drive the whole process. Thanks.
Yep, one big family.
Hi, this is Sushant from Clearway. I understand that cluster 13 projects were forced to convert to energy only. I see your idea about allowing them to sort of claw back. Would like to get ISO's take on how this could or could not be implemented with the do no harm concept for any later queued projects, if it is possible, and why.
Well, this is Bob Everett, related to, I think part of what's been brought up in the past has been allowing energy-only projects to compete in the same group as full capacity projects. Currently, the way the allocation groups are set up, everybody that's in any of the allocation groups except for allocation group D. If you're full capacity, all of the full capacity projects get studied or considered first. Once you're done considering those projects, if there's still deliverability left, you go to the the energy only projects. And I think one of the recommendations has been to get rid of that dividing line and just do it based on scoring, not based on whether they were full capacity to begin with or still are or not. I think that's a viable consideration.
All right, are there any
One more question in the room, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So a quick question for you, Jim, because I want to be kind of careful that cluster 13 projects that did not receive deliverability either withdrew or converted, but I would assume if they converted, they were renewable and able to go forward to commercial operations as like being financed through a long-term rec, for example. Otherwise, it doesn't make any rational sense why you would stay in the queue, because if you're converted to energy only, then you're representing that you do not need deliverability. The concept that you frame that maybe some kind of curing or consistency, and this is more for the CAISO, it's less to me about holding future projects harmless. It's more about making sure that the projects that made the decision to withdraw because they needed the ability to sell RA to finance their project aren't harmed. by giving some kind of preference to those who converted to energy only. Because at the time that cluster 13 would have made that decision, it wasn't known that there would be some kind of different treatment. So when I think about retroactive rate making and fairness, I think it's really important to keep that in mind. I just want to throw that out there to let you know that I think from my perspective, I would not want to see changes to cluster 13 because those decisions have already been made. Cluster 14, I completely agree with some of the other folks who have said it, probably need some changes, but I would really be hesitant to touch cluster 13.
Thank you for that comment. I guess I'll just add, there are some storage projects. If you look up down the queue, there are some storage projects that converted to energy only. Given the choice, they had to represent that they don't need deliverability, but the fact that they stayed in the queue suggests that they do need deliverability and they'll try again. And they have viable CODs that can meet the MTR to the extent deliverability is available to them.
Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I want to better understand this conversation between you and Kathleen. Kathleen saying that these renewable projects that convert to energy only are going to finance on REC. Kathleen, are you saying that they're going to come online on REC and not seek RA later? Or are they going to come online using REC to finance? And then once they've declared commercial operations, seek TPD from that fourth allocation group?
Can I answer the question differently? What I am saying is that a project that can't finance through a REC, right? So I'm not a renewable asset. I'm a storage asset. I cannot sell a REC. My long-term financing is through a long-term resource adequacy agreement. I need full capacity deliverability status. I need a TPD allocation to do so. And if I've taken my 2 parks, my 3 attempts or up to, and then I'm, for lack of a better acronym, SOL. And if you are SOL, what I'm saying is that the prudent thing to do is to withdraw from the queue because you have no additional attempts at TPD. And so if we were to retroactively change the treatment for cluster 13, when projects who've already made their decisions based on the current rules, you would harm some projects that made that call.
Understood, thank you. So the inverse is that it was prudent for those renewables to stay in instead of withdraw. It was a no loss situation until they started heading up against GIA execution milestones or whatever. All right, thank you.
Am I off the hook? All right, thank you.
Okay, we have lunch coming into the room, but we are going to do one more proposal from Vistra before we break for lunch. I will just, it's going really help. It's really helpful for us so far. It's great clarifying questions. So thank you for that. I will just note to Kathleen that you are between us and lunch and people are going to start smelling it soon, but I know you have a lot to get through as well.
Okay, let me make sure you can, I actually have this like positioned so you can hear me. Okay, great. And I think you strategically did that. Just to be clear. And everybody laughing knows me. Okay, so I'll introduce myself, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I am the Senior Director of Western Markets Policy. I have here with me Venkat. Venkat, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hello, everyone. I'm Venkat Nagalapalli. I'm Manager of Interconnections at Vistra Energy.
I'll go through our presentation as quickly as I possibly can. I will not be doing the ones that are deferred for the problem statement too. And then Venkat will help me with clarifying questions and additional things as we go through. So let's go to the next slide. Next. I think we wanted to give a brief introduction to who Vistra is real quick. I'm going to do this crazy fast. We're the largest competitive power provider in the country. We are one of the largest competitive retail providers. We serve over 4 million customers. We've got over 37,000 megawatts of generation, and we're continuing to build. Next slide. A huge part of our corporate our goals is a net zero goal by 2050. So we are lockstep with a lot of the agencies and LSEs that have similar goals. This is something that we are targeting through the decommissioning and replacement and reuse of our existing sites into allowing us to meet that net zero goal by 2050. The flagship project for us is actually here in California. So our Moss Landing site, next slide, is 750 megawatts, 3,000 megawatt hours. And we have the ability to build more phases at that location. And all of this information is public. And so I actually included all the citations for it. This is something when we do get into the viability discussions, we can revisit this. But I think this is a really important note. Viable projects are generally public. Projects that there's no information about are probably more speculative. So when we talk more about those, we promise there's things that we can provide to everyone to support the viability. Next slide. One more, two more. Next, oh yeah, stop here. So our first proposal, so we wanted to propose 3 new elements to the framework. The first one that I'm going to propose is very aligned with the first ready, first served thought process. So, and Vistra proposed this, I think, for the first time 2 years ago. I don't know what it's been. Anyway, our thought process is that one of the main reasons, underlying causes for there being so many projects submitted to the queue is that some developers are looking for different kinds of information. They're using the queue not necessarily to progress first ready, first served projects that are ready to move to commercial operations. They're using the queue as a way to get feasibility or some preliminary estimates. Sorry, you're right, peas are bad. Put pointedly, they don't need a full-blown phase 1 or phase 2 study. And there's another issue here of if we are to be reducing the amount of projects that we study in a phase 1, even if a project opts into it, what do we do with them? And so our proposal would give them a way to get that early information that they're looking for to help them improve their interconnection requests for the next submission. Next slide. I'm going to skip a lot, just so you know. Okay. So feel free to look at our slides in detail and reach out to me if you have any questions, but I'm just going to try and do this quickly. So we would propose to reform the interconnection queue process to include different cluster options that would provide simplified studies that are performed in parallel and can better inform for next interconnection windows. All requests would submit in the same window, and every interconnection request would select the cluster study type and applicable fee at the time between up to 3 options. And the reason we say up to 3 is we're not sure if a feasibility and preliminary cluster provide the value that's necessary where you would see enough IRs choose those 2 options, or if something maybe a hybrid of those. But this is a framework that's used in other markets, and so that's what we're starting with. The feasibility, so what are these concepts? A feasibility cluster study would allow for an optional feasibility study to provide information that can better help a developer determine where a project is economically or operationally feasible. What's the best location, the best fit? The primary purpose of these types of studies are to identify the system constraints and location viability. They're looking for early information. Do they have the right point of interconnection? Do they have the right transmission zone with that new concept that we have? And if not, they're looking to update that location to one that is viable, right? So we get them early information, simplified study. Don't waste time with study elements that are not needed for this type of project. And I've provided a citation to what an actual study result would look like. So SPP performs these types of studies. So feel free to go to these links if you're, especially if you're one of the engineers in the room and you want to see what they're doing. You can kind of see the level. There a lot of caveats. They don't study every scenario. It is simplified, especially on the feasibility study. The next level of kind of complexity that they provide, they call a preliminary study. This is an optional preliminary system impact, simplified system impact. And again, if you're an engineer, I'm not, I highly recommend go look at these study results for the preliminary, and you'll get a sense of what they're doing. The way that I interpret it as not an engineer is it is simpler than the phase 1 studies we're doing. It has less complexity, but it provides, in addition to not just what's the best location, it provides some more information about what's the magnitude of the costs associated with that project. So each piece of information that the developer gets them further along in their development process so that they can move towards a project that is commercially ready, is a first ready project that would be submitted and go into the standard cluster. Now, this is the idea of a standard cluster, actually CAISO put forward in their discussion paper. Next slide. Our proposal is that an interconnection customer would opt into the optional feasibility cluster, that would give them early point of interconnection information and some limited estimated costs. Conceptually, speculative requests are generally projects attempting to find out this information. They could select the feasibility cluster when they submit their IR. Additionally, I think that one of the big benefits of these alternative studies is we feel it may be overly punitive if we're going to be limiting the studies, the amount of projects that we study in phase 1 to just ignore them. And so one of the advantages that we see of these alternative studies is in parallel, we could take those projects and convert them into these simplified, faster, better automated studies. And so it could provide the information that they need for the better location, like is that location viable? What are the limited system impacts from a simplified perspective? Let me see. At the time of submission, I think what I want everyone to take away from this slide is that the concept is you pick feasibility study, preliminary study, or standard study. The standard study projects would be those that are first ready and first served. And if you go to the next slide, the way that we envision that the incentives are there in order to kind of help meter the amount of projects that are actually submitted into the phase 1 process is that there's different costs associated with it. So kind of the inverse of what NextEra proposed, Vistra's proposing that the feasibility studies have a lower cost. The preliminary studies have a slightly higher cost. And then the standard study has a high cost. And in that way, developers that are looking for that early information would be incentivized to pick the feasibility or the preliminary studies because they would be able to have to put up less capital upfront and get the information that they need and keep moving on their development efforts. I think another important part of the implementation would be that the queue positions would be tiered. So within each, first, the queue positions would be validated first to validated standard requests in the chronological order. So status quo within the standard cluster requests, and then next to the preliminary cluster studies, status quo within that tier, and then finally to the feasibility studies chronologically as well. Next slide. We did propose some conceptual timelines for how long that these would take, and it's a level of detail. If anyone wants to talk about it, please reach out to us. Here are some of the discussion questions that we wanted to ask. Is there a benefit of providing a preliminary study and a feasibility study? How often are developers really looking for the best POI versus kind of an estimated system impact, simplified system impact and estimated costs? And that's one question. I'm not sure how we're getting answers back to those questions, but this is my first discussion question. Our second one is, if these alternative study options include the projects that are either self-identifying, so they opt in upfront through their submission, is there a best practice to not include them in the standard cluster? So one of the things that I think if we were to do an alternative studies that we would need to discuss is what type of clustering do we want to do in the actual study? And I pose that for the engineers to really think about, because I think if the project is self-identifying as not quite ready, they're looking for a location, they're looking for cost. If you include them in the standard cluster studies, then you're really impacting those projects' estimates and the information they're getting out of that. So struggle with that. I don't know if we have a question, but I'm fine to, yes.
Yeah, Kathleen, I don't mean to ruin your flow or anything. I think your energy is awesome. Every time I hear you, I'm inspired.
I
Truly.
only had 20 minutes. It's very, very shocking.
Oh, sorry. For those on the line, my name's Ryan Millard, Nextera Energy Resources. So, in the spirit of being solutions oriented, Kathleen, because I kind of went down this road myself, and I had dug into this a little bit. And SPP's comments on the NOPR, they indicated that they have since pulled these studies, and they did so because they weren't utilized by customers. And I have to assume that part of it is because they weren't meaningful or they weren't incentivized. And in some cases, the studies conflicted with the definitive mandatory system impact study. So if we explore this route, I'm thinking SPP's previous approach on this is probably not the one we want to go down. So the question, I guess, is what would be meaningful in this space as an informational option that would result in meaningful results that customers can make business decisions on? And how's that going to be different?
Well, and if you don't mind, Ryan, I'll push back. So I don't think that we're trying to solve the problem about making a business decision. I think the problem is there's a lot of projects that are speculative being submitted into the queue that are not trying to make business decisions. They're trying to find information. So, and it's possible they weren't incentivized appropriately. I also don't think they should be copy paste do exactly what SPP did. I think we need to ask, why are so many projects being submitted? And in some cases, it's submitting 20 projects to see which location is viable. That's not something we need to do a phase 1 study for. That's something that, yeah, you want to show? No, please do. I wanted more of a discussion anyway, but.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a note that I'm trying to understand how we would study these different clusters, right? Sometimes I think feasibility gets affected by the number of projects applying at the same location. So if I had one POI, which is right now we have a bay available or something, and I have a project that enters into the feasibility cluster, I have a project that enters into the standard cluster. We would consider the one in the standard cluster as more prepared to go forward. So, but if you're studying it separately, the one in the feasibility cluster would get an answer that it is possible because that base available when it's not. And this might be in the same time frame. So I feel that we can't really talk about feasibility unless we're looking at all the applications together, and they need to be on the same footing. If the developers did want more information on what's available, which is looking like a good option, I feel the earlier suggestions about a report or some kind of information beforehand as to what's available might be a better option than having a separate study for these projects.
Thanks, Tarita. And Brian, feel free to jump in. I just wanted to say that I don't think we envision a specific outcome. And I know Venkat had suggested some kind of automated tool that you could use up front, which wouldn't be inconsistent with like AES's proposal for a report, but it would be able to look at a specific location and kind of do a bit of sandboxing with that location. So something more detailed than a static report. Brian, did you have?
Thanks, Kathleen. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I want to anticipate probably one of the responses that we'll hear from the CAISO on this pre-application report or this facilities report is that they already have a pre-application process which is a $300 fee, and then you get back electrical configuration at the substation, sort of information they may or may not already have about what's gone on in that area, available capacity. And I'm wondering if really what a clean solution here is to make that process easier to apply for and to funnel more people into it, that maybe we don't need a new process at all, but an annual announcement in January. If you want pre-application information, tell us right now, give us your $300, and we'll put that all into this informational report that we're all sort of walking around to. Do you think that that level of information would be helpful?
I think that's a great idea. I think the other problem we were trying to solve is if you're not studying any projects, right? So you receive all these submissions and you can't study them. What kind of information are you still providing them? And so being able to funnel them back into giving them some information, because you don't want them to continue to submit.
A consolation prize when you get rejected from the queue.
Yes, exactly. But also because you don't want them to continue to submit the same project if that project isn't working, right? So we need to continue to better inform developers so that the projects are improved for the next submission. So how do we do that?
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, no, of course.
I just wanted to say currently the pre-application process is for 20 megawatts and less. So
that would need a rule change for all projects. That's good to know.
Yes. This is Julie Balch from the California ISO.
I think Rayanne's, but I think the broader point is there are concepts aligned with this. Let's figure out how to integrate them and make them a robust part of this process. The last thing that on this proposal is that the TPD allocation, right, would only apply to those projects that have gone through a phase 2 study, obviously. We just wanted to make kind of clear that we don't support the existing TPD groups, and we will go to the next proposal in a minute, but we do support all of the comments about scoring methods. Next slide. Okay, great. This is our second proposal. Thanks for all the feedback on the first one. This proposal is I think more important to, we think more impactful. It is a network upgrade subscription model. I also think it's very consistent with some of the concepts I've heard earlier from LSA. Next slide. I was going to kind of share some of our thought processes and our values. I'm not going to do that. Feel free to read it and it'll just give you extra context. Next slide. So we believe that both the transmission planning process needs reforms, 2 changes, and the interconnection process needs changes as well. Jim from Nextera, I heard you allude to this at the end of what you said in response to the questions. We think that this is the first problem. So we believe that we need a mechanism to allow all interested parties to be subscribing parties, to partially fund network upgrades, to receive commensurate shares of that increased deliverability relative to the share of the upgrade they funded. That would be in the transmission planning process before the interconnection process begins, and or if through interconnection, an entity that did not subscribe upfront realized that they're not in a good situation to receive the TPD allocation that way, but they actually are committed and have conviction that they are going to move forward, they could then indicate interest to subscribe a part of the network upgrades to get higher priority. We're proposing a new network upgrade subscription model in the TPP. We are also proposing so a new interconnection study request as a part of the economic study process. We can talk about that in detail, what we're envisioning. We're also proposing that there be another new step to the TPP where developers, or honestly state agencies, federal agencies that have this amount of subsidies that they're looking for a way to operationalize to fund transmission, would be able to also indicate interest. That's another big problem that we need to solve. That would be identified, and that would go towards the TPP as a benefit, reducing the overall cost of the plan. Let's go to the next slide. So option A and option B, we believe can continue as currently defined if we fix the problem with the existing transmission system up front and give a mechanism to subscribe to it. Vistra is proposing that option A be reformed to have 3 simplified allocation groups. A new group A, projects that upfront subscribe to a portion of an approved network upgrade in the TPP process. So subscribing developers. Option B, projects that did not upfront subscribe to any approved network upgrade, developers that didn't want to fund a portion of their deliverability and wanted to see if they could receive kind of a zero cost deliverability allocation is what they're doing, right? Well, zero cost to developers, ratepayers are paying for it. Existing group C, projects that achieve commercial operation. Within these new simplified allocation groups, the scoring methods that a lot of my peers have already discussed would apply. TPD allocation within option A, conceptually, we're proposing to allocate deliverability within group A, then group B, based on these scores, for projects that receive full capacity deliverability status. We think that the follow-up customer decisions as a result of the TPD allocation are probably fine. For projects that are only receiving partial capacity deliverability status or none, those customer decisions that we have to make after we receive the TPD allocation, I think need to be tweaked a little. It should clarify that when the option is to build an AD&U, that by opting into it, it will result in receiving full capacity deliverability status. And I'll echo all the calls for and/or interim deliverability and when. The next one is to propose a new option to identify the willingness to fund a portion of the AD&U and that magnitude. So you would identify the megawatt and the dollar per megawatt capital investment willing to make to get a share of that deliverability in the next attempt. This is really important, we think, because you both want the ability in the TPP to upfront subscribe and be in Group A. But if you're in Group B and you don't receive TPD, and you decide to park, you should be able to indicate interest to fund and then be escalated into the higher Group A for the next round. And we provided an example. Before I go to the next slide, is there any feedback or questions?
Thanks, Kathleen. Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. I just have one question for you, like a little bit more detail on your option A. Subscription.
I'm sorry.
Would that be subscribing to, let's say you have 6 network upgrades in your phase 2 report? Would that be a subscription model for one of those network upgrades would get you into the first allocation group, or subscription model for all of those upgrades? Like, you know, I'm just sort of wanting to understand that particular refinement as I think through your proposal.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. The initial proposal actually occurs way before a phase 2 study result. So I think it's important to kind of take a step back and think about it as you progress. This is only if you didn't receive an allocation as a result of the TPD process. And so like if you had upfront subscribed and it received a share, and frankly, Rayanne, I'm going to punt to, that's what I'd expect the engineers to figure out. So if an entity says, I'm willing to, I want to develop a new interconnect, so let's go to the next slide. This is on this. So you submit at the same time, anybody submits an economic study request, that's around March of every year, submit an economic study request for a new interconnection study. That should ideally include benefits on the benefits. So team needs to be changed. The benefits would include what would be some additional value for that new resource. The cost would also be an offset to the cost associated with building that project that was being. And so in the economic project, you can identify constraints, you can identify zones, so transmission zones that there might be an interest in upsizing that capability for deliverability, and or you could identify a specific network upgrade that's in the transmission capability estimates. There's a lot of interplay between these constraints and how they impact your deliverability. So a part of our proposal is that it does go into the TPP and that it is studied as an actual project that identifies what upgrade is needed to facilitate that size. So if 5 developers submit 100 project or indicate 100 megawatts of interest in the same zone, that would actually be an aggregate request for 500 megawatts of new interconnection to be studied in that zone and to have the planners identify what the cost would be. And so the capital, the dollar per megawatt, doesn't have to be ascribed to a specific network upgrade. It would go towards that TPP as a reduction on whatever was proposed if the net benefit of the increased interconnection with the reduced cost of building it is a net benefit to the system.
I think I'm starting to understand better, and maybe we can talk offline about that. But thank you for the detailed response. And in that vein, thank you for coming to this workshop with second and third level details in your proposal. Even if we don't get to, conclusions today, you've given everybody a lot of meat to think on and consider implementing in other areas. Great job.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. The benefit, and please do keep, our initial proposal is that if it were an interconnection customer indicating interest to subscribe to the system's upgrades, you would receive that share of what that funding provides. If it were an agency, I just want to note that right now we're envisioning that as just a reduction to the TAC as the main benefit. But I think I have heard requests to consider if deliverability would be allocated out to those state agencies for them to administer programs. So I thought, just to be fair, I think that is a different way to look at implementing, kind of if it were a subscribing party that's not a developer, what you might receive as a benefit. Next slide, and then please, Fernando.
Fernando Cornejo with SC. I'm just struggling fundamentally what this TPP subscription model would, how it would be different from the existing subscriber PTO model, where it's kind of a merchant model where folks are developing transmission and there is no cost that's put back into the transmission access charges. So if we're looking from a cost saving standpoint and looking really on impacts, ultimately on ratepayers, how's this proposal different, or is it comparable or superior? I just don't know how to compare the two.
Thank you so much for that question. It's because a developer or an agency is not eligible to pursue that process. So you have a merchant transmission owner and operator that can go through a PTO subscription model. This proposal functionally is very similar, but it's a process by which an interconnection customer, developer, or frankly, let's say the CEC could submit and indicate interest in the TPP process upfront, so that the ability to fund that upgrade is captured in your TAC. So the TAC is reduced commensurate with that investment. The other thing that I wanted to flag is that in practice, this is sort of already happening with deliverability transfers. And so a project that receives a deliverability allocation that does not need it and then will sell it to another entity, there's actually two payment, right? So ratepayers will pay for that transmission upgrade to support the deliverability that is allocated to the interconnection customers, but it gets allocated to an entity that doesn't actually need to use that deliverability. And so then it sells it to another developer that is developing a commercially ready, first ready project, and they're going to pay then. That increases the cost of that project. And so from a societal perspective, there is some inefficiencies occurring that this is trying to cure. So if we shift it up front to the TPP process, the developer that would be willing to pay for the deliverability transfer can pay up front in a way that it reduces the cost that loads would pay instead of just stacking them and pancaking.
But that assumes that upgrade was not identified through the CAISO's transmission planning process. It's proposed by either an agency or a developer in your response here. And the big distinction is, of course, ultimately the refundability. In the PTO subscriber model, that cost is absorbed by that developer. In this case, the proposal, as I understand it, there's a lot of issues I don't understand from your proposal, but I'll need to read closer. The cost will ultimately be passed on through to ratepayers, even though that line or that upgrade was not initially identified through the CAISO's transmission planning process.
No, so I don't know where in these slides it says this, but this says that there would be indicating interest. So there's two steps. Ask for a study if an upgrade is not potentially been identified. And this was getting at one of those guiding principles of identifying alternative points of interconnections and upgrades. But also after the second new addition to the TPP would be that after the preliminary results are issued, any interested subscribing party could indicate interest to subscribe. So that would include projects that are the result of a reliability project, a policy project, or any other economic project, whether it's a new interconnection or a standard, what we're proposing, or a standard economic project. Those are all proposed in our preliminary results. So if a developer is looking to bring an interconnection request forward to access deliverability that some of those proposed projects are proposing, this would give them the ability to offset some of those costs by subscribing to pay them directly. We're proposing the CAISO actually include that in the final plan, include the aggregate amount of subscriptions in the final plan as a debit. It would be a reduction to the cost of all of the upgrades. So the TAC that would be determined as a result of the plan would be reduced by these subscription costs. So this proposal is not that it gets paid by load. A portion of the system is subscribed to by customers that are looking to access the benefit of that deliverability. As soon as the plan would be approved, those interconnection customers would be invoiced by the CAISO, they would pay the CAISO, and that would go towards ensuring that that upfront subscription is being given in a timely manner and that the TAC is not, that those costs are not included in the TAC.
Move on to the next question, and if you have follow-up, you could follow up there.
Kathleen, I'm wondering if the option to subscribe, if all or a lot of developers opt in, would it again end up looking like TPD allocation, right? If there is a large number of projects that want to subscribe, ISO already has a TPD allocation process where they rank projects.
Yes.
Because it's inevitable that if a line enables 1500 megawatt, there's going to be 100 projects that would want to subscribe. And TPD allocation already does that, but there is no, I agree, there is no cost contribution opportunity for developers. And maybe TPD is that house, or there's some other home that we have to find for it.
I appreciate the question. That's why we think it's a two-step change to TPP, not just the indicate interest to fund once they've been proposed, but also request the economic study project. So if you don't come in March and say, here's my, and actually, this is a finer detail, but the concept was anyone could come and propose an economic new interconnection request for a specific, let's say, zone that was identified, but there's more commercial interest than the TPP had previously shown. And so they come and submit, hey, please study this for an upgrade to increase the deliverability in this zone, commensurate with kind of what we see in the queue. I think the CAISO needs to add another step that they don't have today, where they then give a call, actually do a call for indicating interest to subscribe to that new interconnection study request after it's been proposed. So in that instance, if you have, to your point, Shushan, if you have 5 developers come in for 100 megawatts each, and that's 500 megawatts, and the total capital investment that they're willing to pay towards it equals a certain amount, that is the size of that upgrade. That's what's being subscribed to through that process, unless there's some other, and the reason I'm not trying to confuse folks, but when they do the economic studies, they may find like a very tangible benefit. And so I'm trying not to discount that there is a sizable benefit that can show that that investment, let's say it's $50 million, that investment goes to help towards subscribing and making it now a really cost beneficial project that can also impact a lot of other projects. But you would only get the benefit if you subscribe a portion of it. And so I think through kind of thinking about it as you're subscribing, and as you do, it's a megawatt and $1 per megawatt amount, that gives you that megawatt assurance for your subscription. It has to be tuned to what the estimate of the upgrades is, right? So once you know the upgrade costs and you know the size of your interest, you can communicate what that share of deliverability might be, and you can use that to kind of cap and manage it through, so it doesn't kind of work the same way we're seeing TBD work today.
So I'm just going to do a time check here. We have about 5 more minutes. Do you want to spend the next 5 minutes in more Q&A, or do you want to go to the final slides that you have, which may be addressed next week also.
So I think I think we're done with our slides. There's a lot of detail in the slides. I'm happy to see if there's any other back and forth. I've so far received some pretty good feedback, and I think we're going to take them back, and I'm happy to take more questions.
This is Abhishek from Red Renewables, and I'm still trying to decipher everything that you just mentioned. I would like to pick your brain on how do you see offsetting the TAC perspective, which you were mentioning. I guess the basic premise would be that then some sort of a need would be seen in current existing transmission planning processes. What happens if transmission planning processes do not see the need? Would offsetting the TAC part not work in that case?
So offsetting the TAC would only occur in the event that there was a project proposed. So the need would have to be identified either through a reliability, policy, or economic study for the CAISO to recommend that project and take it to the board. As a part of the process, we are recommending the CAISO add the ability for subscribing parties to indicate interest to subscribe toward a project that is being proposed. So it already presumes that that need has been identified. The onus is on the developer to submit the economic study if the plan and its results would not otherwise identify it. And the reason that we think both elements, both the final kind of I'm willing to subscribe after the preliminary results and almost a year prior say, hey, please study this, is because we've been having tons of debates about why are there areas with 20 times the amount of kind of what's being included in the plan. I'm just making up 20, but let's say 20 times the amount of interconnection projects in this area. And you hear a lot of comments about, well, there's commercial interest. There's commercial interest. This proposal is premised on the idea of if there is commercial interest, truly is commercial interest to develop, it has to be responding to something. There must be some economic signal showing that there's profitability building in that location. That's the right location to build. There's some problem that they're trying to solve, whether it's local RA, addressing congestion. Who knows? We're responding to price signals, right? We're responding to demand signals. And so if that's the case and the transmission plan isn't identifying it, that's what the economic project is meant for, right? You submit an economic study and you say, hey, there's massive congestion on this constraint. We believe that there's benefits of resolving it. Please study it. So the concept here is there's also potentially massive benefits of new resources being developed in an area. So please study that as well. And if there is a benefit, a net benefit, then recommend it.
Hey, this is Renee from Red Renewables, and this kind of builds on Abhishek's comment and SCE's just trying to, I guess, distinguishing between the SPTO model and this one. I like a lot of things about it, but I guess where I'm getting stuck is what if it doesn't get chosen in the TPP? You have 10 developers that have said, that have indicated their commercial interest in this area, and, economic projects get passed all the time. And so is this a way, I guess, it seems like there's not a guarantee that it would actually get chosen in the TPP in this model, whereas the SPTO would be kind of a guaranteed, here's a new line that has certain subscribers.
So I think it's interesting, and I'm going to ask you, I'll ask a follow-up question myself. My understanding of the SPTO is you have to be a transmission developer to subscribe. Is that not accurate? Yeah, so that's not open access. And if you have to be a transmission developer, there's no mechanism for a generation developer to help be a part of this process. And I skipped our core values, but one of our core values is equitable cost allocation and sharing of costs. It is an important part of how Vistra views transmission development and interconnection, is that we're partners in this. We're not trying, so I think there are some aspects of our program that, like my example to Fernando about how costs are kind of pancaking for transmission upgrades when you have ratepayers pay for it through the TAC, and then you have a developer pay for the deliverability transfer associated with it. That's not efficient and that's not equitable. This is a way for a generation developer to indicate and put money where their mouth is, that they're actually going to go forward to commercial operations. The SPTO does not give generation developers any agency in this process.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about that, the SPTO model. I think that while the transmission owner would have to submit the project, but usually they need generation subscribers in order to actually like go forward with it. So it's just at a different way to do that.
That may be true, but I haven't seen that happen inside the boundaries of California. I have only seen or heard of this option as out of state coming into California. And so it's a lot to ask. So we're asking for a formal, I think this could be an expansion. It could be something very, very aligned with the SPTO, but that does it in a way that affords open access. I mean, if that's one thing to land on, that's the foundational principle, is that we need to have open access to subscribe to the system that shouldn't be differentiated by the type of participant you are.
Yeah, and I think SPTO is easier to think about as like a new line, like the Transwest line that's going forward in that model, versus an upgrade that might be something else, something in addition to a new line. So
it is, and I think that there's probably, may be difficult. It also asks the question of, is it really the PTO's responsibility to try to figure out, and this is another core foundational principle, I don't think it's fair to put on the PTOs who have a ton of work and complexity in your work to then also want to become experts on exactly which projects in the queue are 100% viable or are the ones you have the most confidence in. That is something else I think we foundationally believe. As developers, we're the only ones who really know which projects are the most viable. And I'll share, we've had tons of debates about the scoring, like how do you come up with viability criteria? Every project is different. So there's more art to science in this issue. So I like Susan's proposal for an appeals process. There is more art than science. But we honestly, truly believe that the only way that you can see truly first ready, first served of viable projects is through the willing to commit financial investment. We are hesitant to do that through escalating costs because we think that could be kind of a cold war, it could be detrimental. So we see this as a way upfront, subscribe, and then you receive priority. Otherwise, the scoring methods may be helpful, but they won't be foolproof.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30. Kathleen, thank you for this very extensive proposal. I encourage you all to talk through everything you heard during lunch. Ask us questions. We'll do the same. And we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you.
right, looks like folks are wrapping up lunch. For those on WebEx, we'll get started shortly.
Hey, Caitlin, it's hard to hear you in the room, but we're kind of working on settling. It might take another minute or two before we can get started.
Okay, sounds good. Let us know when you're ready.
Okay, we're going to be resuming in just a couple minutes.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get started here.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you enjoyed your meal. And folks on WebEx had a nice break. So we're going to hand it over to Avantis.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Betty Fung is going to be the main presenter.
Proposal 3, please. Down one more. One more. Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate your time and appreciate everybody's proposals thus far. From Avantis' point of view, we want to. So initially, this proposal is meant for the next workshop. However, because of the context we need to provide for the next piece, we're going to go ahead and jump into it. One of the proposals that we really want to push for, if there's anything Avantis wants to be remembered by, is that we really want further proposal, revisions to the current LOS process. As fellow developers will know that as they go into the results meeting, there's always a question, is there any way some reduction of megawatts we can do in order to bring the project online a little sooner without waiting for long lead upgrades? So what happens is, funny enough, SPP has been a party that we've referenced over and over again for certain practices. So the first one of the LOS is there is limited operation studies in kind of the pre-LGIA horizon, and then there's some in the post-LGIA horizon. And currently, CAISO's processes is very focused on the post-LGIA in the event that an upgrade is not going to be online on time. The LOS process under the CAISO jurisdiction is how much of my project can I realistically bring on without this long lead upgrade that is now delayed. Now, that is something we absolutely want to keep, and it's absolutely a very important process for us to not miss any deadlines or CODs. However, there's also value in knowing this in kind of the study horizon or even pre-study horizon. So what we propose as a procedural change is to be able to apply for LOS much sooner, and if possible, have it built into the phase 1 or phase 2 studies so that we can be informed how many megawatts at a given POI or a given zone. This is going to be something that we will work with the CAISO to flesh out what the criteria should be able to bring online in somewhat of a binding metric so that this is something we can, in an extent, prove viability. So if CAISO can tell us, without X long lead upgrades, at this POI, we can accommodate X amount of megawatts. This is going to drive a lot of decisions. We believe that this piece of information alone is going to be able to drive a lot of decisions. And obviously, this was mentioned in some of the other proposals, but we really want to hone in on this piece that has to do with the LOS. And another example of that SPP's example is that they built the LOS into their phase 1 studies. And how you interpret the results is when they give you the first phase 1 study results, they have a column called LOS and then another column that says limiting elements. So what it tells you a couple things. So first of all, based on your requested COD, you are able to bring on this many megawatts. Or it's usually a fraction of what you requested. And the reason you can only bring on this much is because X limiting element is there. So what it also tells you is if the entire cluster reduce their megawatt values to that amount, by the amount that you are able to bring on your LOS, then what happens is you would know by reducing this many megawatts, this long lead upgrade is actually not going to be needed. And knowing that information is really critical for driving decisions and at minimum, weed out a lot of projects after the phase 1 horizon. So then, do you want to add something to this? No, go ahead. Okay, so then, but then, if CAISO's decision is that, no, we don't want to deal with any of that, we want to keep it in the post-LGIA horizon, we still would like CAISO to consider pushing that date a little bit further in. So instead of, because right now we understand that it's operations cases is only going a year out. However, this is something we can potentially use planning cases to determine if we can request for an LOS more than the current time frame, which is 5 months, or the new proposed time frame, which is 9 months before initial sync date. And the reason why we have that logic is because the initial sync date in your LGIA right now, it is driven by the longest lead upgrade. We've probably attempted to negotiate that and have very few success. And then once we were introduced to the idea that you can submit an LOS later on, And my point is, if we have two long lead upgrades, if we have one long lead upgrade, one super long lead upgrade, sorry, and then one next longest lead upgrade is more than 5 months apart, then, you know, that LOS process is not really that meaningful at that point. So by having the ability to apply for that LOS a lot sooner, and again, this is something we can flesh out. This is meant to be a conversation starter. It is not meant to be the solution. We're happy to work on it more as time goes. But if possible, perhaps if there is a second long lead upgrade where we can do 5 to 9 months before that second long lead upgrade, that might help us bring some of the project online. Being able to bring some of the project online is better than not being able to bring the project online at all, because of specific upgrade reasons. So kind of it indirectly introduces kind of a phasing situation. But we do believe that having that information would really drive a lot of decisions and potentially reduce the queue. So if we can go to proposal 1, 2 slides back, please. So now, having talked about the LOS piece, we kind of want to go back into the data transparency element, because to an extent that kind of LOS, you know, Julie and I were thinking, you know, why do we want to push for this LOS reform? And the reason is we want more information. If we can have more information, we can make better decision. So a piece to that is, we believe, kind of going back to, since we added principle 7 at the last meeting, we kind of really want us to stay involved and work together to identify what's the most strategic area. So if CAISO and the PTO is able to help us and inform the stakeholders the amount of megawatt that can be brought on based on the COD year for a specific zone, for a specific POI, and include that data with a corresponding limiting element, that is going to really help us, you know, from a developer's perspective, to make decision on where to even put these projects, or if we want to move on to these other projects that, you know, we can find land around. Again, just there's a lot that goes into it, but again, if there's anything to take away from this, is we want more information. And additionally, I don't know if the operational cases are available for customers, but if possible, we would really appreciate that as well, so we can independently verify some of that information.
So with respect to the data transparency enhancement that we're proposing here, going back to what Betty was mentioning, is we're really looking for more data. Oh, sorry about that. Maybe I wasn't talking directly into it. So really what we're looking for is more data transparency earlier on in the process. I think we saw a recurring theme today from multiple developers that we're really looking for what that interim deliverability looks like for projects. Projects specifically are being asked to obtain PPAs and so forth for megawatts well in advance of what the actual CODs are. So what this is really driving here is the ability for customers to have a look ahead before actually even applying for an interconnection request. Here's data transparency of currently what the system is today, what the limiting elements are in each zone that's going to be identified. We're already discussing ways to how to set criteria as to projects that are going to be allowed into the queues. But now this gives us data to actually size our projects accordingly, and that are going to fit within what's allowable today. With that said, in addition to that, again, going back to the second piece of the LOS, what we're really looking for is being able to apply for realistic projects. That's the goal here. How do we minimize the amount of megawatts that are in the queue? How do we minimize the amount of projects that are being submitted into the queue so that they are ultimately minimizing the amount of work that the CAISO, PTOs, and so forth are really kind of working towards today. You know, we're in these super clusters, and that's really the goal here. So we're trying to alleviate that. And one of the key elements is this data transparency. So by having this information readily available with us, we understand how much TPD potentially could be available for our projects moving forward into the queue and what that looks like with respect to how many megawatts can come online at any given point, whether that be 1 year out, 2 years out, 3 years out, and so forth. So that's really what the driving point is for the earlier data transparency that we're requesting here today. And again, as Betty said, it's not really a matter of this is the final solution. It's how do we get to a point to where we have the amount of data that we need to make informed decisions earlier on, especially when the ask is starting to become much more expensive, if you will, right? We're seeing criteria and limiting factors to get into the queue, higher deposits, more financial security at risk, and so forth. But at the same time, we're not guaranteed anything for the long-term horizon for these projects in terms of deliverability, which is really what most of us are seeking here in order for the commercial viability of a project. So that's really why we're asking for these proposals today. Again, not meant to be the final solution, but a conversation starter. How do we make this available to the interconnection customers so we can start making more informed and better choices as the interconnection windows open up moving forward. Is there anything that you wanted to add, Betty?
Yes, and the LOS piece may also be very useful to help clear the queue right now, because again, you guys, there's probably a few projects in the queue that are waiting for a long lead upgrade, but if there's a way for them to find out how many megawatts they can actually bring on, maybe now, maybe a year from now, maybe 2 years from now, that may help them figure out if they could, potentially downsize, and that would be able to bring them online sooner, quicker, and it might help with the financing. So we think the LOS piece is very applicable in multiple phases of the study phase. So something to consider. Any questions?
There are no questions on WebEx at this time. Any in person?
There's a question in the room.
Rayanne Quadro, Gridwell Consulting. Thank you. I definitely support a lot of the items that you have up here today. I want to make note that there is already a report that's on the confidential transmission site. It's a slide deck that shows constraints and their overlaps and things like that. It's like 2 or 3 years out of date, but when it was up to date, I found it extremely useful. And so just as like a pilot or a use case for what you're talking about here, using that as a framework for expanding on, I think is great. And I know I'm not the only one who relies heavily on that resource. So.
No, I agree with that. And I think to your point, exactly, it's a few years out of date. So how relevant it is today. So the goal here is to kind of re-engage this conversation and get it started again so that we have the data in real time.
No slight intended, Jeff.
I just wanted to when you say it's out of date, make sure which report. That's the slide deck that kind of goes with the transmission capability white paper. We had a stakeholder meeting on July 5th, and that has been updated and posted. That there is an update of it based upon cluster 14 phase 1.
Awesome.
No.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And another question for Jeff is, there is also a report that came out, I think, summer 2021, that was a list in each PTO region of projects that were like ready to go, but for a RAS or ready to go completely. I think doing like a ton of limited operation studies is really hard, right? Because there's so many intricacies, but that sort of cluster approach to the LOS maybe is helpful. And is the CAISO going to publish another document like that this summer?
I'm trying to make sure I've got the right report here. That was excuse me. That was a presentation that was posted, and it had the information with regards to projects that did not require network upgrades and had TPD allocation.
Right.
We'll have to look in terms of that, in terms of updating that, as to how much has changed from where we are in that, but we'll have a look at it and see.
Understood. Again, just pointing that out sort of as a framework for building on Avantis's proposal here, that there's definitely synergies that already exist. So that's great.
Appreciate that.
And that was Jeff Billington. He's the Director of Infrastructure Planning. Keone.
Great, thank you. Allison Althill, Southern California Edison. I was interested in your proposal about baking the LOS into phase 1 or phase 2 studies and was curious how you would see that as being different than the results from the phase 1 and phase 2 studies.
So most of the others, CAISO, other RTOs and ISOs, the phase 1, phase 2 is telling you what needs to happen for your desired amount of megawatts to come online. Whereas SPPs, they still tell you that what you need in order for the desired amount of megawatts to come online. But they also tell you is if you want to come online at your requested COD, you can bring online this many megawatts. And the reason why you can't bring the full project online by your requested COD is because there is a limiting element that needs to be built before that can happen. So if that entire, so again, they're kind of in clusters, sub-region, that's how they are studied. If the entire cluster reduces to the amount that you're limited at, so again, it's kind of like if that entire cluster is 2,000 megawatts, but they need that really long lead reconductoring in order to come online, they will tell you that is your limiting element based on your requested COD. And if you want to come online at your desired COD, you can bring online this much. And but then if you look at it from the other perspective, is what it tells you is, if you guys would all just downsize, we won't need this upgrade. And everybody can come online sooner and everybody can bring up to this amount. Because again, from our COD date, from IR to COD date, most developers that are building solar storage were kind of on the same trajectory because there's only so many vendors that provide the solution. So you're going to be looking at a 2 to 3 years from the time we request that we want to come online. But now we're running into the situation where the CAISO is having 6 or 7 year long lead upgrades. So it's kind of, we're not trying to invent new solution. We're just kind of either borrow or sample from other regions. Now, whether or not that will work, that's a whole different conversation. But I think that having that information and emphasizing that information, so I would even go so far as saying that SPP doesn't really emphasize that information. But if we start paying attention to that, I think, and working together, I think it's possible to make the projects more realistic in size and timing, and also more realistic for the PTOs to not have to plan for these very risky long lead upgrades per se. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think so. So it sounds like you're not necessarily looking for an LOS so much as how many projects have to drop out for this upgrade to go away?
Yes, and that's a question that I have asked almost at every results meeting, and usually the answers are very vague. Yeah,
it's because it's a very difficult question to answer.
Yeah, exactly. So it will mean more upfront work, but I think it's more upfront work that's going to provide meaning and value to the customers.
Thank you.
You're taking this.
Hi, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks so much for this. And in the spirit of trying to draw those connections that Danielle, you asked for, and maybe make some soft suggestions that I hope Avantis will consider, this is very aligned with our proposal for alternative cluster studies. I think we're just using different terms. And so my soft suggestion, and I can explain why, is not to refer to a limited operation study. I really think, especially on the sizing, that sizing information you're looking for is more consistent with the preliminary study that I was talking through. Feasibility gets you location kind of rough, but the preliminary would do more of that looking at the sizing and figuring out a lot of what you're talking through. I agree other areas do that kind of thing. What I would caution us on is, I also agree, that's not a limited operation study. So I think that when I would just recommend we think about it as we're asking for additional study options perhaps being built into the process. I think some of the open questions are those a part of phase one or are they separate? Which is kind of Vistra's proposal, is it's something other than phase one. Maybe it's you do it first and it's part of kind of the scoping meeting timeline and you get more information. So for the first maybe 90 days or so of the process, all of the planners focus on getting any kind of initial outcome, and maybe they can cluster them all together to get this specific information that's being asked for and a really short early information. But the reason I don't think it's a limited operations study is because that's targeting a very specific type of question to see if you can reliably come online and provide commercially operate based on what the system is at that time. And it's a different department that does that study. So it's a different group of people. So just soft suggestion, kind of maybe pivot the way you're talking and thinking about your proposal, and we can think about an alignment if you'd like.
Thank you. We appreciate that suggestion. I think that might be one component. I think there's still a few elements regarding the LOS piece that we'd probably like to still drive forward, but happy to have that conversation.
Jason Bowen, Grid Store. I just want to say, the data transparency, I think that we're having a lot of conversations here with a lot of agreement from many folks about the need for greater information. If we're drawing connections, I think AES Clean Energy had a discussion this morning about specific information that they'd like to see in terms of indicative price associated with interconnection in these different areas. I think you all have here megawatts that can be brought online based on COD year at specific POIs and data for corresponding limiting elements. Do you have some sense of other, like a list or other things that you think would come out of this, or what the actionable sort of piece out of that is? Is it just to help folks in terms of targeting and sizing, or is it also include these questions about sort of cost and projecting forward on business sort of model?
I think it's something that can be paired, if you will. I think for us specifically, we were approaching it in the sense of how do we manage the IRA intake piece directly, and quite often, even coming out of the phase one study, understanding what those costs are and how realistic they are based on how the studies are being done today, just based on the excessive amount of generation that's in queue. I have to admit that we probably didn't think that far ahead in capacity in terms of pricing, but I think, again, I had a similar idea when, again, not only AES, but a few other developers were presenting this morning. So it may not necessarily be, hey, this is the sole element for data transparency. It may be a partnership in combination of how do we build this out to help manage the IRA intake and potentially include pricing moving forward.
Thank you all.
Okay, looks like that's all we had for questions in person. Next, we'll move to Brian Baker from Middle River Power. And I believe he's joined us in person today.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Baker, Vice President, Western Regulatory and Market Affairs for Middle River Power. We'll get to the Middle River obligatory commercial in just a second. Sorry I wasn't able to be here this morning, but it's great here to be this afternoon. We have two quick proposals. They are almost detail-free. That's the good news. And so hopefully we will be able to go through these in short order. Could we go to the first slide, please? Middle River is a generation owner with about 2 gigawatts of capacity in California, about another 3 gigawatts sprinkled across the United States. Most relevant to this initiative. We are a developer. We have developed a couple of storage projects and a solar project, and are always looking, as all you are, to look to develop more. So that is our interest in this initiative. Next slide, please. Our first proposal is a recap of some stuff you've heard this morning from others. I won't belabor it. It's responsive to intake problem statement 5, which is a lack of actionable information. AES touched on this, Vistra touched on it, Avantis just touched on it. The proposal is to implement a process that would provide actionable information on how much interconnection capacity is available at points through the ISO grid, at some future horizon, looking at what we could reasonably expect to be developed through the transmission planning process. So I won't belabor that. I think it's been covered in more detail by other presenters, and I'll move on unless there's any questions. Next slide, please. Again, I've touched on this. Graphically, we have looked at the MISO interface. We think that's a good way to go. The California investor-owned utilities have interconnection capacity analysis maps that they make available that provide the same information. We think this would be one vehicle for disseminating this information to developers. Next slide, please. Proposal 2 is a little more nebulous, and it's intended to respond to the following proposed principles for interconnection reform. I will not read them. You can do that at your own, but let's go to the next slide. We'll get right into it. The problem is, as we see it, is a great mismatch between the timeline for developing transmission and the timeline for developing generation. Two different orders of magnitude in time, and we are behind in transmission. We used to be behind in generation, but the PUC is now scrambled over the last few years, and we're going to be making that gap up a little bit. But our proposal would be to find a way, and again, there's no detail here, is to integrate and reform the three big processes. That's the PUC's IRP process, the ISO's transmission planning process, and the ISO's generator interconnection and deliverability assessment process, to find a way to plan and build new transmission ahead of the projected resource build out. You've all seen the numbers, the build out rates that we're going to need to accomplish state policy goals are enormous, and they're rates that have never been achieved. And we're certainly not going to get there if transmission is always struggling to catch up. So our proposal would be, again, in a very nebulous concept, is to find a way to start looking farther ahead, planning farther ahead, to have transmission capacity available more in line with the projected resource build out. And let's go to, I think, which is my last slide. We think the 2022-2023 transmission plan was a big step in the right direction. I mean, $7.3 billion was a watershed number. But we also think that at least with regard to one project, it was not quite the transformational exercise that we thought it could be. And we point to the decision to go with the 230 kV Lugo-Kramer Victor upgrades instead of with the Lugo-Kramer 500. I'm sure the ISO had reasons for going with the upgrades. But again, we think that in order for the transmission system to be ready to accept the resource build out that's going to be necessary to meet state policy goals over that time frame, that we need to start thinking about moving transmission planning a little farther ahead in the game. So to close with GitApp reform, we're in the middle of it, with the PUC on the verge of considering a programmatic approach to procurement. We think the time is right to take a look at these processes collectively and see if there's a way to begin building the transmission system out, not just to catch up with the resource need, but ahead of the resource need. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Kathleen?
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I have a question for you, Brian, as I think about this proposal, which is incredibly important, and so I want to support it, even though it's, it's kind of, it's the Hail Mary of all things, but it's really important. So as I'm thinking through it, I want to see if we can put a little bit more around what you're thinking. So a follow-up question would be, You gave a suggestion, or your example here to me has more to do with the scale of the upgrade, the magnitude that it increases the capability on the system. So it's a size function versus when you were first talking, when you're talking about getting out in front of the build out, I actually thought you were alluding to that the transmission process has, right, like a 10-year, 12-year, and soon to be 15-year case. And so the upgrades that are studied in it just have to be in service up to that date. And perhaps, but the generation procurement is in COD compliance dates that are maybe more like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years out. And so to support that build out, we need transmission that has an in-service date before the procurement deadlines. So when I was first hearing you, I was thinking you were talking about that issue, which was really interesting. But then I also see the size element. Can you unpack for me?
I'm not sure it's an either or. I would say that from the internal discussions we had in putting this, again, very nebulous proposal together, it probably leans more toward the latter, which is to have the transmission, the network capability there, ready to be serviced by the resource build out, as opposed to just extending the horizon, the lookout farther, 10, 15, 20 years. I don't think it's an either or. I think both of those play into this, but I think our emphasis was on let's have the connectability there sooner so that the resources can be deployed in a less, constrained fashion.
That's really helpful. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask to the CAISO and maybe Jeff Billington just specifically. One thing I'd like to maybe have some feedback on from y'all after this meeting, but I'd like to ask you to think about this idea of if we know that the resource portfolio or a certain chunk of the portfolio is expected 5 years out, or being requested, let's say it that way, being requested 5 years out, I know we're not doing a 5-year case now, but is that the only way we get to studying and maybe kind of aligning the transmission recommendation to support a build out within the 10-year timeframe? Or is there a different way that you might be able to think about enhancing the TPP to kind of better align it with procurement?
Well, I'd have to look and see with the portfolios that were provided in the examples in the last TPP, it was the portfolio by 2033, and a lot of the resources were at the back end of that time period. And 2023 and 2030, or 2033 and 2035, we'd have to look and see, but that's the way the portfolio, like I say, provided, but also had most in the later years. I think in the portfolio that the CPUC provided for this year's TPP, they did provide some more information on the year by year, but we'll have to have a look at that and see, because as you're looking at alternatives of trying to bring on that could meet or be needed for the full capacity, is there ways of staging any of that or not? But that's a challenge when you're looking at some of those projects to try to meet that longer term or the portfolio requirements.
And that's all super helpful. And I'm actually looking at Jared Ferguson, for those not in the room, from the CPUC. I think what Brian is teeing up is critical. It requires a ton of coordination, and I'm happy to give this mic to Jared and see what your thoughts are. But my tangible example is if we know that the requirement was for 11,500 megawatts by let's say started with 2026, how can IRP give them a portfolio that allows us to track to that?
Hello, this is Jared Ferguson with the CBC IRP team. And sort of to this discussion, towards Jeff's point, if you look at sort of our more recent portfolios in the, I guess, near midterm, that out to like that 2026, 2028, really what we're seeing in the portfolios is the amount of resources that is in line with the procurement orders we've gone out with. You don't see really too much. There's, I think, some few exceptions, like you see out-of-state wind being selected in the 2028 timeframe. That's not explicitly in the procurement orders, but total megawatt amounts pretty much in line through that 2028 timeframe. And then it's in like 2030 and then accelerating, not quite exponentially, but it certainly looks exponentially when you squint as we got to 2032, 2035. And so, yeah, I think it's a good question of sort of like, and this is something, ideally we could spend maybe on even on the mapping side is sort of identifying, and I think we're talking about earlier, so like, we have the list of potential projects that could be brought online without upgrades and things like that, but sort of like you making sure those earlier megawatt requirements are in line with, existing transmission capacity, or, and this is something that like would be in the ISO realm of sort of like, are there smaller upgrades in the near term that maybe could fit in that thing? And that'd be something that would require ongoing discussion between the CPC and ISO. But sort of for the key point is sort of like, yeah, the near term resources are pretty much in line with what the procurement orders are. So we're not really seeing any changes in those amounts. And it's only really after that. So like from 2030 on that we're seeing a lot more resources that are really showing that transmission need come online.
Hi, this is Sushant from Clearway. On the same example, I think this is a great point in support of this idea of developers raising hands to subscribe to upgrades and possibly enabling a bigger upgrade to be viable, where ISO in their study does not see the need to go for an upsized option. But if developers are ready to contribute without burdening the ratepayers, I would encourage ISO to think about how that option could be created either in TPP or GitApp or somewhere as part of that combination. I think this provides an opportunity. This is the Lugo-Kramer line is a great example of that, which eventually may be needed. And right now, developers could have offered to pay upfront or fund some of it and make it a reality.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you. I want to thank everybody for stepping up. When the ISO held a meeting a little while ago and they asked for a show of hands, I think they got 5. And they got a whole lot more proposals than 5. So kudos to all you for stepping up. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So next up we have San Diego Gas and Electric. I believe they're presenting virtually. So the main presenter for SDG&E, could you raise your hand?
Actually, bottom right. Someone in the room, sorry.
Okay.
Do I have control of this or?
No, you have to say next slide.
Okay, no problem. Hi, Alan So, San Diego Gas Electric. This is our proposal for IPE. So if you could hit the next slide. So, yeah, so, we got, this slide is basically our, the drivers for our proposal, right? The whys and why we're doing this, some of the issues that we see. So the first one is, we just like to make the point, that the interconnection study results are only as accurate as their inputs, right? So if you've got like 3 times the amount of generation as what's actually going to materialize, that doesn't really help the study, right, or the accuracy of the study. The second half of the sentence there, it kind of skews the study results towards, mitigation and costly upgrades that, they're not quite realistic. Second point we'd like to make is the validation of technical data during intake and studies is time consuming and inefficient. So we do need to kind of, reduce the study work to provide, more sufficient information to developers early in the process. This data frequently changes later on in the process. And so this is where we have to revalidate, restudy it, and that really puts a burden on the whole process. So we've got, on the next slide, you'll see when we get to the actual proposal, we've got, we think a simple way to resolve this. Lack of appropriate CVC. We need, meaningful CVC criteria. The projects that are not commercial viability, they're not commercially viable, could stay in the queue longer and negatively affect other projects, right? Kind of what we've heard this morning as well. A few folks say, if the CVC is not restrictive enough, any adopted I proposal is we're just gonna go back to square one. So if anything, we'd like to really I hope that folks really give some thought into kind of like a meaningful CVC criteria. And this is kind of in general, right? Just want to mention that. The fourth is we see a lot of commonalities among stakeholder feedback, even from the proposed this morning. I think what you see on the next slide, even from what we're presenting, there are some commonalities in that respect too. So if you could hit the next slide. So this is kind of our, our proposal. It's kind of, we kind of simplified the generation interconnection process basically. But what we've got is, so the first part is the scoping phase. So I'll just go through the number one, and then I'll kind of give my remarks. But we're going to use a simplified data package. That includes generic lines, generic separate transformers, generic D curves. That's going to fix the issue of what we're saying on the previous slide about revalidating, really clogging up the process. If we just use generic lines, simplified power flow study, we could get, we feel like we could get study results a lot quicker. And these generic lines, step of transformers, impedances, it will be based on the interconnection size. So that's kind of what that is. Another phase is, we could use previous study results. I'm sorry, before I get to that, the second bullet here. So we'd be providing an expanded scoping initial report to provide feasibility information early in the process. So this is like, POI availability, that sort of thing. We want to really do a little bit more upfront work and give, give more information, and that'll really save, some time and gain efficiencies later in the process. We're going to use the previous study results. So we're not really going to, perform no new studies to perform the scoping phase, but The other thing we'd like to do is part to the CVC comment that we mentioned before. The site exclusivity is one of them. We think it's, we think we should go with that. In order to move into the cluster study phase. And cluster study phase is where we're going to be performing the the generic power flow study based on the generic. Performing a power flow study based on the generic lines and separate transformers that I mentioned previously. What this results in is a simplified package. In the blue box, that's kind of our what's going to be gained from doing this is the simplified data package, which is going to allow for faster studies in the scoping phase. So then we're going to move on to the cluster study phase. The first bullet is the simplified power flow study and short circuit study that we mentioned before, based on the simplified data. PTO is going to, at this stage, right, we can probably provide the anticipated costs and milestone dates. We're hoping that the IC's maximum cost responsibility can be set at this stage, incorporating, withdrawals and modifications. The withdrawal, I know we mentioned we're going to talk about MMAs at a later point, but I just want to touch on it here. The withdrawal penalties, MMA request limitations. We're going to be, we'd also like to have the best IBR power factor, that sort of data for use in the next stage of the study. And that's the operational phase. The the CVC, we thought we'd like, maybe some discussion TBD, right, on moving out of the cluster phase. A possible CVC, right? It could be kind of intertwined with what Kaiser's provided, right? They could be an option, maybe LSE shortlist. That's up for discussion, as is the rest of the proposal. But anyway, the benefit that we gain in this blue box to the right is that the time-intensive studies are no longer performed in the cluster study phase. They're going to move to the next phase, which is the operational study, and that again just helps really move the process along much quicker. Now in the operational study phase, that's kind of towards the end of the process, right? That's where we're going to perform the full range of studies, and these are the time-intensive ones. We're going to have refined cost estimates and milestone dates to be incorporated into GIAs based on the remaining queue. So the real benefit here is that we're not performing the full suite of time-intensive studies on all the projects, just the ones that have made it this far. Obviously with the hope that the information that we provided up front, the feasibility, POI available, whatever the case may be, is enough for a potential developer to decide, okay, let's move on to a different project. Maybe this one's not quite feasible. Okay. The last one is the post-study phase, the interconnection agreement, and construction phase. We'd like to move the third posting is to move to the GIA phase. So it's going to be due within the 2-year cap of the operational study or project to be withdrawn. So it's kind of our proposal. That's what we got. Any questions, comments? Sure.
This is Venkat Nagalapalli from Vistra Energy. Is SDG going to introduce a timing on 1 and 2? If so, what is the timing? That's question one. And second question would be, what is a deposit proposal that you would like to introduce for 1 and 2?
I'm sorry. Okay, so
yeah, the study deposit.
Study deposit. We had, we had additional slides which I didn't quite, we didn't quite make it to this one, but we do have some of those prepared specifically to the timing question. I think just going off the top of my head, the 1 and 2, it was, I think it was a few months, but don't quote. I'd have to go back to we had a more detailed slide with the actual time frame. I don't know, Keith, Ben, if you're on the call, I don't know if you've got, if you could maybe raise your hand if you've got that schedule for phase 1 and 2. It may take him a second to dig it up too, but.
He is. All right. He's unmuted. Keith, go ahead.
If not, maybe we could,
I can, if you don't mind, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. So we also wanted to mention making connections. What you proposed for your scoping phase is almost exactly our proposal for the alternative studies, with the exception, because it was a power, I'm looking at power flow and short circuit, but not dynamic. Dynamic was preliminary, I believe, was the only difference. Okay. But the timeline that we put forward for the feasibility study scoping phase was 166 days from the close of the window. So it would include when I finished validating, about 160 days is what we put out there. We're looking for feedback on that, but that was consistent with what we thought would be reasonable.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look back at it. It doesn't sound too far off. I don't know if you could hear me with this echo, but it doesn't sound too far off. Again, I'd have to double check on what exactly we said we had our schedule as. But we could always discuss that.
Yeah, that would be great. And I'd say the other like difference I see just on the study deposit piece that Venkat's asking you about was the concept that the scoping phase would be a lower study deposit, kind of to incent opting into it. And the other idea was you wouldn't have to do that for every project if every project wanted to proceed directly to a cluster study to make it a bit easier. So I just wanted to flag. I think those are the just the nuances, and love your proposals. Thanks for bringing forward.
Yeah, and I think, it's all up to discussion. This is what we thought would be a good, again, right, a kind of gatekeeper, right, so that we don't, so that every project doesn't move on, but kind of, this is, I think the proposal in all is kind of flexible, right, so everyone, I'm sure, give your comments and all that, but yeah, that's kind of what we thought.
Okay, and also these proposals, is it in parallel? I hope, right? So the developer will have an opportunity to do this in parallel. I mean, they have an opportunity to submit in an operational study phase, or cluster study phase, or scoping phase, or it is in a sequence.
So these would be studies, kind of performed by the PTO, but it would be in sequence. So the operational study phase would come at the end, because the operational phase is kind of the, that's where we do like the most in-depth studies and the studies that take the longest, which is what we were hoping to, again, if we could not run the full suite of studies on every project, we feel that that's what's going to really streamline, the process and yeah. So it would be kind of, the scoping phase would be first, a few months, the cluster study phase would be the next few months, and then the operational study phase would be, kind of after that. Oh, Keith, awesome.
Am I on?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is Keith Ban with San Diego Gas and Electric. We've discussed many deposit amount numbers, but that's something that we were hoping to discuss among the stakeholders. But one item, I mean, we had lots of proposals, but one that I wanted to introduce is that as part of the scoping phase, we would provide the preliminary cost estimates based on the results of the prior study results. And to move over to the cluster study phase, we would have required the first postings to be made, and that amount to be determined at a later time. But that first posting would only be at this point based on the interconnection facilities and interconnection reliability network upgrades. And the other point, and of course, that first posting, I know that it's set at 15%, and I think that Jim from Nextera mentioned 25%, and then upping that up to 50% as part of phase 2. And so the other criteria that we wanted to convey as part of the cluster study phase is that to move over to the operational study phase, we would have required the second postings to be made, but this time not just based on the IF and IRNU, but all of the costs that are being identified, including GRNU and DU. And then, of course, the withdrawal penalty will be minimal within the scoping phase, but increased dramatically at the cluster study phase. So that, as Alan indicated, by the time that you move on to the operational study phase, we're hoping that these are projects that are serious, that are viable, that met all the commercial viability criteria, and that we hope that these are the studies that are reflective of what's going to happen, and hopefully these will be successful projects that develop their projects with PPAs upon their COD. So that's basically our proposal. Just wanted to add additional context. And I apologize, I was hoping to be in person to make the presentation, but just wasn't able to. So I just wanted to put that in there as well.
Just want to give a couple of comments from Shapin, the RWE. So the first one, I really like the idea of the IR simplification. I feel that's a brilliant idea. I appreciate all the utilities. I looked all the slides from PG&E and from SAE. I think all of you agree that process needs to be simplified, which I also think that does, because that will reduce your time to review the process, review the model, and also reduce our time to communicate and to extend that timeline. So also for that one, I also want to bring up the idea, like even in phase one, I feel like, would you think that transient stability is necessary? Because considering 20 to 50% of projects might drop out after phase one, so I personally think the transient stability is not even necessary in phase one study. Another comment is for should the IR park and GI suspension provisions be eliminated or reduced? I personally think that the IR park and GI suspension should still be available for the developers, because that provides a lot of more flexibility for us to make the financial decision based on the current situation with the transmission and the queue status. The other one is the TP deliverability assessment. So for that one, I think if the intake is considering the deliverability availability in each transmission zone, that could align or help to resolve this issue. If you already know how much capacity you have in each transmission zone, then by the time the project's ready to go to the TPD process, a lot of information is already available and very clear to the projects that if you can get it or not. So I think if the intake could incorporate that process earlier, then that should help to align the process better too. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, so Michelle, if we can move to slide 124, and I know you're working on getting Kevin set up as a speaker. So we're gonna move up to Southern California Edison. We have Kevin Richardson joining us virtually. So I'll hand it over to Kevin.
Hello, this is Kevin Richardson from Southern California Edison. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds good. I'd like to thank the CalISO and all the stakeholders for this opportunity to present Edison's proposal, which is the use of generic or standardized modeling to streamline cluster study application reviews and the phase 1 and phase 2 analyses. Next slide, please. I'd like to start off with a little background to explain how Edison arrived at this proposal. So just a couple historical observations from previous cluster studies. The first one being that the application review for a new cluster study is very time intensive and takes multiple review iterations between the CalISO, the participating transmission owner, the PTO, and the interconnection customer, the IC. And a significant amount of time of the application review is spent on resolving PSLF, EPC, and DYD modeling deficiencies, with the EPC being the file containing the power flow data and the DYD being the file containing the dynamic data. And then the PSLF modeling is often changed by the developers after the phase 1 study during the Appendix B review period, or through a material modification assessment, an MMA, after the phase 2 study. And then finally, when the actual generating facility performance during commissioning testing doesn't match the IC provided DYD model, we often find that it must be tuned after this commissioning testing in order to match the actual generating facility performance. So from points 3 and 4, it can be concluded that the final generating facility modeling is often different than the original modeling used in the phase 1 and phase 2 studies. So in a sense, we're already performing these cluster studies with generic modeling. And so Edison's proposal is basically to officially admit that fact and to create generic PSLF, EPC, and DYD models for all the applicable different technologies like solar, wind, geothermal, battery storage, hybrid, et cetera, and then use those generic, standardized models for the phase 1 and phase 2 studies. So to use an analogy, you could think of different types of generators as different types of cars, and the electric grid as highways or roads. And I'm saying it doesn't matter if you drive a Ford or a Chevy or a Tesla or a Volvo, as long as it's street legal and has all the appropriate safety features, we can still test the integrity and congestion on the highways to determine if we need new or modified roads. So instead of taking so much time and effort on the front end of this process to validate an IC's custom car, let's just agree on the generic specs for a sedan, an SUV, or a truck in order to test these roads in a simpler, more streamlined, and quicker manner. Next slide, please. So how would the interconnection request data submittal change? Well, there would be some items we would want to keep and some items we would want to remove. For items to keep, it would be the interconnection study deposit, the Appendix 1 document, which you see on the left-hand side of the slide with some things crossed out. We'd want to keep the evidence of site exclusivity, the site drawing, a single line diagram, but have it show the conductor type and impedance information for the GenTie. Keep the Google Earth KMZ, the tower configuration diagram. The things we think we could remove are the attachment A to the Appendix 1, which is the really big Excel spreadsheet with the multiple tabs that we use for the detailed review. The developers wouldn't need to provide EPCs or DYDs at this point in the process or the plots that kind of accompany them. Basically, developers would be submitting a simplified Appendix 1 document and just basically telling us what the megawatt amount is, what the point of interconnection is, the technology type they're using, their specific GenTie information, and then the PTOs would just scale generic standardized PSLF, EPC, and DYD files accordingly to match whatever that request is. Next slide, please. So these generic standardized PSLF, EPC, and DYD files, they would be consistent with the following CAISO guidelines. The guidance for interconnection customers submitting technical data document, the flat run test and bump test plot instructions document, the dynamic model review guideline for inverter based on interconnection request document, and the evaluation for generator reactive capability document. Basically, we would create matching EPC and DYD files that would work well, that would be known to be good, and then we could just scale those models to whatever the specific IC application request is. Next slide, please. So how would this change the phase 1 and phase 2 study process? Well, for the overall cluster study process, we would still want increased commercial viability requirements to enter the cluster study process, as well as to proceed to the phase 2 study. We'd also want greater financial consequence for project withdrawals, but we could work out these two things with the 2023 IPE Track 2. Furthermore, an updated cost cap methodology may need to be considered, perhaps something like we did in Cluster 14 that was more based on the phase 2 part of the study. But when we got to the phase 1 study, we would perform it with these generic models, but we would still do the same power flow, transient stability, post-transient voltage, and short circuit duty analyses, so the actual results themselves shouldn't lose any validity. And then after the phase 1, the ICs would submit a simplified Appendix B document noting any megawatt downsizing or changes in the schedule, and they would select their transmission plan, deliverability, the option A, the option B. Then we would move into phase 2, perform the same studies with the generic files and do the same power flow, transient stability, post-transient voltage, short circuit duty. And in phase 2, Edison also does a subsynchronous controller interaction analysis, but with factoring in any changes from the Appendix B from the IC. But after the phase 2 study, the IC would submit an MMA to reflect the final generating facility configuration, pretty much similar to what they are already doing today. but this time they would be submitting it with all the specific documentation required by that attachment A to the Appendix 1, the big Excel multi-tab spreadsheet. And the submitted PSLF EPC and DYD files would reflect the parameters of the actual generator that will be interconnected, just with the understanding that some tuning of the dynamic file might still be required based on the commissioning testing of the plant. Next slide, please. So what would be the expected improvements or benefits? Well, in alignment with the 2023 IBE Track 2 proposed principles for interconnection reform, SC's proposal will continue to ensure meaningful study results that consider system capability, resource planning and procurement, and enhance the interconnection process's abilities to support the procurement necessary to meet CPUC resource portfolios and the CEC SB 100 portfolios. SC's proposal will help address the problem statement regarding the interconnection request intake process, which is technology solutions to enhance the IR intake, validation, and study process may exist and should be explored for opportunities to increase efficiencies and reduce time and staff requirements. So this is Edison trying to explore those opportunities to increase those efficiencies. We think the proposed changes would reduce the application review validation time for a new cluster study by weeks and simplify the PSLF base case creation and modification that the CalISO and the PTOs need to perform at the start of the phase 1 and phase 2 studies that will take us from the longer supercluster timelines and back towards the regular cluster timelines and even maybe something quicker than that. And since significantly fewer generation projects move forward to generation interconnection agreement than submit interconnection requests in the first place, the time-consuming detailed review of the specific IC-provided modeling would be performed on fewer projects and after the study process. This should help unburden critical planning and engineering resources to focus on creating more viable projects in the first place. So to summarize, Edison is proposing to use generic or standardized power flow and dynamic modeling to streamline and shorten a new cluster's application review period and the phase 1 and phase 2 study analyses. We think this proposal will help us push in the direction of more regular or shorter cluster study timelines instead of the longer supercluster study timelines. So this concludes Edison's proposal, and I'd like to thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, and we have one question on WebEx.
Schneider, go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just found some of this actually sounds quite delightful in terms of avoiding some of the validation and all that at the beginning. But I did have a question. Let's say at the end, as the post-phase 2, when a project would then submit their modeling data and you'd have to go through all the validation, is it possible that there will be any additional, and again, I apologize, this is a stupid non-engineer question, but is it possible that there would be any new upgrades triggered or any additional costs that would be triggered based on the modeling, the actual project modeling data at that point?
I don't think so, because we're using the same WEC-approved models. It's just that, you know, for example, for inverters, like power electronics is a common one, or SMA is a common one. We'll get multiples of those submitted in a cluster study process, each with slightly different parameters, right? And so they'll be deemed valid and approved, but they might still have different parameters in them. And basically all we're trying to do with the generic and standardized models is kind of like pick and create like the best version of each of those models that work well with the study. So it should still provide the valid results. So even if you're changing your models at the end because you purchased a different type of inverters or something like that, the results shouldn't be too different to where you're triggering an upgrade. And for short circuit duty and those generic models that we would create, we would just assume the appropriate short circuit duty for each of those generic different types of models.
Okay, all right. So it wouldn't. So doing this in the post phase there would not undermine the any cost cap protection.
Right, and we're basically doing that already today, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to go to a question in the room.
Jason Byrne from Grid Store. Thank you for this presentation. I also see that this could be actually really quite delightful as the word was used. I think that in a similar vein, the question is how confident are you, based on what you've seen, that the post-phase 2 MMA approach is effectively going to bound the uncertainty for the interconnection customer? I think we've had a discussion here of cost caps. Just more expansively, is Southern California Edison thinking that, based on your review of what you've seen to date, you actually expect that there's not a significant change in the sort of uncertainty that interconnection customers face from backloading the specification of the project details to move through the process faster? The reason I ask is because that sounds like an awfully good way to kind of share accountability for how things may run in the future. Thank you.
Right. So yeah, we're still using the same types of WEC approved models. We're just going to use values in those models that are known to be good. A lot of times we get similar models, but for some reason a developer put a certain value that even though it meets the parameter of the criteria, for some reason it's just not gelling well at the base case, and it's taking us hours or days to fix it. And so we would create models that are just known to be good, and EPC that's known to go well with this DYD, so that we can more quickly manipulate them in order to create the base cases and run the studies.
Kevin, this is Eusebio Bio from EDF Renewables. I'm delighted as well. But so the concern from the developer perspective in general, I would believe, is the accuracy of the reports. And you've already covered that, Jason already covered that. But something that's implied and Alan Soll from SDG&E also discussed is the criteria viability, or commercial criteria viability. I'm pretty sure I mixed that up. But I think it's important to align the CVC and the discovery information, which are the reports, because I'm assuming that the criteria will increase over time. So that means there's more at stake. So it's just, I would like to work with you and SDG&E on potential timelines for making sure it sinks in between the two different PTOs and developers. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
One more question in the room.
This is not really a question. This is Shapin from RWE. It's more another perspective from developer. I think like a couple of things mentioned that MMA submission after phase 2. So in reality, like we will never be able to get inverters finalized before phase 2. That's mostly the case for other developers, I would say. So we would like utility and CAISO consider that the MMA submission to give us flexible, more time to, if you go with this route that you use generic model in phase 1 and phase 2, and then after phase 2, we are trying to figure out what's our manufacturing for our solar panels, inverters, and whatever equipment's used in that project. So that could take sometimes from 6 months to a year, maybe 2 years. Even after we sign the GIA, we are still working on that. So we would like to have more flexibility in the timeline to submit our first official MMA to finalize our equipment and configuration of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we can discuss that.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's any more questions in the room.
Thank you.
I think after this, we will take a break. I think after this, we'll take a break. I will note, I think there's sugar. I think there's sugar in the back. So if anyone needs to go get some before this, that's fine.
Go ahead, Ashwini.
Oh, you want me to go now? Yeah, okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you see me? 2 questions. Okay. So.
Ashwini here. Use the mic.
I'll be a saint.
Use the mic.
The mic. Can you hear me now? Okay. I think if we were a Venn diagram of ideas today, then going second last shows that we're all at the intersection of that Venn diagram. So it's a great place to go with my presentation because everything I'm going to say, someone already said it and we all concurred saying it was a great idea. So I'm in a good spot. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I think what we are talking about today from PG&E's proposal is kind of how we think this process should pan out, and very much aligned with SCE, SCG&E, what Vistra said, what everyone has said earlier today. I think one step that I didn't add here, and I do want to call out, is even before we get into cluster applications, right, that actually goes through these process, hopefully as a group, we've identified the commercial viability criteria, site exclusivities, all of those pre-filters before we even come into a cluster. So all of this is kind of addressing what actually comes in through applications. But I think hopefully through the IPE, we are able to filter even those applications. So once a project that comes through the cluster process, PG&E's proposal is we kind of break it down similar to SCE, SDG&E. First, we start with a scoping meeting. So staying with the delightful tone, we also don't want a full IR package. We just want the basic information that is needed to proceed into a informed scoping meeting. So the data we need from you is site deposit, site exclusivity, project technology, your gross or your net megawatts, single line drawing, site plan, and Google Earth. All of this information is enough for us to proceed into a scoping meeting with you. We will use this information, your project specific information, and all the available information we have from previous studies. So, POI availability. I think PG&E, we pretty much hit every substation, I think, with all the superclusters we've been hit with over the last many years. So we may have a solution or at least an idea of what's happening at each of our substations, at least for the most part. So we can tell you what's the POI availability, the estimates from previous studies at that location for IRNUs, and what is the duration we have historically found for those IRNUs. We can also give you, for the reliability network upgrades, where are the capacity constraints? Where do we have those overstress breakers or bus flow issues? Where do we have capacity project constraints and capacity projects planned? All of this information is publicly available through the TDF work, the TPP, our reassessments, and past cluster studies. So we will come prepared for these scoping meetings, giving you all of this information. And also from past studies, we hope to, in these scoping meetings, we hope to give you the expected in-service date. If you were to connect at that substation or loop in a line, then what is the expected in-service date that we can estimate based on past studies? So I think, and the other part, again, that we're not addressing here is you may also know from past studies, what is the timeline for PG&E scope of work for area deliverability network upgrades or other deliverability upgrades. So that is the data that you would get from the scoping meetings. Post-scoping meetings, hopefully you've got enough information for that POI that you're looking for on, what are the, post-scoping meetings, we continue to develop the commercial viability requirements. And then we hope to, through the TDF, through the IPE, we want to develop a unified method for incentives, financial commitments, or financial penalties for projects that either want to withdraw after the scoping meeting or projects that then decide to go into phase 1. Then what are the financial commitments that happens for you to proceed or for you to withdraw? Knowing all of this and proceeding into phase 1 and then withdrawing, kind of establishing more financial commitments. Expected improvements, reduced IR review timeline. We're not doing the full IR, no EPC, DYD, none of that in the scoping meeting. Reduce interconnection requests. Hopefully, after the scoping meeting, projects that feel that that location that they think they have site exclusivity is not a good spot for them, they have the opportunity to withdraw early in the process than going through an entire phase 1 study. Opportunity withdraw post-scoping meeting without completing the full IR review process. fewer projects, hopefully we did a good job, so fewer projects are going in through the phase one, or the ones that are, the timelines are more aligned with their project's commercial viability. And then through this process, we're also notifying about the financial commitments and the viability requirements before entering phase one. Next slide. So after we finished the scoping meeting, again, Vistra, we kind of stole your word, so we're thinking alike here. We also call this a phase one feasibility study. I think that's what this study is. Before we do a full reliability study, we want to tell you is that site even feasible? So hopefully we get done with scoping meeting pretty quickly, and then we go into the feasibility study. Again, here, we're not asking a full IR package. We are requesting a limited IR package with basic information about your transformer, your transmission line, and your generator. How many inverters you're installing? Is it energy storage? Is it hybrid? Are you DC coupled, AC coupled? Basic information. We will develop generic PSLF models. We will not be doing a transient stability study in phase one. And then in phase one, at the end of the phase one study, what would you get? You would get an interconnection facility scope, cost, and duration, your IRNU scope, cost, duration. For reliability, we're going to do a limited reliability, which is really we're targeting the long lead items like short circuit duty mitigation. Just based on the size of your project, the inverters you are installing, are you going to cause fault duty issues? And then we're going to do, because we're not doing IR review, we will also do a power factor review saying, hey, maybe you need to install a couple of more inverters to help you meet plus or minus 0.95. We will do that evaluation. And then we will give you the dependencies on GRNUs, IRNUs, CANUs, PNUs. And I think what we do now as a deliverable from the phase two study, we want to bring that into phase one, which is what is your earliest achievable in-service date? And I think right now you have to wait through phase two to get that. We will give that in phase one. Again, this only takes care of the reliability study. Again, there are two items that I've missed here, which I will cover in the next part. Again, no cost cap. For all of this to kind of work, we want to reduce the risk of cost shift from the developer to the PTO, because if we don't catch something, we don't want to lose. Cost caps are set based on lower of phase one, phase two. Just like how we're doing it for cluster 14, we want to have the option to not have a cost cap established in phase one. So post phase one, I think, again, the same financial commitments, penalties, and I think what I missed here, but I say it in the next slide, is we also want to have a reduced Appendix B submission. We don't want a full IR package. We just need to know, are you downsizing? Are you changing your POI? Basic information to get that process going faster. Improvements, I think one slide, back one slide, please, phase one slide. Okay, improved again, reduced IRs, because hopefully we gave you the information in the scoping meeting. Reduced IRs, potential to reduce the projects that's going in from phase one to phase two. That again drives the whole concept of meaningful results. No cost caps established, which kind of reduces any cost shift burdens on the PTO. And also helps us deliver a faster product in a phased approach, right? We're not doing the whole study, but we also have the security of that phase cost cap. And then earliest, I think this is, for me, I like this part, earliest identification of the achievable in-service date. You don't have to wait through phase two, at least for the long lead items, you know in phase one, what is your earliest achievable in-service date. Okay, moving to phase two. Next slide, please. Okay, here is where we come and say, all right, we're going to be that bad person again now and ask for a full IR package. But this is what we see as the actual phase two study. Hopefully enough projects have withdrawn from scoping meeting to phase one. And now we're actually studying the non-speculative projects that actually feel like the in-service date we've told them that's going to take for their IRNUs is kind of meets their commercial viability. So those limited projects that are finally into phase one, we do a full IR package. We do the full power flow study, very similar to what you've done in traditional cluster studies. We do reliability upgrades, all of the transient studies. We do SSCI. And then for projects that have decided to withdraw between phase one and phase two, we update the interconnection facility cost and any earliest achievable in-service date improvements, if there are any. This is where we actually go back to the traditional method of establishing the cost gaps. And then again, post phase 2, financial postings, commitments, and then the simplified Appendix B. The improvements is we only do the complete IR review for those projects that are non-speculative. This method helps us drive more meaningful results and targeting capacity and projects, generation projects where there are capacity, and also to meet, our state mandated resource development. And then the updated cost gap methodology will help that cost shift. So one question that you may ask me is, well, you didn't do transient or bus flow in phase 1. What if you now identify an upgrade in phase 2? I think similar to what we're doing in cluster 14, if for those projects, again, hopefully the queue in phase 2 is much smaller, but for those projects that now do have a transient issue or do have a bus flow issue, if your cost is increased by a certain percentage that you didn't know in phase 1, then you have the option of a lesser penalty to withdraw after phase 1. So again, these are thoughts on paper right now, and we're hopefully united. We can work on a solution, but that is our proposal for PG&E.
There's a question from Susan Schneider on WebEx.
Okay.
Hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I have a concern about for the Edison proposal and this one as well, where the phase 1 study is not capped. And I know that's how it was done for cluster 14, but it's very problematic if, I guess I wonder if these competitive solicitations might be different, because right now they seem to mostly require a phase 1 study or equivalent. But the idea of doing that was that the phase 1 study was always sort of the worst case on the network upgrades. And so there would be a way to do the least cost best fit analysis and to have that be a conservative analysis, because the phase 1 study, whatever was going to happen with the project, it wasn't going to be any worse in phase 2. And so when you start having these issues where phase 1 is not capped, and you have very stringent requirements for getting into phase 2, meaning that the developer has to invest a lot more resources to get into phase 2 than today, that combination will make it very difficult, because they still won't know based on phase 1 whether they have a viable project. And so even though, yeah, sure, maybe they can, if the phase 2 looks terrible, they can withdraw, and maybe get their money back, but they only get their security back. They won't necessarily get back all the other resources they had to expend for the higher barrier to get into phase 2 in the first place. So I don't have any big suggestion about that at this point, other than a concern that the combination of those things, of the no cost cap in phase 1 and the higher barriers for phase 2, will make it just a lot more difficult even for viable projects to move forward. So I'm just going to leave it at that as a comment, and I think we'll sort of see where this goes. I understand why the PTOs like that, and I know it is a trade-off between the simplification we're talking about for phase 1. So I don't really know where that comment will go, but it certainly is a concern, and I think that needs to be figured in here somewhere.
Yeah, fair point, Susan. I think it's something we also hope to develop through the IPE.
Right. Thanks.
This is Venkat from Vista Energy. Is PG&E proposing to reduce the number of postings, security postings, or would you propose to keep 3 IFS postings?
So I think I believe it was Nextera's proposal. Again, we don't have a firm answer for you. We want to develop that unified through the IPE. We got some good proposals today. We do believe some firmer financial commitments is needed. How that pans out is something we want to work through the IPE. But just something, and the financial commitments is more because we want to reduce the speculative nature of the study and the queue. So I don't have a number for you, but it'll probably develop through the IPE. Okay, I think they're waiting for the candy or the cookies. Okay, if there's no other questions, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:15. We'll try to come back promptly at 3:15 because we're almost done. We have about 45 minutes after that and 2 presentations left and hopefully time for some feedback as well. Thanks.
Okay, we'll be returning from break in about 1 minute. 1 minute warning. Okay, everyone, we're going to come back, so please grab what you need from the refreshments and have a seat. And we will welcome Jason from Grid Store up. We did have one additional presentation that just came in today. So after Grid Store, Dariush is going to present for Calwea, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time left for some high-level feedback and next steps as well. So please take your seats. And we'll hear from Jason. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. All right. And can we advance to the next slide, please? You know how your slides just don't format sometimes. Anyway, hi everyone, I'm Jason Berwin. I am with Grid Store. To introduce, I think we are probably the newest market participant here in the room, so I'll introduce Grid Store first. We are a developer and owner operator of battery energy storage systems in California. We have 500 megawatts, 2 gigawatt hours of projects currently under development, and interconnection requests of about another close to 1.5 gigs. And I'm grateful to have the time to speak as part of the working group today. Next slide, please. And so, you know, I think that I'm getting this last slot. Well, I thought it was the last slot of the day because maybe it's going to go a little further off script than focusing on exactly which scoring criteria. But I do want to at least just ground this in an interesting sense here. Like, this is really important. I know that you all think that because you're here, but I mean, really important because California is going forward on a clean energy transition that's more ambitious than just about anywhere else. And it's really important for us to remember that what we and CalISO and the PUC and all the stakeholders are trying to accomplish here is actually what's never been done before, which is to build a lot of generation faster than we ever have and get it connected and online faster and at greater scale than we ever had. And it's important, I think, to just actually take that in for a moment, that this is not just perhaps a change in degree, but that degree is so significant. You know, what was it, 540 gigawatts of requests in QC15? It's a change in kind at that kind of a level, right? And so I think the grounding for this is to recognize the seriousness of the challenge and the importance of what we are all doing here in terms of the historic nature of it. That's part of why I'm so focused on shared responsibility across stakeholders for interconnection reform. I'm really grateful that that's one of the principles for this stakeholder process that can be an agreement. I think that it's important also because having mutually reinforcing responsibilities is going to increase the likelihood that these reforms actually do what they need to do, not just simply to move things along in a more cohesive or rational business process, but to succeed in that key principle of aligning with meeting the state's goals in terms of resource goals. And what I think is important to recognize is just rationing interconnection, just increasing cost or risk to interconnection customers alone doesn't address the multiple causes of the challenges we see in the interconnection process. I don't think it's necessarily about fault. This is not an issue that is about any specific stakeholder's intent. It's just a recognition that the size of this challenge does require looking at all the options for interconnection process improvement. I would also note that given open access transmission principles and what the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission will ultimately have to review from this process, it requires avoiding undue discrimination when it comes to the interconnection process. And I think that that compels us to look at as many options as we can that do not limit open access for interconnection. So I want to offer these ideas. I think I recognize that CalISO has a very short timeline to figure out these reforms in the track 2, and recognize that while I think some of this discussion can and is happening in the IPE track 2 today, certainly this can also happen in related initiatives as well. It's just important to recognize that this goes both ways. This is simultaneity, right? Greater value and certainty in the interconnection process, in network upgrades, construction timelines. Those will also induce developers like Gridstore and others to take earlier actions to demonstrate project viability and intent to proceed. And it's not just one leads to the other. I think we want to make sure we're working on both of these. Next slide, please. So with all that throat clearing, yes, I think Jared showed that the California PUC's IRP portfolio submission into the 23-24 TPP showed about 70 gigawatts of cumulative new resources in the next 10 years. We need to actually reset the expectations for completing interconnection to meet that and to meet ostensibly the IRP or MTR goals along the way. I think that I'm not going to belabor this point. I know it, and I want to offer all this recognizing that we do need to have many things happening. I think enough has been talked about how we're going to reform intake, but I want to also talk about increasing the supply of resources to meet the unprecedented demand for interconnection. And so how do we increase the supply of those resources? I know that the ISO and the PTOs can only push so many people onto these things. I do think that that's still probably a long-term secular trend in terms of staffing, but also there's an army of qualified third parties out there to help. And whether that's in processing studies, or for that matter, we should be thinking about how construction of interconnection facilities or network upgrades could be something that qualified third parties can be a part of if one of the holdups here is the capacity to get these upgrades done in a timely manner. I think establishing goals for completing the interconnections, aligning that with state need as is being submitted in PUC portfolios and in the TPP is really important. We need to make sure that we actually are looking at these timelines. I know that there's some amount of information being made available in sort of like an updated spreadsheet over time, but understanding that performance over time and how it's changing and what the trends are is, I think, important for informing stakeholders in terms of their expectations for what's going to happen in these processes. And I think it's also important because, again, if we know that we need to get a certain number of megawatts online at a certain time, we should be able to, at the very least, try to draw lines between what's being proposed and what timeline will actually get those online. And those goals are, I think, more, again, informative. The things that I'm offering here, by the way, are meant to address in problem statement 1, the lengthening timelines, which is number 8, the lack of accurate and actionable information in number 5, and the overwhelmed resources for processing interconnection in number 2. Just making sure that this is intended to address these items as well. in terms of providing greater system visibility and information, I won't belabor this because it seems like there's an enormous amount of agreement in this room that this is something we can do. I'm really grateful to hear about the interest in moving to generic studies to really move these processes along forward, as well as the discussion of other ways information can be made available that other stakeholders here today have talked about, Adventis, AES, Middle River Energy, others. I think that there's a lot of sense that we can do more work here to both make information available and limit the amount of information needed to move these processes along in a timely manner. I do think it is important, though, that we try to avoid creating significant risks down the road in these processes where possible. It's one thing to say that you have risk up front as someone who's an interconnection customer putting resources into an interconnection request, putting up securities. It's another thing to wear that on the back end of this process if these processes are unbounded or highly uncertain and subject to significant delay. And so I think that it's important that we make sure that things like withdrawal penalties are rationalized associated with responsibility for what's happening in meeting these milestones, if that's something that is the PTO or if that's something that's the interconnection customer, because those delays, substantial delays, can significantly affect the viability of projects, and we can't just hang that on developers. And then I think that there's room for considering, as FERC has already been considering and may be offered in an interconnection order to come, that we can have performance management incentives associated with meeting interconnection completion goals. CalISO is within their power to file tariffs that provide incentives for participating transmission owners in terms of meeting established goals for interconnection. This is something that may ultimately be a compliance requirement for the ISO and something to be keeping in mind for, but it's also something that we can be proactive in thinking about together. Next slide, please. Finally, just on the intake criteria scoring approaches that I think seem to have a wide degree of consensus here. I would just like to echo our agreement that locations with local capacity deficiencies should be prioritized, we think, for the reasons that have already been discussed here today. I don't think I need to go into that in greater detail. And that also, that criteria scoring should be able to look at the construction timelines needed to meet state needs associated with these different resources. I think that that's, again, an important part of the challenge that this interconnection reform process is trying to solve in terms of aligning with state resource need. Thank you.
Any comments
We
or
don't
questions?
have any questions on WebEx.
Fernando Cornell with SE. Thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate it. I just wanted to ask you a question. In one of your overarching positions or points is that there needs to be shared responsibility to lead to successful reform. And you do a pretty good job of identifying things that areas of improvement for the CAISO and the PTO in terms of putting on more resources into these areas, having reports on developments or status of upgrades needed, et cetera. I was curious, was there any suggestions in terms of what the developers can do to, I guess, coordinate and be part of the collaborative effort to get these reforms in place?
Sure. I don't have specific proposals from GridStore at this moment, but I think that in this room there seems to be a wide degree of agreement that developers are going to be wearing more responsibility. Criteria scoring is one way to actually recognize that, right? The more responsibility a developer is going to wear, presumably the higher criteria scoring they're going to be getting for demonstrating that viability. So if that's the framework and approach that the ISO is going to take, we expect that we're going to be demonstrating earlier commercial viability and intent as a means of responding to the criteria scoring.
Is that a process improvement, or is that more like a readiness issue? I was just curious as to whether you had any other general suggestions or observations in terms of how we can all collectively work towards the common goal here. And I appreciate the readiness issue, but I'm just thinking in terms of existing process or things that, where there's an opportunity to secure existing deficiencies across the board, if you had any suggestions, maybe from your sector of the industry.
Sure. I think that you heard me say that I'm delighted to see Southern California Edison proposing ways to greatly simplify the study process with the use of generic studies. I think that process improvement, those are the kinds of efficiency improvements that could also reduce the amount of upfront work, right, to provide necessary information. I think, the challenge that I have, this is an idea that I've only sort of grappling with today, is understanding how much that post-phase 2 uncertainty is or is not bounded, right? I think a world in which a participating transmission owner can move things through the process quickly and, for example, make it a post-phase 2 MMA, that can be very important and valuable if we have a bounded sense of what an interconnection customer is going to find at the end of that, right? And one way to deal with that is the relative mix of penalty and uncertainty. Higher uncertainty should probably be paired with lower penalty. Lower uncertainty should probably be paired with higher penalty. And in all of these cases, if we're driving towards priority transmission zones, which I think is sort of at the outset one of the foundations of this process, we should have enough information in those priority zones, because the ISO is driving developers to choose those places, that I would hope that the need in those transmission zones has been studied significantly enough that information can be made available up front, and also therefore that bounds the uncertainty in that post-phase 2 sort of MMA approach. If that's possible, I think you have probably something that's both attractive to developers as well as a process improvement, if that makes sense.
Okay, I don't think there's any other questions in the room.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then next we'll hear from Dariush on behalf of CalWIA. This was a late addition, so in the interest of trying to continue to move forward and gathering a little bit of high-level feedback from all of you, Dariush, if you could maybe wrap it up in 15 minutes, including Q&A, that would be great. And that way we'll move to Q&A at 3:45.
So will I be controlling things or you?
No, you have to ask to advance.
Okay. Well,
Not me. You don't have to ask me.
who do I ask?
Say it in the microphone.
Okay, all right. So I hear a lot of discussions about queue overheating and all that, and that's happening all over the country, by the way. And unfortunately, a lot of solutions we hear about is let's limit supply. Let's effectively kill open access and supply competition. Next slide. By the way, competition is a good thing. I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to provide as many resources to load-serving entities in California. Next slide. So what's the problem? The problem is two challenges that are real. I'm not saying they're not real. That CAISO and PTOs face a shortage of resources, both in terms of skilled human resources and innovative solutions to administratively and technically deal with the onslaught of resources that intend to connect to the grid. And it seems that CAISO and PTOs lack innovative solutions and technical solutions to determine interconnection requirements associated with the cost of queue generation. And I'm going to, it sounds a little bit harsh, but let me, in fact, I think they have the solution. It's just that they're not thinking about it as probably as clearly as they could. And the other matter, for example, on item number 1, what SCE just proposed today was a fantastic idea. As far as a solution is to deal with the size of the queue. Next slide, please. The first challenge, which is too many how to administratively deal with issues and process all the applications. Remembering that the development community will pay for whatever solution you guys come up with as far as it works. It may require hiring 10 consulting firms or hiring a lot more engineers or whatever. They are required to pay to cover the cost of it. Or you can come up with innovative solutions like what SCE's proposed. I mean, I was so encouraged what was proposed by SCE. And there are potentially other solutions that they could come up with. That's the first challenge. But it's a matter of managing resources and coming up with solutions like what we heard. The second one is CAISO already seems to have a solution for this, a good solution for it. But unfortunately, other than focusing on how to implement that solution, next slide, we noticed that the proposal is mostly about limiting the number of applications, limiting the size of applications, limiting the location of applications. What is to me tantamount to limiting open access and competition. Now, CAISO has an idea which I don't know how it will work. It sounds reasonable if this is the last cluster we are studying, and that is to divide the project, the queue into a group A and group B. Okay, I see how it will work. Group A would be more ready project. They will be studied. Group B will be delayed until group A studies are finished. When does the next group A start? You wait for group B to finish itself, or if group B is supposed to be in as part of the next cluster, why do you even talk about it? Just pick them out as part of a process and let them come as in the next cluster. Otherwise, studying group B a year or two after group A has studies completed, or just about the same time, would delay group A of the next cluster almost indefinitely. So there are some ideas that we have. I'm going to present them. These are just general ideas. Hopefully they will work. They could be put into a framework which could be supplemented by innovative solutions that we have heard today. And again, I want to point to the suggestion from Edison as an innovative, reasonable, and by the way, it's implemented in New York ISO. Next slide. First of all, as we see it, there should be no limit placed on the number, size, or location of submitted interconnection applications. And it's not sacrilege. You'll hear why it can work. It's based on our experience working with many developers. Developers want to go where the capacity exists. So they're mostly those, unless they have location constraints, and they cannot go wherever capacity happens to be available. Wind resources would be like that. Offshore wind, geothermal resources would be like that. But most applications, which are these days about storage resources, can follow CAISO's recommended areas. And if CAISO wants, they can increase some study fees or site exclusivity deposits, especially for what they consider, could be considered frivolous applications, especially for folks who filed many applications. And I think you guys had some ideas in that regard that you abandoned before. Every project that enters the queue should go through a scoping meeting. They, at least as part of open access, deserve the scoping meeting. at the scoping meeting, they should hear all the information that could help them get out of the queue if they don't have a reasonable application. The development community is not a unreasonable group of people who want to make your lives miserable. They're there to provide supply and make a buck. So don't treat them as they're just there to make life difficult for everybody. Next slide. Please. Okay. Of course, even after scoping meeting and projects leaving the queue, you still could end up with a large number of megawatts in all zones, even zones that you have capacity in, or zones that you actually did not recommend people to go into. That's based on open access rules. The CAISO should not study the generation capacity in those areas based on total megawatt in the queue in any of the zone. They should pick a reasonable capacity number for each zone, even for the zones where CAISO did not have any capacity. And this amount, megawatt capacity that should be studied in each should be based on a formula that reflects maybe the IRP capacity in that zone, as well as the queue size in that zone. That obviously queue size matters because that shows commercial interest showing. Now, the algorithm, what should be the number? Where should it be between the queued applications versus IRP? Where the number should fall? That could be an algorithm we can work on between now and whenever this process is over. Next slide, please. Once this study is completed, you have numbers that make a lot more sense than if you study 80,000 megawatt in Fresno area. You will have studied maybe 10,000 megawatt in Fresno area. You have developed interconnection costs based on those. There are a lot of things that need to be resolved yet, but you will not be developing $5 trillion worth of costs for 80,000 megawatt in Fresno, but it will be, say, $500 million for 10,000 megawatt or some number like that. We talk about things like interconnection requirements, which is cost and duration. This cost and duration should be a proxy from this cost and duration that's developed for every zone, should be allocated to all projects that are in that zone based on some formula. Again, we have some ideas, but I think that formula needs to be worked out over time. So, and that proxy requirement, cost and duration, is allocated to projects that are in phase one. Those same costs and durations should be shared with load-serving entities as well. For every project, should be shared with load-serving entities. And load-serving entities should, based on those, show interest in one form or another back to CAISO that they are interested in these projects. They're not interested in a project that has a $1 billion cost and 10-year duration, but one that has $10 million cost and 5-year duration interconnect. So load-serving entities will be given an opportunity to provide feedback to CAISO based on these proxy costs that are assigned to different projects. And CAISO could use that as one of the factors that it uses between phase 1 and phase 2 in determining whether a project is commercially viable to enter phase 2. The idea is only commercially viable projects with one of its inputs that would determine the viability of project is this score from load-serving entities would enter into phase 2 study. Projects which pass that test would post for the all the IFS posting according to the current formulas, and would enter into phase 2. Given the added step of involving LSCs and doing commercial testing, commercial viability testing between phase 1 and phase 2, that duration between phase 1 and phase 2 should be increased from currently is about 90 days to probably a lot longer than that, maybe 6 months or something, so that the projects will have that ability to provide all that information. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, projects from phase 1 who pass the commercial viability score, one of whose input come from the load-serving entities, will enter into phase 2 by posting the regular IFS. Projects that do not pass the financial viability testing, especially by long shot, they would be allowed to enter phase 2 as well, provided that they post for the entire cost of the interconnection without the possibility of refund. So it couldn't get any more difficult than that. So there'll obviously no, unless projects have certainty in some way or another because of the location, because of the technology and so on, would enter phase 2 only if they know they can handle the project itself. I guess this is it, right? Yeah. So these are some general ideas. The goal is not to prevent projects from entering the queue and at least get it going through a scoping meeting and some study cost calculation in the form of a proxy, but to entering into phase 2 and going into getting a GIA and so on becomes more difficult, and projects should be as commercially viable as possible before they enter into phase 2. And after that, of course, maybe the matter of TPD allocation would be significantly simpler if you only have if the project have gone through commercial viability testing between phase 1 and phase 2. But not allowing people to enter phase 1 studies based on some arbitrary criteria, to me, is not warranted.
Thanks, Jarish. So I think if it's okay with, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Caitlin.
No, go ahead. There's no questions on WebEx.
Okay. I was going to suggest that just given the time, we move right into high-level feedback, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
All right. And encourage people. I think that's, you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you for your time and presentation. All right. So we're going to try, I realize there's a lot of content that we've covered today, but it also does seem like there's a fair amount of alignment and feedback, at least initially from all of you on several of the proposals. And so if we can, I think it'd be helpful just to do kind of a lightning round of some of the proposals that you heard today, mostly on the positive side that seem like no-brainers that we should all continue to explore and take forward into the straw proposal. So again, just to focus on things that you heard that it seemed like there was good alignment and a lot of support for it would be great to hear from you just so we have a little direction as we move forward.
Okay, you said we're about EDF renewables. I'll try to be as brief as possible and do this on the fly. Great presentation by CPUC, informative, appreciate that. AES, as far as the structure, yes, we support including that in the straw proposal. There was that concept of 1.5 times the transmission interconnection zone capacity. We're looking at exploring different ranges and alternatives. I think Dariush touched on that. Clearway Energy, the TPD allocation and all items covered, we were fully in support. Next era, as far as interconnection requests and the increase in barrier to entry, generally in support. We need to discuss the details. There's comments about 8,000 K per megawatt and so on, but needs more discussion. Vistra, definitely thinking outside the box, and with her directly on that. There was some similarity to other proposals. Avantis, yes, we agree that the limited operation study reform is needed, and we're looking at advancing that in the straw proposal. And the PTOs generally to simplify the generation interconnection process, yes, it's important, but hand in hand with that is increasing the commercial viability criteria to make that feasible, because if we're not addressing that, the simplification is dead in the water. And grid store, the issue that you addressed about more skin in the game from PTOs, yes, but it might be hard to address in the IPE. But if there's another avenue or somehow further discussion in another initiative, we're in support of that. And CalRIA, Dariush, you discussed, I think, items related to transmission interconnection zones. As far as resource portfolios and queue sizes, I think that needs further discussion. We support having that in the straw proposal as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of questions on WebEx. We're going to go to Gary first.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So Gary Holdsworth from San Diego Gas and Electric, but really I'm speaking as an old guy who's been around the interconnection process for a number of years. So this is from Gary, not from San Diego necessarily. This day has really shown a yin and yang push and pull. That's the balance that's needed to, the ISO is going to need to develop. For example, when we're talking about the need to simplify study procedures, and I think that's so that the resources of the PTOs can do more work and this, or do the work that's needed for more projects. That's balanced with the desire for more definitive studies or as early as possible so that decisions can be made. Where do we find that balance? That's the real struggle, and it's the criteria for viability. The ISO's been trying to work on that for many years, and I don't know if there's no new stone that hasn't been overturned on that. I think we know what the criteria are going to be. It's just a matter of where do we set the bar for those criteria. So, it's part of a complex process, lots of give and take. Dariush mentioned threats to open access, but at the same time, we can't go on like we're going on with so many requests. So I hate to just be, pointing out the obvious, but I will. That balance is really what we're trying to get at, and I think a lot of folks have really moved the bar today on, showing where those position points in the fulcrum should be. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's move to Bridget Sparks, and then we'll move back to the room. you. This is Bert Sparks with AES Clean Energy. I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple elements of proposals that I kind of saw across the board today that I think would be good building blocks for a final straw proposal. So one, I think definitely, I saw a lot of support for building off the ideas that AES presented this morning around needing to have more upfront actual information, whether that's before the study result, before we enter interconnection applications as we proposed, or, SPE's more, generic phase one, which will provide more cost estimates, and then having much higher stringent requirements to enter phase two. I think at some point in the process, having that kind of actual information would be really beneficial and would enable developers to meet some of the higher requirements that I think folks have mentioned and you saw in our own scoring criteria. I definitely think, we would support, prioritizing local resources or other, elements that may not be fully captured in our scoring proposal. And then also, I think in terms of Vistra's idea around, are there ways for developers to propose transmission lines or to indicate, areas of strong commercial interest and, provide alternate funding pathways as sort of a complement to the IPE, because obviously, transmission is, and lack of availability is sort of underlying root cause of, the current issues and causing complications. And so we think that's an interesting idea to further flesh out. And then we were really encouraged by each of the utility proposals around ways to, more genericize some of those early studies to get, easier results faster, and then, cut down on late stage MMAs and get, more specific once, project details are more locked in later in the process. And so I think to the degree to which we can look to simplify earlier processes, try to get developers more actionable information, provide us information about where you want us to locate, give us opportunities to provide our own insights. And then, we agree that probably the barrier to entry is too low at this point. And so, we are supportive of, thoughtful measures to better prioritize, the limited resource of deliverable transmission capacity. So those are just a few observations we had, and our emails were on our presentation slides, so definitely happy to follow up with folks offline to further flesh out how can we start combining each of these really great ideas into a single workable proposal. Thank you. All right, we have a few questions.
Hi, Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. I'll start off by advocating for some sort of indicative like polling or survey. We had a lot of great ideas today, and I think we will at the next meeting too. So maybe after the next meeting, if there's a poll that we can fill out to help, show our interest in certain ideas. And then I guess moving to a couple highlights that I found today, there was a lot of talk about, what developers can do in limiting intake interconnection requests. And then, Jason brought up the shared PTO accountability, and we got a lot of great ideas from them on streamlining the study process. But also, there was other ideas that were brought up today. So weaving the thread here on like TPD allocation reform and with the timing disconnect and getting interim deliverability. And that, kind of ties to the PTO network upgrade process, which I realize is a hard nut to crack in this IPE reform, but is also needed as well in helping improve and speed up those processes. And then also, on a related note, I guess, on option B reform, on getting those network upgrades, whether it's LSA's ideas or Vistra's ideas, I think there's a lot of different areas that we can, pull those threads and help flesh out those ideas on how developers can be more proactive and being able to get network upgrade and TPD allocation. And then I guess I mentioned study process reform, lots of ideas there as well. So seems like the PTOs have a lot of ideas that could be blended together. They seem quite similar, so lots of good stuff there.
Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'm gonna reserve our feedback on which things we think, could be combined or should be advanced. I want to first thank every single person who presented today for doing so. I think every idea that was put forward has merit, and we will take it back and we will think about everyone's proposals very hard. We may reach out to some of you to see if there's ways that we could kind of combine and maybe, talk more about it, understand where everyone's trying to come from so that we can all move in the right direction. And please open call. My email is up on this presentation. I have, a team behind me, and so reach out to me and we can connect, and we're happy to do that as well. The other, though, I do want to make a request to the CAISO. So in the spirit of, while we're out here trying to kind of talk to each other and better understand these proposals that have been raised, it would be really helpful in the spirit of iterative work on these ideas if you could put forward something, whether it's a slide deck, it's a really draft document that you post, a matrix, but something with your reactions and even questions to what you heard. And it would be helpful to know if there's things that you think are non-starters or you think have big challenges, because that's something that it would be in the best interest of the group in this effort for us to be able to hear that, take it in really quickly, and then be able to flip back some additional ideas in the next working groups and make clarifications on these and revisions and hopefully combinations.
Okay, so this is Jane Lockhart from NCPA. And I too learned a lot today and really appreciate everybody's comments and participation. As we look at interconnection, we would like to support those who advocated looking at beyond the zones for local resources near load and on existing sites. I don't want to exclude those who want to do greenfield development, but existing sites are already disturbed and have interconnection. At those locations, I would like to support kind of the balanced comment that SCE just made as far as trying to get early. It's also was advocated by Vistra and others, early and relatively inexpensive evaluation of viability of a location. Makes a lot of sense if there's balance between certainty and penalty. So I think that that's critical. I want to support AES's kind of general evaluation criteria. And we're willing to support higher standards to move a project forward. We would also like to see in that criteria that a commitment from an LSC be highly weighted in the evaluation, because we have regulatory obligations that we are required to meet. We can also support the presentation. I can't remember who did this one. Sorry, I'm losing track of everything. We could support supplier financed interconnection upgrades or interconnection customer financed interconnection upgrades. We see that as aligning the total costs. So when you're an LSE looking at a project and you want to understand what the total cost is, it is all aligned in that situation instead of spread across all of customers. So that's what I've got for now. Thank you all.
Okay, I think that's all the questions in the room. Okay, I want to echo the thanks to all the presenters and pass this along to Joanne to close us out.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Danielle, and good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who I have not had the chance to meet today, I'm Joanne Serena, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience. And I just want to say, wow, what an amazing day. I think to Kathleen's point and Jason's point earlier, and so many comments I've heard, that this level of collaboration is what we were looking for to solve this problem, right? And I think we heard again and again that everybody agrees this is a big problem that we have to solve. And the only way we're going to solve it is collaboratively and together. So I think many of the proposals that we heard have a lot of merit, really great ideas. And I know it takes a lot of time to put that material together. So I just want to say thank you for putting together the material and sharing your thoughts and ideas. And I look forward to the additional feedback. And it feels like we're on a really good path for some solid solutions. So thank you very much for everybody's feedback. And thanks to the ISO team for listening and taking in the feedback and putting a plan forward for all of us. So thank you again as well for coming to the Lake Natoma Inn. We would have loved to have done this at the ISO, but we have some construction work going on. So some future meetings hopefully will be back at the ISO. But we do have a bar here, which we don't have at the ISO. So there is a bar and it will be open for drinks. It's a no-host bar, but we have ordered some appetizers. So please feel free to join us for a drink and some appetizers at the bar and continue the conversation. Sometimes a drink helps solve all kinds of problems. So again, thank you for your participation today, and we look forward to more engagement with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joanne. Oh.
Caitlin, I think, just needs to close on next steps. So Caitlin, I'll turn it back to you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Joanne, for that. So real quick, just walk you through the working group schedule. As you see, we have the next working group session on July 24th. And again, this is going to be virtual. So no need to register for that meeting. We will put out a notice just confirming the dial-in details for your virtual attendance. And then August 1st, we'll have a working group session 5. We tentatively have that planned as an in-person hybrid meeting, but we'll decide if we want or need that working group session depending on where we are at on the 24th. But following the 24th working group session, we are going to open up a comment period, and that will be due August 7th. And then we're really aiming for posting a straw proposal in September. You will note we have made a change to this schedule, very minor at the bottom there. All of this to aim towards the Board of Governors meeting in February 2024. Next slide, please. If you would like to access today's presentation or look back at any of our recordings or any information on this process, you can visit the initiative webpage there as the first bullet point. And if you have any questions, you can send them to isostakeholderaffairs@kaiso.com. Many of you have already sent your presentations for the July 24th meeting, so I'll just be reconnecting with you through that email address. Next slide. And then just a quick plug, go check out our Energy Matters blog. There's a quick link there to the KAISO website and the blog there. But the latest blog is by our very own Danielle Mills, just talking about working with stakeholders to find the right improvements on interconnections. So again, thank you everybody on your participation today, and we will see you next time.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.